Chapter 2878. Brother Dugu, I didn't expect you to come as well. In the void above the Holy Spirit Palace, Dugu Ijian stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His face was delicate and pretty, but just by standing there, an invisible sword intent filled the surroundings, forming a terrifying sword intent domain. With just a thought, the domain could become big or small. Not to mention anything else, if an ordinary early-stage supremacy were to approach the sword intent domain, there would be no need for supremacy Dugu Ijian to act. The boundless sword intent domain would be able to severely injure the other party. This was the terrifying power of a third-stage supremacy. At this moment, standing not far away was a tall and sturdy young man. His body was filled with wild and explosive power, like a peerless general with indescribable might. I came to take a look, Paragon Dugu Ijian said calmly. That person's temper is still as bad as ever. Back then, he became a disciple of the great supremacy and became a supremacy in 100,000 years. His talent is not bad. Unfortunately, he became a supremacy a little too late. He just had to face the Elysian sun. The young man was the overlord of the past. He had become the disciple of the Giant Eye supremacy and was now a supremacy. Dugu Ijian suddenly looked into the distance and revealed a smile. Elysian son of heaven is here. Far away in the library, an old man lazily opened his eyes. He grabbed at the air and took out a wine gourd. Then he gulped down wine, squinting his eyes. Good lad, you're ready to make a big commotion now that you've arrived? The old man drank a few mouthfuls of wine. The Elysian son of heaven has also come. This is going to be interesting. The old man narrowed his eyes. I just don't know if this kid has the ability to fight against a peak third-order Elysian son of heaven with the strength of a second-order high lord. Elysian son of heaven is here. In the distance, a Buddhist light appeared. It was colorful, like a rainbow after the rain. The Buddhist light grew bigger and more obvious. At the same time, a huge phantom appeared. This is interesting. With the death of Chief Steward Bai and the arrival of the sacred Son of Heaven, everyone knew that something big was about to happen. The Elysian Son of Heaven's Buddhist arts are getting more and more exquisite. Even from a distance, he was able to make people fall for his tricks unknowingly. His strength is comparable to Dugu Ijian's. It's very likely that he will become a great sovereign lord in the future. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes slightly, and the seven-colored Buddhist light in the distance surged over like seawater. Taking a closer look, there were actually bubbles in the depths of the Buddhist light. Each bubble had an Elysian son of heaven sitting in it, chanting in Sanskrit, looking divine and noble. Endless Sanskrit sounds emerged. Lin Fei's disturbance in the sea. Before the person arrived, the dismounted horse's prestige had already arrived. Isolate the outside world. Lin Fei couldn't be bothered with him and asked the system to block it. The Sanskrit sounds continued. The shielding effect was surprisingly good. Regardless of whether it was an expert of the illusory school or someone else, it was directly shielded. Lin Fei was completely fine. Sacred Son of Heaven, your Sanskrit sounds aren't powerful enough. I don't feel anything at all. Is it because your Dharma isn't profound enough? The surrounding heavenly god elders and high lord clones had long since moved away. The Sanskrit chants of the Elysian Son of Heaven were not easy to endure. He actually blocked it. It can't be, right? Could it be that Lin Fei has also cultivated a soul secret technique? This is too easy. Everyone knew how powerful the Sanskrit chant of the Elysian Son of Heaven was. Its might was definitely top-notch. Most people didn't like to listen to the Sanskrit chants of the Elysian Son of Heaven. If they were careless, they would fall for it and be controlled, becoming one of the puppets. They originally wanted to see Lin Fei suffer a setback, but at this moment, all of them shut their mouths. This Lin Fei was truly quite capable. After not seeing each other for 100,000 years, Brother Lin Fei is still as straightforward as ever. The Elysian Son of Heaven's pure and holy aura brought along a seven-colored stream of light as he appeared in the sky above the sacred spirit palace. The gentle and holy aura shone like sunlight, landing on the heavenly god disciples below. Their gazes all changed. I've always been straightforward. But you, on the other hand, look more and more like a charlatan. Even your words carry Sanskrit sounds. Are you trying to bewitch everyone? Lin Fei's voice was loud and clear, shattering everyone's thoughts. The heavenly god disciples below recovered from their daze one by one. They didn't know what to do. This was a conflict. Charlatan? Everyone wanted to laugh. This Lin Fei was too good at talking. In the Dark Shadow Palace, no one dared to call the Elysian son of heaven a charlatan. Although he did look like a charlatan now, that was also because of his cultivation technique. His pure and holy aura had also become effeminate, making people feel very uncomfortable. However, Lin Fei was the first person who dared to call the Elysian son of heaven a charlatan in public. The Elysian son maintained a friendly smile, and there was not a trace of anger on his face. Those who didn't know him would think that he was a good-tempered person. Everyone knew that the Elysian son of heaven had a bad temper. I originally wanted to congratulate you. After all, we came in together. Everyone is happy that you can become a supremacy, but you shouldn't have killed people. The Elysian son said with a regretful expression. Lin Fei said nonchalantly, "Why? Is Chief by your man? Then you really have to thank me properly. If not for me, I don't know how much trouble your subordinates would have caused for you. Lin Fei, I forgot to tell you that I'm now the Vice Hall Master of the Disciplinary Hall. You've killed Chief Steward Bai and Chief Steward Li. No matter what the reason is, you have to come with me to the Disciplinary Hall." The Elysian heavenly son suddenly yelled, "Come with me now." A large hand filled with 7-colored Buddhist light reached out to grab Lin Fei. The surrounding void was quickly sealed. This is the Elysian son of heaven's great cage. The sacred soul level 9 killing technique is specially used to suppress people. The old man in the library gulped down wine. This Elysian son of heaven really knows how to talk. He immediately put a big hat on Lin Fei. The great cage mystic technique is getting more and more powerful. The old man narrowed his eyes. I just don't know if that silly Lin Fei will be able to block it. That's right, that fellow seems to have cultivated the top-notch dark clone technique back then. I wonder how it is now. Just thinking about it makes me look forward to it. I'm a High Lord. What can you do about it if I kill 2 ungrateful stewards? Lin Fei snorted coldly and blasted out a palm. Seal soul severing palm. It was the same sacred soul level 9 killing technique. Its power had also reached the 2nd level. The 2 extremely powerful sacred soul killing techniques clashed. The void that was originally sealed in the surroundings was pushed forward. The 2 palms collided heavily, setting off a terrifying wave that swept in all directions. The surrounding High Lords clones all released their Emperor intent and sealed the power of the wave. The first time they fought, they were evenly matched. Elysian son of heaven, I've long heard that you're powerful in Yunhai, but it seems like you're not that powerful. Lin Fei shook his head and said with a disappointed look, if you don't show me what you're capable of, I guess you'll have wasted your efforts. The Elysian son of heaven was still as calm as ever. You've also improved. I thought that you were still as weak as before. The Elysian son of heaven suddenly stretched out his hand. A dream come true. He stretched out his hand and pointed at Lin Fei. So powerful. It's another sacred soul level 9 killing technique. Chapter 2879. The huge bubble instantly trapped Lin Fei. There was no trace of the bubble and it appeared out of nowhere. Another level 9 sacred soul killer move. Dream, nothing. This move is so terrifying. Rumor has it that this level 9 sacred soul killer move is related to the space sect. It's the hardest to defend against. I wonder if Lin Fei can break it. Yeah, it's really hard to defend against this move. The Elysian son had a smile on his face. Lin Fei, this level 9 sacred soul killer move is my own creation. You're welcome to comment on it. The colorful light flowed continuously and the huge bubble began to shrink. I forgot to tell you that this move of mine will seal you. However, it's only your physical body. It won't be a problem. The Elysian son revealed a victorious smile. He would definitely return the favor for losing to Lin Fei back then. Dream, nothing was only one of the level 9 sacred soul killer moves that the Elysian son had mastered. However, its power was terrifying. Is that so? Lin Fei began to throw punches. Each of his punches created a black gust of wind that swept across the colorful bubble. The terrifying force landed on the colorful bubble, but it only shook slightly. There wasn't much change. Not bad. After a few punches, the colorful bubble did not budge and began to shrink. The space for movement was getting smaller and smaller. It's useless. You won't be able to break this move. The Elysian sun is getting more and more annoying. In the void, the Overlord said unhappily. Back then Lin Fei suppressed him. I didn't expect that he would suffer a loss this time. Once you're trapped, it's not that easy to break out of a dream is nothing. The Overlord was very familiar with this move. It wasn't easy to break unless he was prepared in advance. If Lin Fei can't break this move, it'll be really disappointing. He'll have to stop at level 2 supremacy. Dugu Yijian's face was calm and expressionless. If you're defeated by the Elysian sun, I'll be too disappointed in you. Dugu Yijian had a deep impression of Lin Fei, the guy who had suppressed him in the past. He was very happy that the other party had become a supremacy. In the beginning, Dugu Yijian had regarded Lin Fei as an opponent. Later on, Lin Fei's performance had been disappointing. Gradually, he had forgotten about Lin Fei. Eldest senior brother, junior brother seems to be in trouble. That Elysian son of heaven is really shameless. He clearly knows that junior brother has only mastered a few Holy Spirit level 9 body refining secret techniques, but he still chose to use this. He's too much of a bully. Second senior brother Yu Shi also came. Of course, it was his clone. Let's continue watching. Eldest senior brother Chongyang also frowned slightly. Our junior brother shouldn't be that weak. I think so too. The Elysian son of heaven is very powerful. Junior brother became a supremacy in less than 100,000 years, much faster than us. Third senior brother Tian Ying also said. Even Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker's junior martial brother was here. Naturally, they would not appear in the sky above the Holy Spirit Palace. Instead, they would watch from the void. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker and the middle-aged scholar were sitting by the lake. The battle between the Holy Spirit Palace's Elysian son of Holy Spirit Palace and Lin Fei appeared before their eyes. Heaven Shaker, your junior brother doesn't seem to be able to hold on. The middle-aged scholar said with a smile while drinking tea. You didn't teach him a powerful killing technique of the Holy Spirit level 9 body refining secret technique. You should know that this move of the Elysian son of heaven is a combination of several styles. It can be considered a top killing technique of the Holy Spirit level 9 body refining secret technique. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker didn't show any anxiety on his face. Instead, he looked relaxed. What's the rush? He must have his reasons for daring to kill the steward. As his master, all I need to do is watch. You're really optimistic? Lin Fei attacked over 100 times. The giant rainbow bubble showed no signs of bursting. He also cast the sealing soul-severing palm 7 or 8 times, but he couldn't shake the giant rainbow bubble. The space became smaller and smaller, and the power he cast was also suppressed. Stop struggling. You can't get out. Even if you use the sealing soul-severing palm, it won't work. Elysian son of heaven said, I fused many styles into this move. It's not as easy to break as you think. You're doomed to fail. Lin Fei couldn't help but admit that Elysian son of heaven's move was very powerful. The giant rainbow bubble walked the path of toughness. It did indeed fuse many styles into it. It was a mess, but it was perfectly fused together, and its power was infinitely amplified. Compared to the previous move, Great Prison Cage, this move was much more powerful. Elysian son of heaven's reputation in the Saint Spirit domain was indeed outstanding. If he encountered a body-refining supremacy who didn't have any powerful moves, he would definitely suffer today. It's time for me to show off my body-refining secret technique. Ever since Proud Heaven broke through to the 8th level, Lin Fei rarely used his body-refining secret technique. In terms of pure strength, he was able to suppress many supremacy experts. Those body-refining secret technique were rarely used. Elysian son of heaven, your move is indeed powerful. However, if you want to trap me, it's still far from enough. Lin Fei laughed. You have a powerful Saint Spirit secret technique, but do you really think I don't? Thunderclap Leap. This move came along with Proud Heaven's 4th level. It was very powerful, and it could also be used to escape. Lin Fei directly transformed into a bolt of lightning. With a dazzling light, a crack appeared in the giant rainbow bubble that even the fist technique couldn't break. He rushed out and appeared not far away. As soon as the Thunderclap Leap was unleashed, everyone was shocked. What move was that just now? I actually don't recognize it. What a good secret technique. It actually easily broke through Elysian Son of Heaven's secret technique. It seems to contain the space sect. The Supremacy's clone's expression began to change. This move was very profound. Everyone recalled and felt that this move was extraordinary. Most importantly, it was a body-refining secret technique. What a powerful kid. This move contains the space sect's secret technique, and with such domineering strength, it tore a crack. Could it be a self-created move? The eyes of the old man in the library lit up, and he suddenly became spirited. No, he's still young. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be possible. That move just now can not only be used as an escape technique, but it also seems to be an offensive move. It has the same effect as the giant rainbow bubble. The more the old man watched, the happier he became. I thought it would be a one-sided fight, but now it seems that the kid can tie with just this move. Hantian, your disciple is amazing. When did you learn such a move? The middle-aged scholar's interest was piqued. Great Venerable Hantian revealed a look of shock. This kid really hid his strength well. He can even master such a move. No way, you didn't teach him that? The middle-aged scholar was shocked, and his eyes looked as if he had seen a ghost. You really don't believe me? I really didn't teach him that move just now. You also know that although I'm a great venerable, I only have a few powerful Holy Spirit body-tempering killing moves. They can't compare to yours. Great Venerable Hantian shook his head. Don't tell me. He created it himself. Lin Fei rushed out of the library with the Thunderclap Leap. Elysian Son of Heaven, you're too full of yourself. Look, I'm out now. I forgot to tell you that the move just now was also created by me. Alas, it's my fault for being so smart, Lin Fei said with a serious expression. Chapter 2880. Self-created. The Elysian Son was very proud of his talent. In less than 100,000 years, he had created several powerful sacred spirit secret arts. During this period, he had also improved several sacred spirit secret arts. That a dream is nothing was not an ordinary saint spirit imprisonment secret technique. Lin Fei had actually escaped from it so easily and even boasted that he had created it himself. This had greatly provoked the Elysian Son of Heaven. After failing to take down Lin Fei twice in a row, the Elysian Son of Heaven was in a bad mood. He felt very sullen. Could this guy really create it himself? I wonder how many times you can use it. The Elysian Son pointed in Lin Fei's direction. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Huge rainbow-colored bubbles appeared, each sealing Lin Fei. In an instant, more than a dozen rainbow-colored bubbles appeared. This was not the scariest thing. It was another power of the rainbow-colored bubbles. Self-destruction. Once formed, it would immediately explode. The Sacred Spirit Palace was protected by a huge array formation. No matter how powerful it was, it could not shake the void. But for others, this scene was absolutely shocking. Boom boom boom. The explosion of each 7-colored bubble produced a tremendous amount of power. The aftershock was already so great, not to mention the center. Look, Lin Fei avoided one. Another one was avoided. That's too fast. 3. 4. 7-colored bubbles exploded one after another, and that region also became a terrifyingly dangerous region. It was truly terrifying, and those heavenly deity disciples all sucked in a cold breath of air. Not enough, still not enough. Lin Fei moved like lightning, constantly moving. It was impossible to capture his traces. The rainbow-colored bubbles were fast. But Lin Fei was even faster, constantly moving towards the Elysian Son. The distance between them was getting shorter and shorter, and the Elysian Son could not trap Lin Fei. The powerful killer move was useless at this time. Supremacy Lin Fei, is he going to make a move? A sacred spirit secret art killer move that had never been seen before, and it was even from the physique cultivation sect. With just this move, there might not be many second-stage supremacy powerhouses who could defeat Supremacy Lin Fei. If they were not careful, they might even be seriously injured. Thunder Leap. Voila! A dazzling bolt of lightning flashed in front of the Elysian Son of Heaven. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The seven-colored Buddhist light in front of him collapsed. The Elysian Son's body trembled slightly, his eyes filled with disbelief. He had actually failed to block his opponent's killer move. Elysian Son, what do you think of my move? Not far away, Lin Fei held a piece of cloth in his hand and waved it lightly. It's called Thunderclap. It can kill all enemies. This was also the first time everyone had heard of this name. Previously, they were amazed by the speed of this move. However, when they saw that the Elysian Heavenly Sons were unable to defend against this move, their faces turned ugly. That's the power of a 9th-level Saint Spirit secret technique. Too scary. I didn't even see it clearly. The Elysian Son of Heaven seems to be injured. They did not expect Lin Fei to be able to injure the Elysian Son of Heaven, even if it was a small injury. I wonder if the Elysian Son of Heaven still wants to capture me. Lin Fei smiled. The Elysian Son already knew that it would be difficult to capture Lin Fei today unless he used his trump card. However, it would be inappropriate for him to continue attacking. Initially, he planned to capture Lin Fei in one move. However, the current situation, the Elysian Son of Heaven was very puzzled. This had indirectly increased Lin Fei's influence. Not only did he fail to capture Lin Fei, he even suffered a setback. A single thunderclap was enough to make the Elysian Son feel pressured. He could not find a good way to deal with it in a short period of time. If he allowed it to continue, he would definitely not be able to withstand this attack. The moment he was struck by the thunderclap, the Elysian Son could feel a large amount of vitality in his body being consumed. He was even more shocked. This lethality was too terrifying. This was the first time in the history of the Elysian Son of Heaven. He had seen the most powerful Holy Spirit secret art killer move. If this kind of depletion method was used for a long time, the loss would be great. If he was not careful, he might even die. Did I ever capture you? The Elysian Son of Heaven said seriously, I guess someone was joking with you. Ha! Joking? Everyone was stunned. Was the Elysian Son of Heaven going to give up? Dugu Yijian revealed a trace of a smile. Interesting, really interesting. To be able to create a body cultivation killer move like Thunderclap, its power is indeed extraordinary. It has both speed and power. It is really hard to defend against. Not far away, the tyrant also had a solemn expression. The Elysian Son of Heaven also has times where he is at a disadvantage. If I were to encounter Lin Fei's Thunderclap, I don't know how to defend against it. Once any Holy Spirit secret art killer move was used, everyone had to think of how to deal with it. For example now, among the 10 supremacies, at least 8 were interested in the Thunderclap. This secret art killer move was good. The Elysian Son of Heaven pretended to be confused and retreated. After exchanging blows several times, 2 Holy Spirit level 9 secret art killer moves could not defeat Lin Fei. If he made another move, he would lose face. Lin Fei won. This personal disciple who had kept a low profile for 100,000 years finally had his own strength to tell everyone that there were experts under Great Venerable Heaven Shaker. Junior brother, good job. Wenren Jingong was the first to fly out, his face full of smiles. He was in a good mood. That was amazing. Supremacy Sky Shadow also came and patted Lin Fei's shoulder. You are amazing to be able to create such a killer move. It is really good news for the body cultivation style. The body cultivation style had powerful killer moves, but they were few in number. They were not as good as those who cultivated Emperor intent. Therefore, once Lin Fei's Thunderclap was used, it was no less than a treasure to the supremacies of the body cultivation style. Lin Fei had not used the Thunderclap for a long time. Now that he used it again, it was extremely powerful and could plunder vitality. Unfortunately, the Elysian sun retreated too quickly and did not have time to use it a few more times. That guy was lucky. The 4 personal disciples of Great Venerable Heaven Shaker were all here. Immediately, someone came to congratulate them again. Some of the Supremacy's clones greeted them and left. They needed to digest today's news. Lin Fei's performance was too shocking. With such a new supremacy in the Dark Shadow Palace, who knew if the situation would change immediately? That thunderclap was unforgettable. Soon, the Supremacy's clones and the Heavenly God Elders left one by one. Junior brother, you have made us proud this time, Wenren Jingong said happily. We are under Great Venerable Heaven Shaker. Who are we afraid of? Junior brother, the Elysian sun is going to be depressed for a long time. Eldest senior brother Chongyang frowned slightly. Junior brother, you have to put away your secret killer move. I'm afraid that some people will think about it. Of course, there is nothing to be afraid of in the Dark Shadow Palace. The power of your thunderclap is quite terrifying outside. Lin Fei nodded. I will. Kid, let's talk. Chapter 2881. Everything happened too fast. What happened? Where's junior brother Lin Fei? It seems like a hand appeared just now, and then an old man took away junior brother. It was only after Lin Fei disappeared that Supremacy Chongyang and the others came to their senses. Their faces turned ugly. Who would be so audacious as to take away their junior brother in the City of Shadows? Eldest senior brother, I think I remember now. That person was the old man from the library. Wenren Jingong suddenly said with a smile of disbelief. No way, that martial arts fanatic. Chongyang's Supremacy was shocked. Are you sure you didn't see wrongly? Absolutely not. That person should be the old man from the library. I think he's called Wind Demon Supremacy. He's best at speed. In the entire Dark Shadow Palace, his speed is among the top 3. I think he's Wind Demon Supremacy. I heard that he had the potential to break through to the Grand Supremacy realm. He was an influential figure in the same era as our master. But something happened and he's been stuck at the peak of the 3rd stage supremacy. At least junior brother won't be in trouble. Lin Fei wanted to fight back when the old man stretched out his hand. But he didn't sense any dangerous aura. Besides, he was in the City of Shadows and the Sacred Spirit Palace. Who would dare to kidnap someone? Lin Fei allowed the old man to take him away. Isn't this outside the library? In an instant, Lin Fei remembered where he was. Not bad, not bad. You've got guts. Aren't you afraid that it's an enemy? The old man picked up the wine gourd and gulped it down. He looked at Lin Fei with interest. Then you'll be dead. Greetings, Senior. Who dares to attack in the Dark Shadow Palace? Senior won't hurt me. The old man was already an expert of the Supremacy realm when Lin Fei first came. Now that he saw him again, he could still sense the terrifying aura. Although he hid it well, it was still very obvious to Lin Fei, who cultivated a top-notch cultivation method. Under normal circumstances, an ordinary Supremacy wouldn't give Lin Fei such a dangerous aura. At the very least, this old man's strength was at least at the 3rd stage of the Supremacy stage, which meant that he was at the peak of the 1st stage of the Supremacy stage. If he used his treasures, he could erupt with the strength of a great Supremacy. This was already a very powerful strength. 100,000 years ago, this old man thought that you were biting off more than you could chew. 100,000 years later, your performance is pretty good. You've reached the 8th layer of the Sacred Cloud Dragon Traversing Body, the 2nd layer of the Sealing Soul Severing Palm, and you've even created your own killer move, the Thunderclap Leap. You're really not bad. For a moment, Lin Fei really couldn't figure out what the other party wanted to do. Senior, you flatter me. Compared to Dugu Yijian and the Sacred Son of Heaven, my ability is still far from that. Lin Fei said modestly. The old man hummed. You don't need to be so humble. Just based on your Thunderclap Leap, a pure body tempering sacred spirit killer move, it can attack and retreat at will. It's very commendable. There's even a special style in it. It can be considered a great accomplishment killer move. Thunderclap Leap was only one of the killer moves of the Proud Heaven Stage 5. Lin Fei didn't think much of it, but now that he heard it, it seemed to be very impressive. He couldn't help but rejoice. If he had used the last few moves, it probably wouldn't be like this. Master, this guy's eyesight is really sharp, he saw most of it. The little fiend's voice came, looks like the Sacred Spirit Domain's Sacred Spirit Body Tempering Killer move isn't that brilliant. Fortunately, Master only used the 5th move. If the last few moves were used, Master might be in trouble. Lin Fei actually hadn't thought about this. Thunderclap Leap was a move that encompassed both the School of Space and the School of Speed. Within a certain range, it could easily kill someone without leaving any traces. The reason why Elysian Son of Heaven couldn't dodge it was because he was within Lin Fei's range. With Proud Heaven's additional attributes, when Thunderclap Leap was used, its power was naturally unimaginable. As long as Lin Fei wanted to kill someone, once he used Thunderclap Leap, no one would be able to block it, unless the other party could think of a move to counter it. But that would also require a certain amount of time. Just now when I saw you fighting with Elysian Son of Heaven, you seem to be very adept at using your strength. The old man drank a mouthful of wine. This old man has 2 hobbies in life. The first is drinking wine. Everywhere in the Sacred Spirit Domain, inside and outside, even in the boundless world, as long as there's good wine, I would go and taste it. Traveling the world, drinking the best wine in the world, it's great. My other hobby is to spar with others, especially when I encounter some powerful moves. This old man wants to experience them. Do you know, this old man hasn't encountered a move that could light up my eyes in 200,000 years? Your Thunderclap Leap is very good, I want to give it a try. Lin Fei blinked. That's possible? The old man blinked his eyes. Why not? This old man really likes your Thunderclap Leap, so you can use it boldly. After all, there are very few body-tempering Holy Spirit-killing moves that can interest this old man. Of course, you won't do it for nothing. As long as this old man is happy, it's not impossible for you to enter the 2nd floor of the library pavilion. The 2nd floor of the library pavilion was very tempting to Lin Fei. The last time he went in, Lin Fei had the right to enter the 1st floor. The 2nd floor had a formation restriction, one could not enter without a pass, and the 2nd floor had some good stuff. To Lin Fei, as long as he went up, the rewards would definitely be unimaginable. Where else could he find such a good thing? Lin Fei, who was about to reject, immediately changed his mind. Sure, no problem. In his heart, Lin Fei also wanted to test the depth of the other party's strength. Thunderclap Leap without a sound, the Saint Spirit killing move flashed over. Kid, you're a bit shameless. The old man stared unhappily, and his figure began to fade. With a whoosh, the faint shadow broke apart, and the old man's figure appeared in his original position. No, let's do it again. Lin Fei's move just now, he used his full strength, and the power was naturally extraordinary. Ordinary people did not have time to prepare. Any offensive killing move, when used, must be accumulated. Lin Fei's body-tempering Saint Spirit killing move can be directly used, does not need time to prepare. This old man is stronger than I thought. Lin Fei clearly felt that when his Thunderclap Leap attacked the other party, there was an invisible force in front of him, forming a certain resistance. Just that little resistance, Lin Fei's Thunderclap Leap failed, and did not exert the power it should have. Voila! Lin Fei made his move again, this time even faster than before. The old man also revealed a strong fighting spirit, and only that shadow was left in his eyes. He opened his 5 fingers and flicked towards the void, each time landing in a position. Chapter 2882. So that's how it is. The old man drank a mouthful of wine and revealed a proud expression. Lin Fei's first time using Thunder Leap failed. He actually didn't manage to hit his opponent. This was a rather inconceivable thing. Don't think that it happened in an instant. Many people couldn't do it, but this old man in the library did it twice. Anyone who saw it would be shocked. Young man, your Thunder Leap is indeed not bad, but it's a bit slow. The old man started to comment, it's still very powerful. Normal people really can't handle it. It was also Lin Fei's first time using Thunder Leap to fail. Master, this guy's strength is extremely strong. He's even stronger than a High Lord. I suspect he's a great High Lord. Little Evil Demon suddenly said, the Dark Shadow Palace is really full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. However, if Master explodes with the true strength of Proud Heaven Realm Level 8, he definitely won't be able to handle it so easily. Alright, here's your pass. You can go to the second floor of the library. You'll be allowed to pick a technique. You only have an hour at most. A token was thrown over. Thank you, Senior. What are you thanking me for? Hurry up and get in. The old man walked towards the chair and leaned on it, squinting his eyes. Your thunderclap leap can be more perfect. Right now, there are still some flaws. For example, speed. Once you meet someone faster than you, your move will fail, and you will be exposed under the opponent's eyes. It's the same as sending yourself to his doorstep. Lin Fei also understood. Thunder Leap was a technique that excelled in speed. It also had a certain limit. The reason why the old man was able to break it and easily block his attack was because his speed was faster than his. The opponent was able to break his technique. If I use my full strength, the power of Thunder Leap should be able to pose a certain threat. To defeat this old man, I'll probably have to use the 6th technique, or even the 7th technique. Thoughts flashed through Lin Fei's mind. His face revealed an expression of acceptance. Only then did he walk into the library. How did this kid create it? The old man looked at Lin Fei's back as he entered and could not help but sigh. This kind of move is really the ultimate killing move in terms of speed. If he really created it himself, then this guy's potential is limitless. If he comes up with a few more moves, even Elysian's son, Dugu Yijian and the others will not be able to handle it. Although the old man had blocked the thunderclap leap, it was only because of his advantage in speed. He secretly thought about it and did not pay attention to Lin Fei. On the second floor of the library, compared to the first floor, the space here was smaller. Scan and copy everything. Lin Fei pretended to read the cultivation methods on the bookshelf. After scanning and copying these cultivation methods, my body refinement killer moves will become even more perfect. Not bad, he chose the shadow doppelganger. An hour later, Lin Fei came out with a smile on his face. The old man casually glanced at it and said, "Cultivate well." Then he closed his eyes and went to sleep. Soon, the sound of snoring could be heard. Lin Fei secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He was really worried that the scanning and copying would be discovered. Then it would be hard to explain, even though he was very confident in the system. Junior brother Lin Fei, you finally came out. We were so worried. Lin Fei saw senior brother Chongyang and the others as soon as he came out. Wenren Xingeng was the first to come up. Seeing that Lin Fei was fine, he secretly looked inside as if he was worried that some monster would come out. I'm fine. I'm fine. Senior brother Chongyang smiled. It's good that you're fine. Let's go back first. This is not the place to talk. That old man is called Wind Demon? In terms of speed in the Dark Shadow Palace, he is ranked top 3. In senior brother Chongyang's cave abode, Lin Fei heard about the old man's background. It seemed that the old man had a powerful background, especially when he had refined a treasure before. He had a deep understanding of the Tao of speed, which extended to several branches. His strength was terrifying. In the Dark Shadow Palace, he was known as an invisible great supremacy. You're really lucky. You used the thunderclap leap and that wind demon became interested. He even let you go to the second level of the library. Just thinking about it makes me jealous. That's right. That old man wind demon is the most unreasonable one. I didn't expect him to give little junior brothers such a benefit. It usually costs a lot of contribution points to go to the second level of the library. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry at Wind Demon's actions. It seemed that the old man wasn't as unreasonable as he said. He seemed to be quite nice. Little junior brother, now that you've become a supremacy, you'll be able to open a peak on your own. Have you chosen a place? Do you need me to help you? Also, the higher-ups will invite you to take up some positions in the Dark Shadow Palace. I'm really not sure about that. Please explain it to me, eldest senior brother. Lin Fei didn't know much about these things. After Lin Fei became a supremacy, He became a top-notch expert in the Dark Shadow Palace. He had also become a top-notch expert in the Dark Shadow Palace. He was no longer a personal disciple in the Dark Shadow Palace, but an official supremacy-level figure who enjoyed all kinds of resources. After the battle with the Elysian Sun, Lin Fei's influence grew a lot. He was a supremacy that even the Elysian Sun couldn't take down immediately. He even killed 2 stewards. The Elysian Sun wanted to use the Hall of Torture to suppress him, but he didn't succeed. Soon, Lin Fei had his own mountain and opened up a new cave abode. His status was no longer the same as before. In the past month, the supremacy's clone would visit him and build a relationship. Lin Fei also had a few supremacy friends he could get along with. They were all nearby neighbors. Only supremacies could open a cave abode in this area. The first elder is here. Lin Fei went out to welcome him. Although the other party was only a divine realm elder, his power wasn't low. For supremacies, their main bodies would usually cultivate, and only their clones would take up some positions. As for the great supremacies, they basically didn't take up any positions. Therefore, the matters of the Dark Shadow Palace were basically handled by the Divine Realm Elders. "I'm not busy." The first elder had a head of white hair and a smile on his face. In front of this new supremacy, he didn't dare to put on any airs. In particular, the position given by the higher-ups had completely blinded him. Even now, the first elder didn't quite believe it. He didn't understand what the higher-ups were thinking and why they would give such a position to Lin Fei. "It's all right. Recently, I've been reading some ancient books in the library and accumulated some experience." Lin Fei arranged for someone to bring tea and said unhurriedly, "You should know that every newly promoted supremacy has to take up some positions in the Dark Shadow Palace. I'm here to inform you that this is your new position in the Dark Shadow Palace." The first elder took out a jade talisman. Chapter 2883. After the first elder delivered the jade talisman, he chatted for a while before taking his leave. Before he left, he invited Lin Fei to be his guest. Lin Fei played with the jade talisman in his hand. Beside it was a piece of identification made of special material. "Who made such a lame decision to make me the deputy hall master of the disciplinary hall?" This position shocked Lin Fei. After returning from senior brother Chongyang's place, Lin Fei had learned that there were a few halls with the most authority in the Dark Shadow Palace. The first one should be the disciplinary hall. This disciplinary hall was like a sharp sword hanging over the heads of the disciples of the divine realm. Anyone would feel great pressure because no one knew when the people from the disciplinary hall would come knocking on their door. Under normal circumstances, no one would be willing to offend the members of the disciplinary hall. Ever since Elysian Tianzi was promoted to a supremacy, the higher-ups had given him a position as the deputy hall master of the disciplinary hall, in charge of a small disciplinary team. And now, Lin Fei had also been appointed as the deputy hall master of the disciplinary hall. This was indeed a little surprising. It seemed that this position did not match up at all. Forget it. It's just a deputy hall master of the disciplinary hall. It's not like I've never been one before. Lin Fei did not like these things. After joining the Dark Shadow Palace, there were some rules that he had to abide by. Fortunately, these positions did not last long. What? The newly promoted supremacy Lin Fei is going to be the deputy hall master of the disciplinary hall? That can't be. How is that possible? Who arranged this? This is going to be interesting. Supremacy Lin Fei and Supremacy Elysian Tianzi are like fire and water. The arrangement of the new Supremacy Lin Fei's position quickly spread. The news really exceeded everyone's expectations. This position was extraordinarily important. It was definitely going to be a meteoric rise. He actually became the deputy hall master of the disciplinary hall? On a quiet mountain peak, Dugi Yijian was wiping a long sword that gleamed with a cold light. His movements were very gentle, as if he was his own woman, afraid that he would hurt her. Dugu Yijian's movements paused for a moment when he heard his subordinates report. Then he continued to wipe. The Elysian Sun has long regarded the disciplinary hall as his territory. In the future, he will become the hall master of the disciplinary hall. Now that there's an additional Lin Fei, things are getting interesting. Dugu Yijian did not like the Elysian Son of Heaven very much. This fellow liked to scheme against others and was full of schemes. The Vice Hall Master of the Disciplinary Hall, Honorable Lin Fei, has really reached the heavens in a single bound. As long as he establishes his prestige, who would dare to disrespect Honorable Lin Fei in the future? The higher-ups are preparing to nurture supremacy Lin Fei. Vice Hall Master of the Disciplinary Hall, that's a very high position. Even the High Lords looked envious. Although the Vice Hall Master of the Punishment Hall was only a Vice Hall Master, he wielded great authority. The reason for that was because the head Hall Master basically didn't manage the Punishment Hall's affairs, and all of his authority was delegated to others. In the past, the Elysian Son of Heaven was the only one in power. With the addition of Lin Fei, things were completely different. There would definitely be an intense competition. Would Lin Fei suppress the Elysian Son of Heaven, or would the Elysian Son suppress Lin Fei? This was really something to look forward to. In the office of the Elysian Son of Heaven, in a room of the disciplinary hall, the Elysian Son of Heaven had also heard the news. He only frowned slightly, but his emotions didn't change much. Those who were familiar with the Elysian Son of Heaven would know that he was in a bad mood. It was only because he cultivated the Dharma that he exuded an aura that made people have a good impression of him. Hall Master, they're here. A confidant came in from outside and reported in a low voice. Let them in. Very soon, a few people entered in a line. They all had a murderous aura around them, and their attire was almost the same. If the people from the disciplinary hall saw them, they would definitely recognize them. These 5 people were all attendants of the disciplinary hall, and all of them had submitted to the Elysian Son of Heaven. Hall Master. The Elysian Son of Heaven was very satisfied with this title. The first Hall Master of the Punishment Hall rarely interfered with matters. Even though there were a few Vice Hall Masters, ever since the arrival of the Sacred Heavens, they had seized the authority in a few moves. The Elysian Son of Heaven was very ambitious. Becoming a great supremacy was only one of the steps. He still had to continue improving his strength to become a great supremacy and become the next palace master candidate. The Hall Master of the Punishment Hall was just the first step. Hall Master, we heard that Lin Fei is coming to fight for power. We will definitely cooperate with Hall Master. The Hall Master belongs to the Lord. Since he dares to come, he should scram with his tail between his legs. Our disciplinary hall only obeys the Lord. These 5 deacons were all here to show their determination. Ever since they pledged their allegiance to the Elysian Son of Heaven, they suppressed all the other deacons. No one dared to go against them. Those who dared to stand out were all banished from the disciplinary hall. If there were no accidents, they would never be able to return. When they heard that the higher-ups had sent a new Vice Hall Master of the Punishment Hall, they were the first to be unhappy. This was the territory of the Elysian Son of Heaven. How could they allow a new supremacy to behave atrociously here? Now, as long as the Elysian Son of Heaven gave the order, they would immediately take action. Their brothers were all on their side, and no one would help the new Vice Hall Master of the Punishment Hall. You guys have done well. Let's have some fun with Lin Fei. Spread the word that whoever pledges their allegiance to Lin Fei will be the enemy of the Elysian Son of Heaven. Lin Fei was not in a hurry to take up his post after receiving the order. He had received news about the Punishment Hall from his senior brother, and he had a better understanding of the internal situation of the Punishment Hall. The head Hall Master, the victorious Sun Supremacy, is getting old and is not as domineering as before. His authority has been delegated. Now, 70% of the people in the Punishment Hall have pledged their allegiance to the Elysian Son of Heaven. Lin Fei kept flipping through the information. Out of the 10 deacons, 5 have pledged their allegiance to the Elysian Son of Heaven. The remaining 5 support the other 3 Vice Hall Masters. However, their days are not that easy, and they have all been pushed out. There were a total of 4 Vice Hall Masters in the Punishment Hall, and Lin Fei was included. That was 5. In addition, there were 10 deacons, and their authority was not small either. Now, the Punishment Hall had almost become the Elysian Son of Heaven's word. I really don't know what the higher-ups are thinking. They actually made me the Vice Hall Master of the Punishment Hall. This is really boring. Lin Fei was not interested in fighting for power. If he had the time, he might as well spend it on comprehending the killing moves of the body-tempering secret technique, so that he could prepare for the fight for the Shadow Throne that would happen soon. This kind of position was filled with intrigue and scheming. It was very boring. Lin Fei planned to drag it out first. When the matter of the Shadow Throne started, it would be fine even if he did not go. However, Lin Fei's idea soon failed. Someone took the initiative to visit. 2 Vice Hall Masters came at the same time, and with the reason of reporting the mission, it was impossible not to meet them. Chapter 2884. Do you think Deputy Hall Master Lin Fei will meet us? A gray-robed middle-aged man said helplessly. He was Lin Bai, one of the 4 Deputy Hall Masters of the Punishment Hall. He was a first-stage supremacy. I think so. I've had enough of that kind of life. Since the higher-ups have made arrangements, I won't let them go. Since the higher-ups have made arrangements, they must have recognized Hall Master Lin Fei's strength. Another black-robed middle-aged man said with a strange look in his eyes. Both of them were Deputy Hall Masters of the Punishment Hall. One of them was Lin Bai, and the other was Zhao Wu. They came to Lin Fei's cave abode together. This was the only feasible way for them at the moment. After all, they were living a good life now. In the Punishment Hall, the Elysian Sun's words were the law. They wanted power. If they wanted to regain everything, they had to rely on a strong person. Without a doubt, the newly promoted supremacy Lin Fei was a good candidate. Therefore they came. Standing outside the cave abode, they felt uneasy. From the information left behind in the early years, they could more or less see that supremacy Lin Fei was a decisive killer. Come in. After waiting for a while, they heard Lin Fei's voice. The 2 of them walked in together and saw Lin Fei sitting in the courtyard. This was the first time they saw Lin Fei. He was young, but they could feel the dangerous aura. That was their instinctive reaction. I'm Lin Bai from the Punishment Hall. I'm Zhao Wu from the Punishment Hall. The 2 of them introduced themselves as soon as they came up. Although they were both Deputy Hall Masters of the Punishment Hall and had seniority, compared to Lin Fei, they were still a little inferior. Lin Fei was stronger and had better potential than them. Moreover, he had the support of great supremacy Han Tian. Putting on airs? That was definitely an act of courting death. Not to mention others, just the senior brothers of supremacy Lin Fei. Just by watching them covetously from the side, they would be unable to bear the consequences. After thinking about it, relying on supremacy Lin Fei might be a good idea. Some time ago, Lin Fei had killed 2 stewards, which had caused quite a commotion. However, in the end, Lin Fei had killed 2 stewards. There was no sound at all. Ordinary supremacies wouldn't be that lucky. I've heard of you guys. Lin Fei smiled. I didn't expect you guys to come knocking on my door. When Lin Bai and Zhao Wu arrived, they had discussed how to answer. We heard that Supreme Lord Lin will be taking office soon. As colleagues, we felt the need to make a trip here. After all, we will be working together in the future. Lin Bai said seriously. Zhao Wu echoed, yeah. Lin Fei was very clear about the purpose of their visit. Supreme Leader Lin, this is the situation of our disciplinary hall. I feel that since you just arrived, you should be able to learn more about it. I'm not too sure, but I can report it to you. Lin Fei listened quietly and did not say anything. Someone came to report. He had to let them report. Although Lin Fei wasn't very interested in the position of Deputy Hall Master of the Punishment Hall, it wouldn't be easy to step down all of a sudden. Therefore, he decided to recruit a few people to work on his behalf in the future. This way, he wouldn't have to worry so much. Lin Fei was actually very satisfied that Lin Bai and Zhao Wu took the initiative to approach him. From the information, whether it was Lin Bai or Zhao Wu, they were people who had their power snatched away by the Elysian Son of Heaven. They were quite capable. Lin Bai and Zhao Wu actually lowered their status by coming to report on the Punishment Hall's situation. However, they didn't care about this. What they cared about was whether they could rely on Lin Fei. A powerful body-tempering sacred secret technique, Thunderclap Leap, was praised by the supremacy of the Dark Shadow Palace. It was a first-class killing move. They had all seen the scene recorded after the incident and thought that they wouldn't be able to block it. The other party merged with the move. The person was the move, and the move was the person. It was extremely powerful and was truly an unstoppable killing move. Because of this, they felt that Lin Fei was completely capable of fighting against the other party. I feel that I'll have to trouble the two of you to worry about the punishment hall in the future. I'm used to being lazy, so I'm afraid that I won't be able to handle it. However, since I'm the deputy hall master of the punishment hall, there must be some changes in the punishment hall. Go back and inform them that I'll be taking up the post in 3 days. I hope that they'll be able to come by then. Lin Fei didn't say whether he was going to recruit them or not. However, to Lin Bai and Zhao Wu, the meaning was very clear. This would depend on their performance. The two of them finally heaved a sigh of relief. There was no better news than this. We'll inform them immediately. However, many people in the punishment hall seem to have received news about the Elysian Son of Heaven. It seems that they won't be allowed to take the opportunity to use Lord Lin. Lin Bai also changed the way he addressed Lin Fei. It's all right. Just go and inform them. Among the upper echelons of the Dark Shadow Palace, the most important matter at the moment was the Dark Shadow Throne. There were still more than 10 years before the Dark Shadow Throne. Right now, everyone's attention was on the new supremacy and the Elysian Son of Heaven. 3 days later, the first confrontation between the two supremacies came. Everyone wanted to see who would win. Han Tian, don't tell me you're the one who arranged the position in the punishment hall. The middle-aged scholar said with a smile, as if he was the one who did it. Grand Venerable Han Tian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. That's what I wanted to ask you. You're also a great supremacy. Don't tell me you did it? Given my disciple's character, he's not suitable to be a vice hall master. How could it be me? The middle-aged scholar shook his head. Don't slander me. You know me. I do everything on my own and I never lie. Now, it seems that you didn't arrange this position, and I didn't ask someone to tell him. Then who did it? Could it be the other three? Your youngest disciple is probably going to have a headache. Both of them were smart people and they realized some things. However, the day before he went to the punishment hall, Lin Fei paid a visit to the chief hall master, Xianxia. Although the chief hall master was no longer in charge of the punishment hall, he still had to be polite. The chief hall master personally received Lin Fei. Actually, I've been waiting for you, Chief Hall Master Xianxia said with a smile. Ever since the news spread, everyone has been paying attention to the punishment hall. Chief, I'm just a junior. I didn't expect that Chief Hall Master would think so highly of me. I'm embarrassed. Lin Fei didn't expect that the Chief Hall Master would wait for him. Supremacy Lin, you're famous now. Your Thunder Leap is amazing. Everyone knows the strength of the Elysian Son of Heaven. Although it's just a doppelganger and can't reach the full strength of the real body, it's still at the 3rd stage. You were able to easily block it. In the future, perhaps the punishment hall will have a new development. Lin Fei more or less heard the Chief Hall Master's dissatisfaction with the Elysian Son of Heaven. Chief Hall Master, I think the Elysian Son has done a good job. Chapter 2885. No one knew what Lin Fei and First Hall Master Xianxia talked about. All they knew was that First Hall Master Xianxia personally escorted Lin Fei out with a smile on his face. The relationship between the two was worth guessing. Chief Hall Master Xianxia rarely took the initiative to send someone out. The First Hall Master Xianxia had relied on his powerful strength to be able to sit in his current position. He was fair and just in handling matters, thus winning the respect of everyone. Even Honorable Divinity Dark Shadow was full of praise for Xianxia. He had personally rejected Xinyan's intention to recuperate and hand over the position of First Hall Master. Now that the Great Hall Master was personally sending Lin Fei out, it was very meaningful. That was because when the Elysian Son of Heaven was the Vice Hall Master of the Punishment Hall, he had also come to pay a visit to Head Hall Master Xianxia. However, he did not receive such preferential treatment. The disparity between the two was obvious. 3 days later, the weather was clear and sunny. The atmosphere in the punishment hall was somewhat depressing. As the most special place in the Dark Shadow Palace, very few people would come here. Just the name, punishment hall, alone was enough to make people's faces turn pale. No one wanted to have anything to do with the punishment hall. It was a nightmare that they would never be able to forget for the rest of their lives. If they were unlucky, they might even be sent to the battlefield to fight against the demons of the demon nation. That was a true death sentence. Lin Bai and Zhao Qing, the two vice hall masters, personally came out to greet them. Behind them were some members of the punishment hall. Of the 10 deacons, only 2 had come. Even more members of the punishment hall were watching the show. Lin Bai and Vice Hall Master Zhao Wu are really courting death. He could have fawned over anyone, but he chose to fawn over that Lin Fei. I really don't know what he's thinking. I guarantee that their days will not be easy soon. The Elysian Sun is a powerhouse who will become a great supremacy in the future. The position of Great Hall Master is prepared for the Elysian Sun. Everyone was looking outside. Not far away in a small palace. A middle-aged man stood by the window, holding a teacup in his hand. From the 3rd floor, he looked down and saw everything. Lin Bai and Zhao Wu, are they at the end of their rope? The middle-aged man's voice was filled with sarcasm. It's best if the clam and the crane fight, and the fisherman benefits. This was Bai Chong, one of the 5 vice hall masters of the punishment hall. In the punishment hall, his qualifications were second only to the hall master of the victorious Sun Hall. If not for that incident, Bai Chong might have become the hall master of the punishment hall. Brother Lin, do you think Lin Fei will be angry? Zhao Wu looked at the people behind him and said helplessly. Lin Bai revealed a bitter smile. I didn't dare to confirm it either. Originally, I thought that the people below were all quite obedient, but now it seems that I was too optimistic. The Elysian Son of Heaven's methods are indeed powerful. Without any warning, our people have all defected to the other side. What a good trick. Sigh, the Elysian Sun is indeed powerful. I wonder how Lin Fei dealt with it. Lin Bai and Zhao Wu sighed bitterly and waited in silence. An hour later. He's here. As soon as he entered the territory of the punishment hall, he received the news. How many people have come? 1 person. Yes, just 1 person. He didn't bring anyone with him, and the accompanying elders didn't come either. The talented are really bold. He didn't need anyone and came just like that. This is going to be a good show. In the eyes of the disciples of the Dark Shadow Palace, the punishment hall was a forbidden place. When Lin Fei stepped into the punishment hall alone, he immediately entered everyone's line of sight. Lin Fei didn't walk very quickly. He looked unhurried as he slowly admired the beautiful scenery around him. It was difficult for others to associate this place with the word forbidden. Along the way, he walked leisurely. Unfortunately, he didn't see a single person. The entire punishment hall seemed to be empty. Is this a kind of silent protest? Lin Fei laughed to himself. It's as if I'm unpopular. How boring. Master, this is what makes it interesting. The little devil interrupted. Beat them up viciously, and they will know how powerful you are. At that time, they will bow down and be as obedient as a puppy. If you tell them to go to the east, they definitely won't dare to go to the west. When Lin Fei appeared in front of Lin Bai and Zhao Wu, their hearts sank. Both of them felt their hearts sink. Why did he come alone? He wasn't accompanied by the elders, nor was he accompanied by his senior brothers. This situation was a little different from what they had imagined. As the personal disciple of Great Venerable Han Tian, Lin Fei's name alone was enough to intimidate many people. This was also one of the reasons why Lin Bai and Zhao Wu took the initiative to report the situation. Today, they were still hoping to see Lin Fei's senior brothers. With their support, they wouldn't dare to do anything for a period of time. If a few Divine Realm Elders, such as the 10 Great Divine Realm Elders, could come, that would be the best. The current situation sent chills down their spines. The difference was too great. The two of them exchanged glances. Since things had come to this, they had to go up and welcome him. They had to show enough face. Everyone, let's welcome him. Lin Bai said to the people behind him. Welcome. Welcome, Hall Master Lin Fei. Their voices were sparse and weak. Lin Fei strode over and roughly glanced at the people in front of him. It was a little too few. The two of you are a little bad. Lin Bai and Zhao Wu's hearts skipped a beat. They lowered their heads, feeling very embarrassed. But it's okay. I'm here, and your days will definitely be better. Lin Fei's next words immediately brought tears to everyone's eyes. At the very least, they had heard something happy, so their hearts felt warm. I'm here to take office today. Where are the others? Why aren't they here? After hearing these heartwarming words, Lin Fei's face suddenly darkened, and a cold chill swept out. In an instant, the faces of Lin Bai, Zhao Wu, and the others all turned pale. They seemed to have fallen into a turbulent sea, swaying left and right, about to be drowned by the huge waves at any time. They had heard of how powerful Lin Fei was. In the Sacred Spirit Palace, he had exchanged 2 blows with the Elysian Sun and won by a little. His thunder leap had spread throughout the Dark Shadow Palace. Now they had finally experienced how powerful this young Lin Fei was. His powerful aura was almost suffocating them. Go and inform them to come out in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Lin Fei said coldly. With a wave of his hand, a chair appeared, and he sat on it, closing his eyes to rest. Lin Bai and Zhao Wu endured the oppressive aura. When they heard this, they thought to themselves, "Oh no! Now was not the time to put on airs. What should we do? We can only inform them." The 2 of them could not figure out why Lin Fei had to put on airs at this time. Call them out? Chapter 2886. Not far away, Vice Hall Master Bai Chong heard everything and couldn't help but chuckle. What a childish brat. Does he really think that he can show off his might just because he has mastered the thunderclap leap? He's dreaming if he thinks that we can leave together. Vice Hall Master Bai Chong shook his head with a cold sneer. He believed that no one would leave the Hall of Punishment. When Xingyang wasn't in charge, the authority of the Hall of Punishment was basically in the hands of the Elysian Sun. The other 3 Vice Hall Masters were unable to contend against him, and their authority was mostly taken away. In the Hall of Punishment, all the deacons who had submitted to the Elysian Sun were arrogant and disrespectful. They didn't put the Vice Hall Masters in their eyes at all, and all the other leaders had submitted to the Elysian Sun. Those who saw Lin Fei just wanted to watch him make a fool of himself. Hearing this, everyone laughed unscrupulously. Invite us out? Ha! We're all Lord Elysian Sun's men. Lord Elysian Sun said that we can't go out, so who would dare to do so? No matter how strong Lin Fei is, he can't compare to Lord Elysian Sun. In the Hall of Punishment, we have to respect the Elysian Sun. Let's not go out. Let's see what Lin Fei can do. The Elysian Sun's clone wasn't in the Hall of Punishment, so it was meaningless. The 5 deacons were practically in charge of the entire Hall of Punishment. Apart from extremely important matters, they wielded immense authority in the Hall of Punishment. Even the 3 Vice Hall Masters had to step aside. Haha, did you hear that? I thought that Lin Fei would have 3 heads and 6 arms, but it turns out that he's just a brainless fool. How dare he ask us to go out and meet him? What a joke. A skinny middle-aged man, Lung Feng, couldn't help but mock. I knew it. I thought that he would invite his seniors here today. If they were here, he would be able to put on airs. But he actually came alone. What a young man. Hee, youth is capital. He has the capital to be arrogant, but it's a pity that he came to the wrong place. The 5 deacons were all smiling. They took it as a complete joke. What a joke. This was not a place where Lin Fei could put on airs. Even if he was a Vice Hall Master, they did not take it seriously. Ever since they pledged their allegiance to the sacred Son of Heaven, their lives had been getting better and better. Their power was monstrous, especially in their own territory. No matter who it was, they had to act according to their wishes. Even the 3 Vice Hall Masters had to be polite to them. Pass down the order, no one is allowed to go out. Lung Feng was the first among the 5 to seek refuge, so he was entrusted with a heavy responsibility. At the same time, he was also the head of the 5 deacons, representing everything. If Lin Fei wanted to put on airs, Lung Feng would make him lose face and become a joke. In the penalty hall, it was not the place for that guy to be presumptuous. We really have to thank those 2 fools, Lin Bai and Zhao Wu. They actually teamed up to play such a show. After today, their subordinates will be too embarrassed to continue following them. Ha! Lung Feng laughed happily. Lin Bai and Zhao Wu personally went to inform them. Even if it was not successful, they still went. At least they did as Lin Fei said. In fact, they also regretted it. When the sacred Son of Heaven came, they could actually pledge their allegiance to him, but they wanted to put on airs so that the sacred Son of Heaven would know that they still had some ability in the penalty hall. In the end, the sacred Son did not take them seriously at all. Instead, he promoted a few deacons and directly contended with them. Hence, the current situation. We've already informed them. Lin Bai and Zhao Wu quickly brought people over and said cautiously. Although Lin Fei was younger than them and also had the strength of a supremacy, the two of them were far weaker. They also relied on the rewards of the Dark Shadow Palace to be able to advance, and they had almost exhausted their potential. In front of Lin Fei, who was also a supremacy, they really did not feel proud. Lin Fei sat there, his boundless aura stifling and terrifying. They could not even muster the slightest thought of resisting, even though he was not the strongest among the supremacies. Among the younger generation, Dugu Yijian was recognized as the strongest. Lin Fei, who was resting with his eyes closed, did not say anything, nor did he open his eyes. He just sat there quietly like that. Master, are you really going to fight later? Lin Fei closed his eyes and let the little fiend observe everything in the penalty hall. It seemed like he was resting with his eyes closed, but in fact, he silently saw everyone's reaction. That's for sure. Didn't you see that they are treating me like a joke? Lin Fei snorted in his heart. The sacred Son of Heaven thinks too highly of himself. He actually didn't personally oversee this. He will definitely regret it. The 5 deacons, Deputy Hall Master Bai Chong, and the other leaders of all sizes heard and saw all kinds of expressions and words clearly. They were either gloating or waiting to see a joke. I think that the sacred Son of Heaven will definitely regret not personally overseeing this today. The little fiend smirked. Master, you can do your best. Many supremacies in the void are watching. Logically speaking, it is impossible for me to become the Deputy Hall Master of the Penalty Hall. After all, there are 4 Deputy Hall Masters in the Penalty Hall, and one of them is the famous Sacred Son of Heaven. With such a person overseeing this, it seems unnecessary for me to join the Sacred Son of Heaven. The power behind the Sacred Son of Heaven will not allow me to join the hall. In conclusion, the higher-ups are not used to the Sacred Son of Heaven and need to teach him a lesson. As for who it is, I don't know. So, no matter what I do, nothing will happen. Lin Fei had seen it very clearly in the past few days. He was used to teach others a lesson. His strength was not bad, and he also had the great supremacies behind him. Since 100,000 years ago, they had not been on good terms and would not have joined forces. If he did not look for him, who else could he look for? Because of this, Lin Fei became the most suitable person. It's almost time. It's time to show my might and teach them a good lesson. Lin Fei thought about it and felt a little expectant. It was perfectly justifiable to plunder life energy. Mosquito meat was also meat. When Lin Fei opened his eyes again, he suddenly stood up, and a terrible chill swept over him. No one is coming. Lin Bai and Zhao Wu almost couldn't resist it at that moment. The people behind them all sat on the ground, paralyzed. There was only one thought in their minds. Oh my God, he's too scary. I'm going to die. We've all gone to inform them, but they... Lin Bai and Zhao Wu lowered their heads, unable to say anything. They couldn't possibly say that their influence was not enough, so no one paid attention to them, so no one would come. Chapter 2887. Invite him out? Lin Bai and Zhao Wu exchanged a glance, surprise flickering in their eyes. Is he going to make a move? The two of them were excited. Since Lin Fei was Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker's personal disciple, anyone who dared to cause trouble for him would be tired of living. Furthermore, under normal circumstances, everyone should have come out to greet the new Vice Hall Master. Now that Lin Fei had done so, it was perfectly justifiable for him to do so. No one could say anything about it. Hurry up and lead the way. Deputy Hall Master Lin, this way. Lin Bai immediately changed the way he addressed him. This matter was no longer a small matter, it had risen to a very high position. They were impressed by Lin Fei's guts. young and impetuous, attacking at the slightest disagreement. If it were them, they wouldn't have dared to do such a thing. At most, they would have cursed inwardly to satisfy their cravings. This was a rare opportunity. How could Lin Bai and Zhao Wu miss it? How could Lin Bai and Zhao Wu miss this rare opportunity? They took the initiative to lead the way. Let's start from the nearest one. Lin Fei said indifferently. He headed straight to the nearest side hall. The punishment hall was huge, made up of many palaces. Every palace had a law enforcement disciple, all of whom were elites handpicked by the Dark Shadow Palace. They had learned joint attack formations, and their combined strength could easily defeat a 5th or 6th order Heavenly God Realm cultivator. These people were waiting to see this new deputy hall master make a fool of himself. When the ridiculously young Lin Fei walked in from the main entrance of the palace, the expressions of the young punishment hall disciples changed slightly. They were not used to this. Why aren't you two leaving? The one who asked was Lin Fei. Lin Bai and Zhao Wu wanted to scold him, but Lin Fei stopped them with a look. They could only stand to the side, a trace of anticipation on their faces. The majority of the punishment disciples were Elysian children's men. They didn't expect the new deputy hall master Lin Fei to really come over to reprimand them. This was completely different from what they had imagined. Logically speaking, after failing to intimidate them, they should have left with their tails between their legs. But the current situation, they were dumbfounded. Vice Hall Leader Lin, we're the Elysian Sons men. Furthermore, we're on a mission at the moment, so we don't have the time to welcome you. Please forgive us. A middle-aged man who seemed to be the leader of the group stood up and said, "Why did these words sound so uncomfortable?" The smart ones were lying with their eyes wide open. They didn't look apologetic at all. Instead, they seemed to be very proud of themselves. It was as if they were saying, "Come and torment me if you have the ability." I see. Lin Fei raised his eyelids. Then I'll only ask you one thing. Are you not going to make a move? The middle-aged man was also a 6th order Heavenly God Realm cultivator. Thinking of the Elysian heavenly children behind him, not to mention that this was the punishment hall, even if Lin Fei was the newly appointed Vice Hall Master, how would he dare to make a move against him? I'm sorry, Vice Hall Master Lin, we are on a mission, we can't go out. The middle-aged man said. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed. Since you don't want to go, I'll send you out. Swoosh. With a wave of his hand, Huang Xiaolong's physical strength surged out, condensing into a giant hand that covered the sky. It grabbed all the punishment hall disciples in the side hall and flung them outside. Without my permission, all of you kneel. With a loud bang, a treasure flew out with the force of Mount Tai, pressing down on them, rendering them unable to move. Next place. He really made a move. Has Vice Hall Master Lin gone mad? Is he planning to shed all pretense of cordiality? This is too unwise. Inside the other side halls, everyone saw this scene. That person's treasure was pressing down on the punishment hall disciples like dead dogs, causing them to be dumbfounded. They had never thought that Huang Xiaolong would really make a move. Quick, look, another group of people went out. They've all been suppressed. Heavens, they really dare to do it. That's the third side hall. Are they planning to offend everyone in the punishment hall? After the first group of people came out, the second group of people were thrown out like sandbags. The moment they landed on the ground, they were suppressed, unable to move. The first group was nothing much. But after the second and third group, things were different now. The punishment hall disciples were being thrown out one after another. Everyone could almost see what was about to happen. If they were to be thrown out, they would really lose all face. It's the 10th group. Lin Fei has really gone mad. He's going to make the entire punishment hall his enemy. Xianxia, you haven't come out for a long time. Are you planning to stand up for Lin Fei? In the air not too far away, the black-robed hall master Xianxia looked on with a calm expression. The corners of his lips curled up slightly, as if he was in a good mood. Is that so? Xianxia asked calmly. An old man with a thick aura of a supremacy stood beside him. He had a look of disbelief on his face. Not yet? How long has it been since you came to the punishment hall? If you're not here for Lin Fei, who else could it be? I don't believe that you're here to check on the punishment hall. You're really thinking too much. The old man really had to hand it to Xingyang. Aren't you afraid that Lin Fei will tear down the punishment hall? Look at his behavior. TSK, he's completely violent. Haha, I didn't expect you to use such words. Xingyang laughed heartily. Old friend, you seem to have forgotten something. Supremacies of the body tempering school are actually warmongers. The old man laughed dryly, revealing a trace of embarrassment. Vice Hall Master Lin, this is Vice Hall Master Bai Chong's office. Lin Bai and Zhao Wu's mood became better and better. The feeling of throwing people out was too good. It was as if they had eaten a peach, and their bodies felt refreshed. They had thought of this countless times, but they didn't expect to see it happen in their lifetime. Go in. Lin Fei strode in. Vice Hall Master Bai Chong had been watching from above. He thought that Lin Fei would leave dejectedly, leaving behind a big joke. However, what happened next left everyone dumbfounded. He charged into the side hall, threw everyone out, and even suppressed them. This was different from the situation. Sir, Vice Hall Master Lin Fei has come in. What should we do? Will he throw us out? Bai Chong had wanted to watch a good show. However, the current situation made him feel uneasy. He was the deputy hall master. Bai Chong did not believe that Lin Fei would dare to not give him face. Surrounded by the crowd, Bai Chong came out. You must be Deputy Hall Chief Lin Fei. I am Bai Chong. Bai Chong said with a smile on his face. He was jealous of Lin Fei's youthful appearance. At such a young age, he really thinks that he can get whatever he wants. I will be the first to disagree. I'm curious. Why do you want to sit back and watch them fight? Lin Fei stared at Bai Chong and said, Is it because of your status as the Deputy Hall Master? A trace of panic flashed across Bai Chong's face. His smile also became ugly. Vice Hall Master Lin, what do you mean by that? Nothing. I just want to tell you that you're not qualified to be the fisherman. You're far from being able to see me make a fool of myself. Now get out of here and stand properly. How dare you? Bai Chong was furious. Lin Fei was too bold. There's nothing to be afraid of. Boom. A bolt of lightning flashed. Chapter 2888. It was the thunderclap leap. Bai Chong did not expect Deputy Hall Master Lin Fei to really dare to make a move. All he saw was a blur, and a purple shadow flashed before him. He kept retreating and his face turned pale. Lin Fei also appeared behind Bai Chong. He grabbed Bai Chong's neck with one hand and casually threw him out, suppressing him. Lin Fei, how dare you do this? Bai Chong, who was being suppressed, roared. Bai Chong struggled to hold on, unable to move at all. It was as heavy as a mountain. This scene was too fast. Lin Bai and Zhao Wu broke out in cold sweat. Deputy Hall Master Bai Chong was also a supremacy, but he could not even block a single thunderclap leap from Lin Fei and was easily suppressed. This power was too strong. Next place. Lin Fei moved even faster. No need to throw. We'll go out ourselves. Let's go out. Those who had planned to watch the show ran out one by one. What a joke. If they did not go out now, did they really have to wait for the other party to throw them out? Didn't they see Deputy Hall Master Bai Chong being thrown out? As a result, a comical scene appeared. Those people took the initiative to run out and stood outside obediently with flattering smiles on their faces. They could leave a good impression if they took the initiative to go out. These bastards, now they know fear. They were still so stubborn just now. Lin Bai cursed. Deputy Hall Master Lin is still the best. Both of them knew that these people were usually not so easy to negotiate with. They were completely afraid that Lin Fei would throw them out. Did they not see how many people were suppressing them outside and how miserable they were? Madman, he's a complete madman. How could he do this? In the largest palace, the 5 attendants' faces were ugly. They had seen the scene outside clearly, but they had never thought that Lin Fei would really dare to make a move. Not only did he throw them out, but he also suppressed them like dead dogs. They did not even have the strength to curse. As long as they cursed, their minds would loosen, and they would become miserable. This move was ruthless. Not good. Lin Fei is here. He's coming in soon. The subordinates outside ran in a panic. All the team leaders' eyes fell on Lung Feng, hoping to come up with a good idea so that they wouldn't fail miserably. If they were all thrown out by Lin Fei today, how could they raise their heads in the future? It was impossible for them to retreat. Lung Feng's face was frighteningly gloomy, full of hostility. Didn't Lin Fei want to make a fool of us? I'd like to see who will make a fool of himself. Open the formation immediately. The 5 of them were deacons, and their strength was naturally no match for Lin Fei. They all knew that Bai Chong would not be able to withstand a single blow and would be thrown out. Really? This palace was the administrative core of the punishment hall. The formation had always been in their hands. Isn't he very powerful? Then let's give it a try. Lung Feng would never lower his head. If he did, he believed that the Elysian Son of Heaven would not let him off. Let's go to the dungeon and wait for Lin Fei. Lung Feng's words also aroused the other deacons. They had the support of the Elysian Son of Heaven. Who's afraid of who? Lin Bai and Zhao Wu came to the last palace excitedly. At the entrance of the palace, it was quiet and the door was closed. Deputy Hall Leader Lin, this is the core of the punishment hall. Lin Bai frowned slightly. It seems that they have shamelessly opened the formation. Too shameless. How can they open the formation? Zhao Wu was also very angry. In the face of a deputy hall leader, they actually opened the formation. It was no wonder that Zhao Wu was angry. They completely regarded them as enemies and guarded against them. Lin Fei's face was very calm, and he was not angry because the formation was opened. The punishment hall really needs to be reformed. They actually want to use the formation to deal with me. What a good method. Unfortunately, no matter how clever they are all paper tigers in my eyes. Today, I will have a good time with you. Lin Fei strode forward. Deputy Hall Leader Lin, it's dangerous inside. Below is the dungeon of the punishment hall, which holds all kinds of prisoners, including some experts from outside. They must have been thrown into the dungeon. Lin Fei shook his head. It's okay, you guys can stand outside. Thunder leap. A touch of purple flashed. The activated formation instantly cracked, and Lin Fei disappeared in front of the palace. This method is really unimaginable. No wonder everyone covets this body-tempering killer move. Not only can it be used to kill enemies, but it can also be used in this way. It's really unexpected. Lin Fei came to the palace. In the dim environment, there was a different kind of aura. Inside the palace, the formation had already been opened, and all kinds of killer moves were launched. They really treated him as an enemy. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed slightly, and he directly walked forward. The underground entrance was not far ahead. Those attacks were all crushed into nothingness when they were a short distance away from Lin Fei. None of the attacks could hurt Lin Fei. At the same time, in the dungeon below the palace, Lung Feng had been watching. He can't even block it. This power is too domineering. He can even block this kind of attack? Even a supremacy can't do it so easily. Even the illusion can't stop him. The faces of the wardens and leaders who were watching became even more unpleasant. Lin Fei seemed to have entered an uninhabited land, and he was calm all the way. No matter what attack it was, it could not threaten him. At this speed, he would soon arrive at the dungeon. Oh no, he's coming down. He's on the first floor of the dungeon. There were a total of 5 floors in the dungeon. The Divine Realm disciples of the Dark Shadow Palace were imprisoned there. They were now on the 5th floor. Lung Feng stared at Lin Fei's figure. Suddenly, Lin Fei looked in one direction and smiled. I'll be there soon. Show me what you've got. You won't have a chance later. He found us. Damn it, how did he find us? At this moment, they really panicked. They originally thought that they could use the formation to block Lin Fei, or at least prevent Lin Fei from achieving his goal. But now, it seemed that the situation was quite bad. Lung Feng suddenly stood up. We can only use our last move. Isn't he very powerful? But there are also experts in our dungeon. On the 5th floor, there are 3 supremacies, all of whom were captured by the experts who were enforcing the law outside. Warden Lung, I'm afraid that's not a good idea. Those 3 are all demons of the demon nation, and each of them has amazing strength. Once we let them go, what if they escape? Chapter 2889. It was Lin Fei's first time coming to the dungeon created by the disciplinary hall. The dark and oppressive aura was very uncomfortable. That's him. Kill him and we'll have a good life in the future. Everyone, let's attack together. As soon as he came down, heavenly god experts rushed up with killing intent. More than a dozen streams of light shot out with more than a dozen dazzling attacks. Is this all you've got? How disappointing. Lin Fei shook his head slightly. He raised his hand and punched out. Whoosh, whoosh. A terrifying fist wind swept out. Those heavenly god experts who rushed up flew out one by one and fell to the ground, wailing in pain. In that instant, Lin Fei plundered a part of their life force. The dungeon was huge. One floor after another. Lin Fei pushed his way through, knocking down all the heavenly god experts who rushed out and plundering a part of their life force. He did it quietly and without anyone noticing. Even if someone had doubts, they wouldn't think too much about it, let alone know that Lin Fei's proud heaven cultivation technique required life force. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Fei charged down. I can't stop him. He's about to reach the last floor. He's too strong. The last floor. Warden Lung Feng smiled sinisterly. Great, the more people Lin Fei injures, the better. It'll be justifiable to deal with him later. This should be the last floor. Lin Fei lost count of how many heavenly god experts he had defeated. Along the way, all of them were heavenly god experts. You guys are quite capable. It took me a lot of time to invite you out. Step by step, Lin Fei saw the 5 attendants, as well as the leaders of the various organizations, all of whom were staring at him with fear and fury. Lin Fei, how dare you collude with outsiders to rescue the demons of the demon motherland? You're dead this time. When Warden Lung Feng saw Lin Fei, a sinister smile appeared on his face. The Dark Shadow Palace will not allow people like you to exist. Rescue? Lin Fei really admired this deacon. Not bad, not bad. In order to deal with me, you've really gone to great lengths. You've even come up with such a show. Deacon Lung Feng stared at Lin Fei and said, You'd better surrender now. Once we start, you won't have a good ending. Come at me if you have the ability. Because of your actions, I plan to give you a gift that you will like very much. From their words, Lin Fei had no intention of letting them go. Towards this kind of guy who wanted to kill people, he would never be lenient. Looks like you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Administrator Leng Feng was determined to deal with Lin Fei. At that time, the Elysian Son of Heaven would surely be delighted. If things went well, the Elysian Son of Heaven might even support him to become the Vice Pavilion Master, a truly authoritative figure. Men, send him up. At this point, the 5 deacons had the same idea. They must suppress Lin Fei. A burly man who was chained all over his body came out. His eyes were very cold, and his body was filled with a faint black fog. His face was also blurred. La 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 la. There was a long black chain in each of the burly man's hands, making a creepy sound. He walked forward step by step, and with each step, the black fog behind him grew stronger. In an instant, his aura rose to a terrifying level. They said that if I kill you, I won't have to be tortured for 100 years. A cold voice that seemed to come from hell reverberated in the last floor. Clatter. The burly man swung his hands, and 2 black chains were used as weapons. Like poisonous arrows, they pierced through the void and shot towards Lin Fei. At the same time, a terrible black fog with ghostly wails and wolf howls rushed towards Xianxia. Powerful, ferocious, and the black fog can also affect people's minds. This must be the devil of the demon country. The description of the devil of the demon country immediately came to Lin Fei's mind. They strengthened their strength by killing people. The person in front of him was a devil. Lin Fei still had a little expectation, but at the same time, he hated these people. They actually mobilized the devil of the demon country. They wanted him to die. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and stretched out his hand towards the void in front of him. He shook it left and right, and with 2 clangs, his palm hit the iron chain. The attack deviated and brushed past his side. After the attack missed, the burly man reacted quickly and controlled the black chain to counterattack. Lin Fei still hit it with his palm. The other party's iron chain attack missed again. What moves do you have? Show me, and let me see the power of the devil of the demon country. Lin Fei stood still and hooked his finger at the burly man. Clatter! The burly man put away the iron chain, leaped into the air, and appeared behind Lin Fei. A huge fist punched out, and the fist was filled with black fog. Tens of thousands of people wailed in the fog. He definitely can't block the attack of the devil. Deacon Lung Feng was very confident in the devil. They were all natural warriors, and they were the strongest. Their physical bodies were also the strongest, and they could easily defeat heavenly gods of the same level. No matter how strong Lin Fei was, how could he be stronger than the devil of the demon country? Although the devil of the demon country was wrapped in iron chains, it didn't affect his speed. His attacks were very fast, and he could throw out dozens of punches at once. Each punch could produce a sharp sound, forming an invisible attack. Is this the attack of the devil of the demon country? It's strong and has a strong penetrative ability. It can break through the surface defense of the body, and the black fog attached to the fist can affect one's mind. Lin Fei's footsteps seemed to be light, but he could constantly avoid the attacks. His hands weren't idle either, and each time he slapped out, he could block the attack. Faster! A trace of surprise appeared in the cold eyes of the burly man's demon. After so many attacks, he actually couldn't leave any injuries on the other party's body. This was too unbelievable. Arrogant. The attacks became even sharper. A black shadow appeared around Lin Fei. Lin Fei had an easier time dealing with it. In a confrontation of strength, he wasn't afraid of anyone. Other than a few people, the devil of the demon country was actually much weaker. Devil devouring the 9 heavens. After another series of attacks, there was still no effect. The burly man finally used a terrifying killer move. His entire body turned into black fog, and with a whoosh, a hole was torn open, and it rushed into Lin Fei's body. He's finished. This is a very powerful move of the demon country. It can steal one's life energy, and it's impossible to defend against it. Lin Fei definitely won't be able to block it. These deacons all knew the moves of the devil of the demon country, and they had seen it with their own eyes. The move in front of them was the most terrifying. Chapter 2890. Deacon Lung Feng's eyes widened. What the hell is going on? The move, Devil Devouring the 9th Heaven, was a very violent and ferocious act of plundering. There was no way to resist it. Anyone who mastered the move, Devil Devouring the 9th Heaven, was very threatening. No one knew when it would be used. Once it was used, then congratulations, you hit the jackpot. Why, his move didn't work. Looking at Lin Fei, who was unscathed, the 5 deacons were no longer calm. Plundering life energy? Lin Fei almost laughed. Devil Devouring the 9th Heaven was indeed powerful. It could plunder everything it could, but for Lin Fei, his plundering skill was the most powerful. Once the other party entered his body, it would be plundered immediately. Did I disappoint you? Lin Fei walked over with a purple gold hammer in his hand. Unfortunately, you won't be able to see it. The sky splitter hammer in his hand smashed towards them. After a loud sound, the 5 deacons, including the leaders, were all turned into minced meat. Their life energy was also plundered in an instant. It was completely quiet. Lin Baihe and Zhao Wu were both waiting. They were still very worried in their hearts. Below this palace was a dungeon. What if Deacon Lung Feng and the others were arrogant and domineering in the punishment hall? There was nothing they couldn't do. They were really worried that they would do something crazy. He's out. Lin Fei came out of the palace entrance. Vice Hall Master Lin, are you all right? The 2 of them went up to him. What can happen to me? Lin Fei smiled. Unfortunately, they won't have the chance to participate. The devil of the devil country actually escaped. It would have been better if they had gone earlier. Lin Fei immediately had a look of regret on his face. Lin Bai and Zhao Wu realized what had happened. The rest of the matter was simple. The members and disciples of the punishment hall were thrown out, and they stood together in fear and unease. You should know who I am now. Lin Fei spoke indifferently, and his voice was filled with a domineering and dignified tone. I don't care who all of you belong to. In a place like the punishment hall, it's not your place to put on airs. From today onward, if anyone thinks there's someone, then you can fuck off. The punishment hall doesn't need people like you. The people below all lowered their heads, their eyes filled with anger. By the way, I would like to inform everyone that Deacon Lung Feng and the others had an accident. They encountered a demon from the demon country and were completely annihilated. Everyone, please observe 10 breaths of silence for them. Lin Fei threw out another message. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Everyone's expression changed. He couldn't believe that the news was true. Those were the 5 right-hand men of the sacred Son of Heaven, and they controlled everything in the disciplinary hall. But now they had mysteriously died? Die at the hands of the demons of the demon motherland? A terrible chill rose from the bottom of their hearts, and their bodies involuntarily trembled. Bai Chong, who stood closest to Lin Fei, subconsciously sucked in a breath of cold air. A voice in his heart kept telling him, this must be Lin Fei's doing. The demons of the demon motherland must have died at the hands of Lin Fei. What a vicious method. Bai Chong knew that Deacon Lung Feng would use the demons of the demon motherland to deal with Lin Fei. The only thing he didn't expect was that Lin Fei would be so cruel. Those were 5 deacons, and they were all the men of the sacred Son of Heaven. The punishment hall can't go a day without a deacon. I've decided to arrange for 5 heavenly god disciples to replace them. We can't delay the position of the punishment hall. Lin Fei pointed at the 5 middle-aged men in the crowd. And the few of you, from today onward, you're deacons. Your appointment will be announced soon. You'd better get to work immediately. The 5 heavenly god experts were all dumbfounded. They couldn't react for a moment. This was like a pie falling from the sky. Without the 5 deacons obstructing them, coupled with the fact that Lin Bai and Zhao Wu had no objections, the first appointment was done. It was so fast that no one could react. Everything was settled. Dismissed. All members of the punishment hall will stay. What a decisive killer. Chief Hall Master Xingyang laughed. He's indeed ruthless. He got rid of 5 deacons and more than a dozen leaders in one go. He wiped out the sacred Son of Heaven's forces and reduced his influence to a minimum. Haha, this is what the punishment hall needs. Lin Fei's performance was beyond everyone's expectations. Clean and decisive. Those who were not convinced could fight him. Some people liked this method while others disliked it. Lin Fei was like a thorn. He didn't care about seniority and settled everything with force. For a moment, it caused a lot of discussion in the Dark Shadow Palace. The remaining members of the punishment hall were all stunned. Lin Fei promoted some captains and replaced the dead leaders. He got rid of some die-hard followers and took control of the punishment hall. Everything became orderly. The death of Deacon Lung Feng and the others. Someone immediately went to report to the sacred Son of Heaven. The sacred Son of Heaven's main body wasn't around, and his clone was. His expression turned ugly. He really dared to kill my people. The Elysian Son of Heaven was very confident in the law enforcement hall. However, after listening to the report from his subordinates, he still underestimated Lin Fei's violent methods. If they didn't come out, he would invite them out? Surround and kill the escaped fiends? Sacrifice themselves? Hearing these words, the sacred Son of Heaven knew without thinking that they couldn't have been killed by the fiends. They most likely died in the hands of Lin Fei. He was really ruthless. If they were killed by Lin Fei, the sacred Son of Heaven had many ways to deal with them. However, it was hard to say if the fiends were involved, even if he was certain that Lin Fei was the culprit. I've made a mistake this time. The sacred Son of Heaven went to the punishment hall immediately. This matter had to be dealt with. When the sacred Son of Heaven's clone arrived at the punishment hall, the disciples of the punishment hall all lowered their heads. Everyone knew that something big was about to happen. Those who had previously sided with the sacred Son of Heaven seemed to have found their backbone. Lord, you have to seek justice for us. That Lin Fei is too domineering. Deacon Lung and the others died too tragically. Soon, a group of people appeared behind the sacred Son of Heaven. They wanted to see how Lin Fei could continue to be so arrogant. The sacred Son of Heaven was the master of the punishment hall. There was no need for the sacred Son of Heaven to look for him. Lin Bai and Zhao Wu are both inside. They are Lin Fei's lackeys. The sacred Son of Heaven pushed the door open and entered. Deputy Hall Master Lin, what do you mean by this? Do you really not take me seriously? In the punishment hall, you're not the one who has the final say. It's me. The sacred Son of Heaven spat. He had to give an explanation for this matter. The sacred Son of Heaven was here to interrogate them. Chapter 2891. The Elysian Son had always treated the disciplinary hall as his private territory. In his own territory he had never feared anyone, not even the chief hall master Xianxia. This was also the reason why he had pushed open the door and barged in without even greeting them. He had done as he pleased. Who are you? Who allowed you to speak like that? Do you have a death wish? A confidant behind him bellowed. With a loud thud, the Elysian Son's confidant flew out and landed heavily on the ground outside. That's the hall master! Someone exclaimed from behind. They hadn't noticed the hall master's arrival at first. Only when he attacked did they react. When did the hall master arrive? Why hadn't they heard from him? They were in deep trouble this time. The Elysian Son's expression changed slightly and he smiled. Hall master, I'm really sorry. My people are used to being lazy. Please don't mind them. He hated Lin Fei in his heart, so he quietly invited the first hall master over. This was a ruthless move. Hall master Xianxia glanced at the Elysian Son. You need to discipline the people around you, lest they embarrass themselves in the future. Hall master Xianxia seemed to have forgotten what the Elysian Son had said. I'm here today to take a look. Now that the disciplinary hall has the two of you, I hope you can cooperate well. Don't make a mess. The disciplinary hall is used to manage the disciples of the Dark Shadow Palace, not just anyone's territory. Hall Master Xianxia's tone was much more serious, especially since he was looking at the Elysian Son when he said this. Hall Master is right. I'm here to have a good chat with Lin Fei. The Elysian Son didn't dare to lose his temper. Hall Master Xianxia was a senior in the Dark Shadow Palace. If he really started a fight, it wouldn't end well. Hall Master, actually, I also wanted to have a good chat with Brother Sheng. After all, if it wasn't for me, his people wouldn't have died in the dungeon. Sigh, what a pity. Lin Fei said apologetically. This bastard. The Elysian Son wanted to curse. This was like rubbing salt on the wound. The Elysian Son of Heaven also knew that it was impossible for him to cause trouble for Lin Fei today. The great hall master's presence was the best proof. Brother Lin, you don't have to feel so guilty. As a deacon of the disciplinary hall, dying in the line of duty is also their mission. Who can avoid trouble after becoming a member of the disciplinary hall? Even for us, we might get into trouble in the future. The Elysian Son said hypocritically. He just wanted to leave this place immediately. Sigh, I'm getting old. I'm relieved to have you guys in the disciplinary hall. Take your time and chat. This old man will leave first. First Hall Master Xianxia stood up and left after saying these words. Once Hall Master Xianxia left, the Elysian Son's gaze turned cold. You've done well, but don't be too happy for too long. Brother Supremacy, he's not giving you any face. Zenith Supremacy's face darkened. Enough. This time he had no choice but to come out. He could punish the Judgment Sky God's disciple, but he could not punish the Supremacies. Where would they put their faces? They were not satisfied when they heard that they would be released after 7 days. I won't object if you want to cause trouble for Lin Fei. I just want to tell you one thing. He has a treasure in his hands. It's an incredible treasure from the Dark Shadow Palace called the Sky Splitter Hammer. It's infused with Origin Power Divine Sand. Although it's very little, it's extremely powerful. If you weren't Supremacies, you would have been injured by that strike. Sky Splitter Hammer? They finally recalled. It can't be. Could it be that treasure? He can actually pick it up and use it. Wasn't it said that the Sky Splitter Hammer can't be used by ordinary people? It was only given to Great Venerable Shaker later on. How is it that in Lin Fei's hands he is still able to display such might? Their faces turned even uglier. With the Sky Splitter Hammer, it was like adding wings to a tiger. No wonder they couldn't withstand that strike. This was not good. If it happened again, they believed that Lin Fei would definitely deal a heavy blow. At that time, they would definitely be injured, and they would lose all face. 7 days, then so be it. Chapter 2900. The news of Zenith Supremacy paying a visit to Lin Fei quickly spread. Ever since Lin Fei displayed his prowess, the punishment hall had become a true forbidden area. In the past, people could enter and leave freely, but now, that was no longer the case. Anyone who loitered outside would be caught and locked up in the dungeon. No matter how courageous those people were, they did not dare to enter the punishment hall's designated area and could only watch from afar. Supremacy Lin Fei is too overbearing. He actually didn't let other Supremacies enter and did not hesitate to fight. What right does he have to stop Supremacies from entering? After the news spread, many people were unhappy. Zenith Supremacy was an old man and had a great influence in the Dark Shadow Palace. This newly promoted Supremacy, Lin Fei, was a little arrogant. In the upper circles, Lin Fei had a very bad impression of him. He was a guy who did not play by the rules and was capable of doing anything. In the lower circles, Lin Fei had won the worship of countless people. Just based on the fact that he dared to hit Supremacies and lock them up in the dungeon, he had won the favor of countless people. This was the real punishment hall. Regardless of whether one was a heavenly god or a Supremacy, as long as one violated the rules in the Dark Shadow Palace, one had to be punished. In their minds, the punishment hall should be like this. Now, whenever Lin Fei was mentioned, the first person that came to everyone's mind was Lin Fei. Especially in the past 3 days, personal disciples of Supremacies constantly sent in disciples outside the punishment hall. Those disciples were still flaunting their prowess a while ago, not taking the punishment hall seriously at all. But now, all of them were dejected. Everyone was very happy to see this. It was really satisfying. What awaited them was a trial and punishment. The best outcome was to go to the battlefield. In the past few years, the punishment hall's punishment had been too lenient. Everyone had almost forgotten how terrifying the battlefield was. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Almost all the heavenly god disciples who committed crimes in the Dark Shadow Palace were sent to the punishment hall. The entire Dark Shadow Palace became quiet. Those local bullies were gone. At first, everyone was really not used to it. There seems to be a few who haven't gone. I remember it's the Elysian Sons. I wonder if Lin Fei will attack the Elysian Son of Heaven's cave abode. Many people were waiting outside the punishment hall. They're out. The one at the front is Vice Hall Master Lin. So impressive. I heard that the disciplinary hall has reorganized itself and fired a lot of people. I wonder when they'll be recruiting. I think it will be soon. I must go and sign up then. Lin Fei came out with the law enforcement team. Cheers could be heard from outside. This time, Lin Bai and Zhao Wu didn't come out. There were too many things they needed to do in the disciplinary hall, so they didn't have the time to come out. Lin Fei heard the cheers outside. He did not need to look to know that these people were the middle and lower echelons of the Dark Shadow Palace. The local tyrants entered one by one. Vice Hall Master Lin, we love you. Vice Pavilion Master Lin, we want to be your disciples. Vice Hall Master Lin. There were even some female disciples who were gorgeously dressed. They kept throwing flirtatious glances at Lin Bai, looking very passionate. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seems like I've become a popular person after all this. On the way to the Elysian Sun's cave abode, a large group of people followed behind him. Their numbers were increasing, and those who didn't know what was going on might think that something big had happened. We're going to fight the Elysian Sun? Count me in. You're going too, of course. When Lin Fei arrived outside the Elysian Sun's mountain, behind him was a large group. 90% of them were ordinary sky god disciples, and all of them were extremely excited. The guards outside the Elysian Sun also gasped. Their usual arrogant and despotic attitudes were now gone, and they didn't even dare to glare at Lin Bai. Hall Master Lin Fei is here. No one dared to treat Lin Fei as a mere vice hall master. The reorganization of the disciplinary hall would definitely not be possible without the support of Hall Master Xianxia. It could be said that Lin Fei was exercising the authority of the hall master. The guards didn't know what to do. Get out of the way. Lin Fei led the disciplinary team up. The guards looked at each other and tactfully stood to the side. If they were captured, they would be done for. Elysian Sun, I'm here. When are you going to come out? Do you want me to order for you to be captured? Lin Fei wasn't that well behaved. After reaching the peak, he immediately shouted. His voice boomed like a great bell, reverberating throughout the mountain peak above the Elysian Sun of Heaven. It then spread outwards and into everyone's ears. As expected of Hall Master Lin, how domineering. I'm afraid he's the only one who dares to speak in such a manner on the Elysian Sun's mountain. Well done. I've really widened my horizons today. Hall Master Lin is truly domineering. The sky god disciples behind him all felt their blood boiling. They probably wouldn't encounter such a thing even once in their lives. Just thinking about how they could brag about going to the Elysian Sun's mountain in the future made them excited. On the Elysian Sun's mountain, Lin Fei quickly led his men up. No one dared to stop him. At this moment, they all became very obedient. He's here. On the mountain peak, in a palace, the Elysian heavenly sun was sitting. Below him, there were a few exalted lords. They didn't seem very old, and at this moment, they were all looking at the Elysian heavenly sun with a look of obedience. Brother Elysian Sun, how do you want to deal with Lin Fei? Just say the word. A newly advanced supremacy dares to mess around in the dark shadow palace. He really doesn't know how to spell the word death. In any case, we have no opinion on what Brother Elysian Sun wants to do. The Elysian Sun had a smile on his face. I'll have to trouble everyone this time. The Elysian Sun was very clear about the situation in the disciplinary hall. He also hated the first hall master Xianxia. This was clearly the first hall master's intention. Reorganize? He was the deputy hall master, yet he didn't know anything about the situation. This made the Elysian Sun very uncomfortable. That Lin Fei is here. Let's go out and meet him. The Elysian Sun stood up and walked out. Outside the palace, Lin Fei came up with his men. The disciples outside the palace all glared at him. None of them dared to move. They looked at Lin Fei with fear in their eyes. This was a ferocious fellow who captured 6 supremacies. He didn't care if you were a supremacy or not. Even now, they were still holding him captive. Whoever offended Lin Fei would definitely lose a layer of their skin after being captured. Deputy Hall Master Lin, you are really impressive. Are you trying to cause trouble? The Elysian Sun also came out with his men. Powerful auras spread out. They were all supremacies. A supremacy beside him spoke first. His tone was very unpleasant and condescending. This is the Eastern Tomb supremacy who ascended 300,000 years ago. Chapter 2901. The Elysian Sun came out under the escort of several supremacies. With one look, everyone knew that the Elysian Sun had great influence. The supremacies beside him were all well-known veteran supremacies in the Dark Shadow Palace. At the very least, they had cultivated for more than 300,000 years. For example, The East Tomb supremacy had been a supremacy for 300,000 years. Since when did the disciplinary hall become so mighty? Bringing people to intrude into someone else's cultivation grounds. Supremacy shouted. They're getting more and more out of hand. This 600,000-year-old supremacy Kagura was also a supremacy with a bad temper. He was famous for being overbearing in the Dark Shadow Palace and was also a young powerhouse. With two young supremacies appearing at the same time, the significance was completely different. Everyone was waiting to see what Lin Fei would do. Not to mention the Elysian Sun, the 7 young supremacies present were a terrifying force. Moreover, the Elysian Sun was able to invite them over and even seemed to be following his lead. This ability was not something that ordinary people could compare to. If these supremacies joined forces to deal with a single person, anyone would be at a disadvantage. It would be good if they raised their hands and surrendered. The Elysian Sun smiled and thought to himself, "You're still too inexperienced to fight with me." The drastic change in the disciplinary hall had indeed exceeded the Elysian Sun's expectations. To be able to endure for 20 years and launch a thunderous attack to wipe out the internal forces was indeed extraordinary. The Elysian Sun now wanted Lin Fei to know the importance of connections in the Dark Shadow Palace. How could Lin Fei fight him alone? They were not on the same level at all. 7 supremacies. Lin Fei had an impression of them all. The young powerhouses in the Dark Shadow Palace all had great potential. It was indeed not easy for the Elysian Sun to invite them over. However, they were still lacking if they wanted to deal with him. You have no right to interfere with the disciplinary hall's affairs. If you know what's good for you, scram. Lin Fei's face darkened. He did not give them any face at all. He said sternly, "If you obstruct the disciplinary hall's affairs, I don't mind suppressing you personally. I don't care if you're supremacies or not." They were fuming with anger when they heard this. This was too arrogant. The East Tomb supremacy said fiercely, "How arrogant? You want to suppress us? Who do you think you are? Even the great supremacies don't dare to suppress us. How dare you? Apologize, apologize immediately." The faces of the 7 supremacies were filled with rage. How dare he suppress them? Get lost? What kind of joke was this? Lin Fei's words infuriated them. The Elysian Son of Heaven laughed even more happily. Of all the people you could have offended, you had to offend the younger generation of the Dark Shadow Palace. You're in for it now. Vice Hall Master Lin, you're in the wrong here. They're seniors after all. How could you say something like that? Elysian Tianzi said hypocritically. I think you'd better apologize to them. Lin Fei did not care about what the Elysian Sun said. Vice Saint Hall Master, you should know what my goal is. If you hand over those people, it will be a win-win situation for both of us. However, if you insist on doing things your own way, I will really do it myself. The East Tomb supremacy laughed loudly. Everyone says that you, Vice Hall Master Lin, have rare talents. I've long wanted to see for myself how monstrous you are. Also, that famous thunderclap leap of yours. If you want to suppress me, bring it on. The Dark Shadow Palace is not a place where juniors like you can act so impudently. They had all seen the thunderclap leap before. It might not be that powerful. Moreover, everyone had studied it over the years and gained a lot of insights. Even if they really encountered it, it didn't mean that they had no way to resist it. As for the time when he injured the Elysian Sun, it was a shameless sneak attack. If one was intentional and the other was unintentional, it would definitely be effective. Lin Fei suddenly narrowed his eyes. Since these people wanted to help the Elysian Sun, he believed that as long as he suppressed them this time, no one would dare to look down on the punishment hall in the future. It would be best to use this as a warning to the rest of the people. Lin Fei was about to burst into laughter. He originally thought that the Elysian Sun would be alone, but in the end he invited helpers. He wanted to applaud. Elysian Sun, you're really a good person. I know you. You're one of the youths of the Dark Shadow Palace. However, you're not qualified to spar with me. Lin Fei stared at the East Tomb supremacy and pointed with his finger. You and you. The 7 of you can come at me together, lest they say that I'm bullying you. The crowd was in an uproar. This is too exaggerated. He's fighting against 7 people alone. That's the East Tomb Supremacy, Exalted Supremacy, and the rest. All of them are overlords of the Dark Shadow Palace. Vice Hall Master Lin, you're so mighty. He's too arrogant. Although he defeated some supremacies previously, they were weaker. The youths are different. All of them have the strength of a second-level supremacy. Together with their weapons and treasures, they can display the strength of a third-level supremacy. This is going to be dangerous. This was a magnificent feat of fighting against 7 people alone. It was indeed sensational. Junior brother is so mighty, fighting against 7 of them alone. Just hearing about it makes my blood boil. Junior brother is a little impulsive. I like it. On a mountain peak, Chongyang Supremacy and the other 3 watched this scene with their treasures. They had different expressions when they saw this, but most of them were excited. In recent years, as the Vice Hall Master of the Disciplinary Hall, Lin Fei had not been handling the affairs of the Disciplinary Hall. As a result, he had been affected to a certain extent. As his senior brothers, they were also anxious. After all, Lin Fei was the representative of his master. Junior brother Lin Fei was not good. Their reputation was not good either. This was how realistic the Dark Shadow Palace was. After becoming the disciple of the same master, everyone would involuntarily protect the interests of the Dark Shadow Palace. Now, junior brother Lin Fei had finally made his move. He started fighting as soon as he appeared. They were happy and shocked at the same time. They were happy because of junior brother Lin Fei's reputation, but they were shocked because this step was a little too big. It was as if he wanted to wipe out the entire Dark Shadow Palace in one fell swoop. That kid really didn't see wrongly. Divine Wind Supremacy of the Library Pavilion was lying on a chair and drinking wine. 1 against 7. If he wins, he will have a firm foothold. I'm really looking forward to it. Divine Wind Supremacy squinted his eyes. If the power of the Thunder Flash is stronger, I might have the confidence to take them down. I wonder what move that kid will use. Actually, ever since Lin Fei led people to attack the Supremacy's cultivation ground, everyone had been paying attention to him. With Lin Fei's actions, the peaceful Dark Shadow Palace started to become restless. The internal affairs of the Disciplinary Hall were no secret to the Supremacies. It was just a fight between the Elysian Sun and Lin Fei. And now, the fight had reached the level of fire and water. Everyone was extremely concerned. Would Lin Fei be able to stand firm and control the Disciplinary Hall, or would the Elysian Sun be better? You are really arrogant. Eastern Hill Supremacy sneered. We gave you face, but you still want to take it? You want to suppress the 7 of us alone. Eastern Hill Supremacy's group of 7 was enraged. Lin Fei wanted to step on their heads. Stop blindly competing. I'm asking if you dare or not. If you don't dare, then scram to the side. Don't obstruct me. Chapter 2902. The Eastern Tomb Supremacy and the other 6 were completely enraged. They had seen arrogant people before, but they had never seen someone as arrogant as Lin Fei. He completely disregarded them. If they didn't suppress Lin Fei today, they would definitely become a joke in the Dark Shadow Palace in the future. No matter what, they had to make a move. Lin Fei wanted them to become a joke. They didn't mind turning the tables and humiliating Lin Fei. They knew that many people were paying attention to this place. Many people probably wanted them to attack together. Bullying the weak? There was no such thing. Lin Fei took the initiative to suggest it. It wasn't like they were ganging up on him. Elysian Tianzi was even happier when he heard this. With Lin Fei's intelligence, how could he fight against him? Although Lin Fei had displayed great potential, he was still far from being able to suppress the 7 of them. Eastern Tomb, Vice Hall Master Lin, that's a physique cultivator. Don't you guys want to seek guidance from him? Since he has already suggested it, don't reject him. That's not good. Elysian Tianzi said. The Eastern Tomb Supremacy nodded. Vice Hall Master Lin has already said it. If we reject him, it would be a little rude. We will agree to this matter. Exalted Goddess and the others also agreed. If you want to suffer, we will grant you your wish. Come, let's fight here. It'll be troublesome. Lin Fei got the law enforcement team to retreat. He stood with his hands behind his back. You guys can make your move, lest I bully you guys. This was the most arrogant person they had seen so far. He even wanted them to make the first move? Everyone, let's attack together and use our killer moves. Don't give him any chance. The Eastern Tomb's supremacy transmitted his voice to them. His thunderclap leap is not bad. If we use our killer moves directly, we have a high chance of winning. Let's see what he has to say. Alright, let's use our killer moves then. Any one of the 7 of them would be a top-notch expert. Because their opponent was Lin Fei, they had to be careful. It would be fine if they won, but if they lost, they would be helping Lin Fei and they would become a joke. Water-fire double kill. 9th layer Sacred Spirit secret technique killing move. The Eastern Tomb supremacy was the first to act. He swore that he would definitely teach Lin Fei a deep lesson so that Lin Fei would know what regret was. He did not hold back at all. 2 dragons appeared on Lin Fei's body. One was a blue water dragon, and the other was a red fire dragon. They gave off 2 terrifying Emperor's intents. Most terrifyingly, the water and fire Emperor's intents could perfectly fuse together to form a terrifying killing move. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The 2 dragons coiled around Lin Fei's body tightly. Everyone could only hear a cracking sound. What a powerful 9th level sacred soul secret technique. It's able to restrict Lin Fei's movement space. What an experienced move. He took the initiative. Many supremacies were full of praise when they saw it. This was clearly a method targeted at Lin Fei. Everyone knew that Lin Fei had grasped the thunderclap leap. It was extremely powerful and hard to defend against. Now that the water-fire double kill was used to entangle Lin Fei, it seemed like Lin Fei had lost his advantage at this moment. Extreme Frost. Another supremacy unleashed a powerful move. A terrifying chill engulfed the area. The area where Lin Fei was instantly turned into a land of extreme frost. The people in the distance subconsciously shivered and hurriedly circulated their energy to resist. They kept retreating until they were very far away. They were barely able to withstand the chill. This is the Western Frost Supremacy's killing move. One move, Heaven and Earth Icebound. It's a great threat to body-tempering cultivators. The 2 supremacies displayed their terrifying strength when they attacked. One was to restrict, while the other was to freeze. The terrifying chill could penetrate through one's body and freeze everything. Just these 2 moves were enough to make countless people's scalps go numb. I wonder if that Vice Hall Master Lin Fei can block it. Some people couldn't help but worry. The younger generation of the Dark Shadow Palace was far more terrifying than they had imagined. The 3rd supremacy made a move. It was Supremacy Shenlu. A green jade flute appeared in her hand. When she gently activated it, it would directly launch a sound wave attack that could penetrate and affect one's soul. This move was even more powerful. Almost no one could block these 3 moves. Their faces lit up with joy. Their coordination was too good. After the 3 moves, they could almost see Lin Fei's half-dead state. They were all smiling. If it were them, they wouldn't be able to think of a good way to deal with these 3 moves. The only way was to run. I thought he was powerful, but he didn't use the thunderclap leap. Now he's suffering. Without the thunderclap leap, Lin Fei isn't a threat at all. My Extreme Frost is specialized in destroying the deeper layers of flesh and blood. He won't be able to last long. The 2 and 4 supremacies weren't in a hurry to attack. Lin Fei still stood with his hands behind his back. There was no expression on his face, and he was extremely calm. And the 4 of you, why aren't you attacking? These attacks are nothing more than tickles to me. Hurry up and attack. Lin Fei said unhurriedly. The faces of the 7 supremacies darkened, and their expressions turned ugly. After being attacked by 3 people, he could still talk and laugh. He even had a look of disdain on his face. Did he have to be like this? I'm talking about you guys. Hurry up and attack. Lin Fei urged them again. Bastard, don't be too smug. The remaining 4 supremacies couldn't hold back anymore. They attacked at the same time. They took out 4 treasures and attacked at the same time. This time, they attacked with all their might. What a powerful protective technique. The library pavilion's High Lord Wingod's eyes widened. With a whoosh, he arrived in the skies above the battlefield. His eyes shined even brighter. It really is a body protection technique. A body transformation body protection technique? How incredible! In Supremacy Wind God's eyes, everything in front of him changed. On Lin Fei's body, there was a faint layer of golden light that blocked the attacks of the 7 supremacies again and again. His defense was watertight, and no matter how they attacked, they couldn't break through that thin layer of defense. What kind of protective technique is this? This old man actually didn't see it. It can't be a new creation, right? The more Supremacy Wind God watched, the more moved he became. It was a perfect protective technique. With just this protective technique, Lin Fei was invincible. Even if the attacks of the 7 supremacies continued, they wouldn't be able to break through the defense of the protective technique. Impossible! Why can't our attacks break through his defense? He was clearly hit. What kind of technique is this? The attacks of the 7 supremacies did not stop. They attacked for a full hour. Lin Fei was still unharmed. He quietly watched their attacks and blocked all the protective techniques. They couldn't break through his defense at all. Chapter 2903. Lin Fei single-handedly fought against 7 young High Lords. That mysterious defensive art was beyond everyone's imagination. It was a little scary. At the start, no one could figure out what it was. It wasn't impossible to resist it with one's physical body. That would require one to be at least a 9th-order heavenly god realm. Lin Fei wasn't a 9th-order heavenly god realm, so there was no need to mention resisting with his physical body. Everyone thought it was some kind of treasure. Some powerful treasures could withstand powerful attacks, but they had to expend a certain amount of energy to do so. This definitely isn't some kind of treasure, it's probably some kind of defensive art from the body tempering school. A real physical body defensive art is at least a 9th-level Saint's soul body protection art. An elderly exalted lord exclaimed in surprise. It had been so long since he had seen a physical body tempering art that he had almost forgotten about it. This was a defensive art that was even more powerful than an emperor intent cultivators. The moment this defensive art appeared, it far surpassed the emperor intent body protection art. The two weren't on the same level. It was obvious that all of them were high lords. At this moment, all of them were pale with fright. Just the thunderclap leap was already amazing, and now there was another defensive art. This meant that they were undefeatable. Defensive arts were the favorite art of body tempering cultivators, but most of them were low-grade and had limited power. After a long time, no one would bother to cultivate them as it was too time-consuming. However, it was a different story for top-grade defensive arts. It didn't take long to recognize Lin Fei's defensive art. Unfortunately, no one knew what kind of defensive art it was, only that it was extremely powerful. Junior brother is really amazing. That's a defensive art. It's even more powerful than ours. Our junior brother has really obtained a great fortuitous encounter. High Lord Chongyang and the other 3 senior brothers were overjoyed. The stronger junior brother Lin Fei's performance was, the more radiant they would feel. In the future, who would dare to look down on the supremacy of the body tempering school? Moreover, junior brother Lin Fei's straightforward and violent way of doing things was exactly what they liked. That was how a body refiner should be. In the past, they had felt that they had done things in a straightforward manner. But now, when they compared themselves to junior apprentice brother Lin Fei, the disparity between them wasn't just a little bit too great. This was the tyranny that a true body transformation style powerhouse should have. Junior brother is making a move. It doesn't seem to be the thunderclap leap. Did he change to a secret killer move? As soon as Lin Fei made his move, all the attacks around him were broken. A thin layer of Jingguang enveloped his entire body, making him look extremely dazzling at this moment. Aotian body protection, no wonder it's a treasure from the 6th level. Lin Fei was now using the Proud Heaven Barricade, which was the reward he had received from the 6th tier. It was incredibly powerful and had incredible defensive capabilities. This was the first time he had ever used it. The effect was very good, and he was very satisfied. Proud Heaven's body fortifications spread out layer by layer. The 7 Venerables' Sacred Spirit secret technique killer moves were very domineering, but they could not break Ao Tian's protective defense. Since it was time to perform, Lin Fei didn't mind keeping a low profile so that they would know that in the Dark Shadow Palace, there was nothing special about it. If the great supremacies didn't come out, there weren't many supremacies who were his match. This was a display of his strength. 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers. Lin Fei used the 8th tier of the secret technique killer move, but its power was weakened. Swish, swish. Waves of ripples appeared in the void. The movements were not huge. However, everyone heard the sound of water splashing in their ears. As the sound swept across, a scene of 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers appeared. There were high mountains and flowing water, blue sky and white clouds, cities and countries, thousands of soldiers, and metal clashing. A majestic aura descended on everyone. The Eastern Hill Supremacy and the other 6 were the first to bear the brunt. When the majestic aura descended, they couldn't move at all. At the same time, they lost their connection with the space, as if they had been isolated. Oh no, we've been hit. This is an independent space. Damn it, I actually fell for it without any defense. To hell with it. 90% of the Sacred Spirit secret technique's power. The expressions of the 7 supremacies changed drastically. No matter how they struggled, they couldn't break free. This scene happened extremely quickly. The 7 supremacies stood still. As Lin Fei waved his hand, the scene of 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers swept up the 7 supremacies, forming a scroll that returned to Lin Fei's hand. Hall Master Lin is mighty. Hall Master Lin is mighty. The first to react were the law enforcers behind him. Their gazes became even more fervent. 7 supremacies, and they were all young supremacies, were suppressed by a single move, and they were even sealed in a scroll. This was beyond their imagination. They were really suppressed by a single move. Their Hall Master Lin was too amazing. He was mighty and domineering. They're done for? This is too unbelievable. Who knows what that move is called? They were unprepared, and the 7 supremacies suppressed them. This is too terrifying. Vice Hall Master Lin, this is the strength of a peak supremacy. This is too monstrous. The people in the distance were in an uproar. They had seen the attacks of the 7 supremacies clearly, and they felt the same way. They had no chance of winning against them, and they were completely oppressed. But the 7 supremacies who had given them immense pressure were suppressed by a single move and sealed in a scroll. This method was too sharp and domineering. Terrifying, absolutely terrifying. Wind God Supreme Lord also widened his eyes. How can a body-tempering secret techniques killer move be created like this? The space faction had always been mysterious and unfathomable. For example, the Great Teleportation Technique, or the Space Transfer Technique. These were all very powerful killer moves. But now, Lin Fei actually used a secret technique related to the space faction and sealed the 7 supremacies in one move. This was too powerful. Was this still the Lin Fei that everyone thought had reached the limit of his potential? The Dark Shadow Palace is going to have another peerless monster. How can he master such a secret technique? The Elysian Sun was shocked. He could clearly sense the vast aura that seemed to cover the entire world. The Eastern Tomb Supremacy and the other 6 supremacies seemed insignificant before the power of heaven and earth, which was why they were easily suppressed. Did Lin Fei go to the Black Domain? Such a secret technique can only appear in the rumored Black Domain. The Elysian Sun knew more than others. This level of Saint Spirit secret technique wouldn't normally be circulated. Who wouldn't treat it as a treasure? Today, Lin Fei had displayed 2 powerful secret techniques, one for offense and the other for defense. It was a terrifying combination of offense and defense. The 7 invited supremacies were sealed in the scroll. The Elysian Sun realized that he had underestimated Lin Fei. Lin Fei was stronger than he had imagined, and at the same time, he was more cunning. He had actually hidden his strength so deeply. Holy Vice Hall Master, the people you invited have been suppressed. Can you hand them over now? Lin Fei looked at the Elysian Sun. The Elysian Sun's gaze turned solemn. I have really underestimated you. Back then, you shocked the world with a single brilliant feat. I didn't expect your strength to soar in just 100,000 years. Chapter 2904. He was coming at them with great momentum. The Elysian Sun had thought that by inviting his good friend over he would be able to suppress Lin Fei, and at that time, the punishment hall would still be his to speak. But now, he realized that he was wrong. This Lin Fei, who seemed to have no potential in his eyes, had actually broken records time and time again, displaying his truly terrifying potential by continuously using the powerful Holy Spirit body-tempering killer move. For example, the move just now was brilliant and had the strength of a third-stage supremacy. In other words, it was the strength of a peak supremacy. This made the Elysian Sun fearful. Do you have to be so strong? Holy Spirit's secret skill killer move, take it all out. The Elysian Sun roared in his heart. When body-tempering experts used the Holy Spirit's secret skill killer move, it would usually be very powerful. Although the Elysian Sun was not afraid of the other party, if they really fought, it would not benefit him at all. Instead, it would benefit Lin Fei. Regardless of the outcome, it would strengthen the other party's reputation. If Lin Fei did not display the strength of a peak supremacy, the Elysian Sun would not be afraid at all. Now, he needed to think deeply. Should he make a move or not? I'm the Deputy Hall Master. I know best if anyone under me has made a mistake. The Elysian Sun said in a deep voice, "You are simply making things difficult for me by asking me to hand them over. I will never agree to it. You better figure it out before coming again." The Elysian Sun could not possibly lower his head to those supremacies. If he lowered his head today, his prestige in the Punishment Hall and Dark Shadow Palace would be greatly affected in the future. The Elysian Sun would never allow such a thing to happen. I want you to release them. They are the honorable lords of the Dark Shadow Palace. Their statuses are high and mighty. Vice Hall Master Lin, what are you doing by sealing them like this? If others hear about it, you might become a laughing stock. Lin Fei knew that the Elysian Sun would not hand them over obediently. Sigh, I still have to use force. If I don't suppress the Elysian Sun, who knows how much trouble will arise. Lin Fei did not want to waste any more time on this. Master, there are 5 powerful auras watching this place. They should be the 5 great supremacies of the Dark Shadow Palace. Little Demoness transmitted her voice over. They are also paying close attention to this matter. It would be strange if I didn't pay attention to it. I wonder who gave me this assignment. Everything was fine and dandy, and yet, they asked me to manage the Hall of Punishment and become the Vice Hall Master. How boring! Lin Fei wasn't surprised that the 5 great supremacies were paying attention to him. It would be too boring if they didn't. In that case, you're not going to hand it over. Lin Fei's sharp gaze swept over. What? You want to attack me? The Elysian Son of Heaven said playfully, your body-tempering Saint Spirit secret technique is strong, but if you want to fight against me, you are still lacking. That might not be the case. A cold glint flashed across Lin Fei's eyes. He raised his hand and struck out with his palm, unleashing the 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains. As soon as the majestic mountains and rivers appeared, a terrifying aura swept out. The vast sky was covered by the mountains and rivers, and everyone felt an oppressive aura, and a chill ran down their spines. The Elysian Son of Heaven was already prepared. A dream, nothing. Huge rainbow-colored bubbles appeared out of thin air. Loud rumbling sounds could be heard. Every rainbow-colored cannon exploded, setting off monstrous waves. A huge wave of energy swept out, destroying large tracts of mountains and rivers. However, for the 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains, this was just a small impact. It couldn't stop the 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains from crashing down. So difficult to deal with. The Elysian Son of Heaven's attack just now was just a small test. His opponent's move was more powerful and tyrannical than he had imagined. It had the battle prowess of a peak supremacy. Such a huge increase in strength made him quite unhappy. How could this guy improve so quickly? Vice Hall Master Elysian Son of Punishment, how dare you let your guard down when fighting with me? I'm impressed. Swish. The void fluctuated. Lin Fei rushed out, traversed the void, and arrived in front of the Elysian Son of Heaven, punching out. The 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains could be used as a long-range attack. Don't forget that Lin Fei was a close combat expert. He could traverse the void, especially at short distances. This was an advantage that others couldn't match. A Buddhist glow immediately appeared around the Elysian Son of Heaven. Many Buddhas sat cross-legged, and golden lotuses bloomed beneath them. Countless Sanskrit chants attacked, forming a barrier. Lin Fei's punch landed on the barrier, but it only caused a small ripple. If you want close combat, I know that too. The Elysian Son of Heaven forcefully resisted the 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains. He raised his hand, and the Buddhist glow around him spread out. He wouldn't know until he tried. Only when the 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains covered did the Elysian Son of Heaven's clone realize how terrifying it was. His strength was suppressed by more than half. Fortunately, he had the body-tempering sacred secret technique. The two of them exchanged 7 or 8 moves in an instant, and they were evenly matched. The Elysian Son of Heaven is indeed one of the most outstanding disciples of the Dark Shadow Palace. He can exert such strength while carrying the 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains. He's really not bad. And Vice Hall Master Lin Fei, his strength is also impressive. Once he uses the 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains, no one can withstand it unless they have the combat strength of a peak supremacy. I'm afraid this battle is going to end in a draw. Lin Fei had to admit that the Elysian Son of Heaven was powerful. Even under the suppression of the 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains, he could still unleash such powerful strength. If not for the fact that there are so many people here, I would have directly unleashed the full power of the 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains. I can only use the Sky Splitter Hammer. It's time for me to unleash my true strength. With a thought, Lin Fei took out the Sky Splitter Hammer and held it in his hand. Swish! A purplish gold light flashed, and a thick beam of light blasted down, directly colliding with the Elysian Son of Heaven's Sanskrit chants. The Elysian Son of Heaven immediately felt how terrifying the purple light was. He took a closer look and saw the weapon in Lin Fei's hand. That seems to be the Sky Splitter Hammer. Lin Fei grabbed the Sky Splitter Hammer and swung it down, constantly smashing out rays of purple light that blasted on the Elysian Son of Heaven's Sanskrit chants, producing a loud sound. Bang bang bang. The Buddhas turned into nothingness one by one, and the Sanskrit chants became weaker and weaker. After a loud sound, the Elysian Son of Heaven retreated. The Sanskrit chants on his body disappeared. The terrifying power of the 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains once again affected him. The Elysian Son secretly cursed. The terrifying power of the killer move had affected him, causing his speed and offense to slow down. No matter how the Elysian Son of Heaven resisted, he was still greatly affected. Swish! 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 Several purple shadows blasted over. Lin Fei's figure also appeared. The Sky Splitter Hammer passed through everything and landed heavily on the chest of the Elysian Son of Heaven. Cracks appeared on the Elysian Son of Heaven's tough body, and he was sent flying for 30,000 miles before smashing into a mountain peak, turning it into ruins. The moment the Elysian Son of Heaven was sent flying, Lin Fei caught up. With a raise of his hand, the hammer struck out, and dozens of rays of purple light blasted over. Bang bang bang. The Elysian Son of Heaven attacked in a frenzy. Only the peak supremacies and great supremacies could clearly see the subsequent attacks. Chapter 2905. It's the Sky Splitter Hammer. Vice Hall Master Lin is actually using the Sky Splitter Hammer. His strength has increased greatly. It's really unexpected. That secret technique combined with the Sky Splitter Hammer is so powerful. Even the Elysian Son's clone couldn't fight back. Seeing this scene, the High Lords also widened their eyes. It was really too unexpected. Previously, when Lin Fei fought with the Elysian Son's clone, although Lin Fei won by a small margin in the end, no one thought that Lin Fei had the strength to defeat the Elysian Son. Even if it was a clone, it would still be difficult for him to do so. But now they had to doubt their own analysis. The gap was a little too big. How could a draw end in such a result? Ha! Great Venerable Han Tian laughed loudly. The Sky Splitter Hammer is too suitable for this kid. Together with this killer move, its power will be even greater. The Elysian Sun's clone can't even withstand a single blow. I wonder how this kid cultivates. I'm starting to envy you. What kind of luck do you have to have a direct disciple like Lin Fei? After this battle, you'll really become famous. The middle-aged scholar revealed a trace of envy. I'm just lucky. How about it? Although great venerable Han Tian didn't speak much, he was very protective of his disciples. He liked his direct disciples the most. When each of them achieved success in their cultivation, he said proudly, "If you have the ability, you can also find one." The middle-aged scholar was speechless. Forget it, I'm not as lucky as you. In the battle for the Shadow Throne, your disciple is already a done deal. Many people will be dumbfounded. Originally, I was going to stand up for Lin Fei, but it seems that there's no need for that now. That kid is already able to make those guys fear him. His position as the Vice Hall Master of the Punishment Hall has also been stabilized. In the future, no one will dare to look down on him. Great Venerable Han Tian raised his cup. Come, let's have a drink. The Elysian Sun's clone was sent flying and smashed into a mountain peak. Everyone was dumbfounded. Everyone knew that the Elysian Sun's clone had no chance. Lin Fei had an absolute advantage. The terror of the Great Mountain Range had also entered the eyes of the supremacy. The most terrifying thing was that the Sky Splitter Hammer had extraordinary power. Back in the Dark Shadow Palace, it could be said to be a precious treasure. Unfortunately, no one had been able to use it. Now, it had fallen into the hands of Lin Fei. Holy Deputy Hall Master, do you still want to continue? Lin Fei came to the ruins and looked down. The Elysian Son of Heaven shook off the rubble and rushed out. His body was covered in cracks, as if it would shatter at any moment. I've truly underestimated you. Lin Fei said with a smile, there's no such thing as underestimating me. I can only say that you shouldn't have undermined me. Now, can you hand him over? Of course, you can also refuse. I don't mind using the Heaven Splitter Hammer to completely shatter your body. The Elysian Sun's clone did not have many treasures on it. Everything was on the main body, so its strength was naturally affected. Although the Elysian Sun was furious now, he could only suppress it. There was no benefit for him to continue. He was really unwilling to give up. With the help of the secret killing move and the Sky Splitter Hammer, the few attacks just now had consumed a large amount of his life force. You've won today. Next time, I'll definitely make you regret it. Lin Fei did not care much. You're welcome to fight me anytime. There was one more thing that Lin Fei did not say in his heart. If there was no one around and he could cut off the connection, he did not mind completely destroying the Elysian Sun and plundering his life force. The Elysian Sun had handed him over. And under everyone's attention. More than 20 people were all disciples of the Elysian Sun, and there were even a few confidants among them. Back then, the Elysian Sun thought that he had Lin Fei in his grasp, so he sent his confidants to handle this matter. Now, it was really a trap. Deputy Hall Master Lin, you're too awesome. From now on, Supremacy Lin Fei will be the most outstanding generation of the Dark Shadow Palace. The strength of a peak supremacy. A disciple with unlimited potential has appeared under Supremacy Han Tian. The news spread throughout the Dark Shadow Palace. Soon, everyone knew about it. Lin Fei's strength was truly recognized. Lin Fei became the real master of the disciplinary hall. No matter who it was, they would show fear at the mention of the disciplinary hall. After all, there was a Deputy Hall Master Lin who did not give face to anyone there. After the Elysian Sun was defeated, he went into seclusion. This was silently adding salt to the wound. The disciplinary hall's law enforcement team also bared their fangs again. Not long after, the disciplinary hall began to recruit law enforcement disciples. Compared to the previous times, there were countless people who came to participate in the law enforcement disciple selection this time. Those who met the minimum requirements were all here. In Lin Fei's hands, the disciplinary hall's true power was displayed. Lin Fei left these matters to the two deputy hall masters, Lin Bai and Zhao Wu. They were happy and miserable at the same time. The power in their hands was also increasing. At the same time, they were glad that they had chosen to rely on Lin Fei. You're even better at shirking responsibility than I am, Chief Hall Master Xingyang said with a smile. Lin Fei shook his head. Of course not. Isn't it time to settle down and prepare for the Shadow Throne? Even though he knew that it was an excuse, Chief Hall Master Xingyang could not find anything to say. I still have to thank you. The disciplinary hall is now the real disciplinary hall. Your contributions cannot go unnoticed. They're still far from it. Only when the next few batches of law enforcement disciples are trained will they be considered the real disciplinary hall. Right now, they have yet to be truly tempered. Chief Hall Master Xingyang nodded slightly. With a role model, it will naturally happen soon. However, you have to be careful of the Elysian Son. His doppelganger's strength is average, but his true body is truly powerful. It is rumored that he has the battle strength of a great supremacy. You have to be careful. Moreover, he has a treasure that can increase his strength to a terrifying extent. It is also because of this treasure that he is qualified to fight against Dugu Yijian. You're talking about the Divine Venerable Heart. Lin Fei had heard of it before. Yes, it's the Divine Venerable Heart. He was lucky enough to obtain it in a dangerous place. After refining it, it can increase its strength and form a terrifying Holy Spirit killing move. If you go up against him, you have to be careful. I don't want the disciplinary hall to become a mess again. In a dangerous place in the Saint Spirit domain, the sky was filled with black monsters, giving off an oppressive and suffocating aura. As a white-robed man appeared, a huge Buddha seal landed, and the monsters instantly turned into dust. Then that man walked forward step by step, unstoppable. Lin Fei? 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains, sky-splitting hammer. The white-robed man revealed a smile. I'll let you be cocky for a while longer. No one can take my things. Suddenly, he waved his hand in the distance, and an invisible force swept out. There was a loud rumbling sound. Countless monsters were turned into dust. Brat, you've finally done something good. Lin Fei had become famous after this battle. He was no longer an ordinary supremacy. Instead, he was qualified to be listed as one of the most outstanding youths of the Dark Shadow Palace. Great Venerable Hantian liked Lin Fei more and more. That's because I have Master's help. That's why I can be so unbridled. Otherwise, if those people joined forces, it would be enough to make me suffer. Lin Fei said modestly. You also know how to flatter people? Great Venerable Hantian laughed even more happily. This is not like you. Lin Fei chuckled. Chapter 2906. Grand Venerable Hantian grinned like a cunning old fox. Lin Fei knew very well that this master of his wouldn't come looking for him for no reason. It couldn't be just a few words of praise, there must be a purpose. What good news? Lin Fei pretended to be curious. Just now, Lin Fei heard a hint of negotiation in Grand Venerable Hantian's tone. At the very least, Grand Venerable Hantian no longer regarded him as a personal disciple. There were a total of 5 Grand Venerables in the Dark Shadow Palace. Generally, Grand Venerables wouldn't speak to you in such a meaningful manner. There's a good thing. You should know that our Dark Shadow Palace has a fragment of a divine artifact called the Time Wheel, which can reverse time. It's the most powerful treasure in the Dark Shadow Palace, capable of speeding up time. At the same time, cultivating inside the Time Wheel can increase one's comprehension ability by more than 50%. Time Wheel? Lin Fei had heard of this treasure. Rumor had it that Venerable God obtained it from somewhere. Inside the Dark Shadow Palace, only those who paid a certain amount of contribution points or made great contributions to the Dark Shadow Palace would have the opportunity to cultivate the Time Wheel. For example, Dugu Yijian, Elysian Tianzi, and the others had gone to cultivate the Time Wheel, and their strength had soared by leaps and bounds. All of them had contributed a lot to the Dark Shadow Palace. In truth, Lin Fei wasn't very interested in this. Comprehension? With the system's existence, he didn't need to spend too much time comprehending the Time Wheel. You should have an idea about the Time Wheel, right? Advancing from 8th Order Heavenly God Realm to 9th Order Heavenly God Realm might not seem far, but in truth, you need to master a 10th Order Saint Spirit Realm killing technique. It's extremely difficult to comprehend it, and the time wheel is your chance. Grand Venerable Han Tian said. It's a great help to you, you can find the right path and shorten the time needed to break through. Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat, realizing this was an opportunity. Suppressing one's strength was very tiring. If he could borrow the time wheel's help to unlock a portion of his strength, Lin Fei felt it was possible. Master, it hasn't been long since I advanced, and I haven't made any contributions. I'm probably not qualified to cultivate inside the time wheel. Lin Fei feigned ignorance. He knew the reason. Who said you're not qualified? Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker snorted. Now's their chance. In fact, the Record Pavilion wants to buy a copy of Thunder Surge and a copy of Myriad Miles of Rivers and Mountains from you. I guessed right. Lin Fei said in his heart, what will come will come. From the moment he used the Thunderclap Leap, Lin Fei knew that the higher-ups would be interested. A few days ago, when he used the vast rivers and mountains, the higher-ups were even more interested. If it was a move related to Emperor Will, the higher-ups would not be too interested. There were too many of those things. However, powerful killing moves related to body cultivation were a little lacking. Ah, they want it? Lin Fei was surprised. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker corrected him. No, I don't want it. I want to trade the time wheel's usage time with you. I just don't know if you're interested. Regardless of whether it was Thunderclap Leap or 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains, it seemed to be cultivating very quickly. That was because Lin Fei had taken a shortcut. However, if it was someone else cultivating them, it wouldn't be so easy. According to Lin Fei's calculations, it would take at least tens of thousands of years to cultivate the Thunderclap Leap to the great accomplishment. For those with poor aptitude, it would take at least 100,000 or 200,000 years, and the vast rivers and mountains would take even longer. Lin Fei was not worried at all that someone could master it so quickly. Most importantly, whether it was the Thunderclap Leap or the vast rivers and mountains, they both needed the support of the physical body. Without a strong physical body, their power would be average. How long will the higher-ups allow me to use them? Lin Fei asked. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker was very happy that the higher-ups were interested in the two secret killing moves and wanted to put them in the Record Pavilion. This was a good opportunity for his name to spread in the Dark Shadow Palace. No matter who cultivated in the future, they would remember the name Lin Fei. The higher-ups allow you to cultivate in the time wheel for 100,000 years. In other words, you can stay inside for 1,000,000 years. This time ratio was a little big. 100,000 years in the outside world was 1,000,000 years inside. Lin Fei also knew that 100,000 years of use of the time wheel was already very generous. If he used contribution points, he didn't know how much it would cost. In addition to 100,000 years of use, the Dark Shadow Palace will also give you 30 million contribution points. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker was envious. This disciple was much stronger than him. Not to mention anything else, 100,000 years of use of the time wheel was very long. This was also because the two secret killing moves were very powerful. Once a supremacy of the body tempering school cultivated them, his strength would improve greatly. The benefits of using 100,000 years of use in exchange were unimaginable. At the same time, Lin Fei had shown such great potential. Who knew if he could master the Sacred Soul Level 10 secret killing move? Once he became a great supremacy, he would definitely be a powerful existence. The higher-ups of the Dark Shadow Palace didn't mind selling him a favor. Master, do you think it's okay? Lin Fei suddenly asked Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker. Kid, you're really slippery. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker laughed and said, You asked the right person. You're lucky. Our Dark Shadow Palace has very few killing moves for the body tempering school. These two moves of yours are very powerful and mysterious. Ordinary killing moves give you thousands of years and 10,000 years, 100,000 years and 30 million contribution points. If they heard this, they would probably die of jealousy. Then I agree. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker acted as the middleman. 100,000 years of use of the time wheel and 30 million contribution points. Lin Fei specially went to check the information and found that it was really generous. Lin Fei took out the thunderclap and myriad miles of rivers and mountains cultivation methods and handed them to his master. A few days later, he received 30 million contribution points and 100,000 years of use of the time wheel. The library also had 2 more body-tempering killing moves. This news spread quickly. This was a piece of good news for a body cultivator. These 2 body-tempering killing moves, no matter which one it was, were very powerful. As long as one mastered any one of them, their strength would improve greatly, and they would be considered a powerful existence in the same realm. Lin Fei had even divided them into grades in detail, and their power levels were clearly defined. The people in the circle of supremacies also knew that the higher-ups were offering a handsome reward, which made them extremely jealous. 100,000 years of use of the time wheel. How many contribution points would that cost? As for the 30 million contribution points, everyone chose to ignore it. If they could comprehend the sacred soul level 10 killing move in the time wheel, they might be able to get twice the result with half the effort. At that time, they would be even closer to the great supremacy realm. Who wouldn't be jealous of such a good thing? Chapter 2907. Thunderclap and myriad miles of rivers and mountains were not worth mentioning in Lin Fei's eyes. He felt that it was quite worth it to be able to exchange them for time to use the time wheel. The Elysian Son of Heaven temporarily bowed his head, and the troublesome matter was considered over. The disciplinary hall had also been refurbished. Batches of hot-blooded disciples joined in, and the law enforcement disciples were no longer as timid as before. You want demonic beasts with strong vitality. Lin Fei did not stay idle after he was done with these matters. 30 million contribution points was a huge sum. It was useless to keep it on him, so he might as well spend it. To Lin Fei, it was just a small matter. It wasn't much. The stronger the vitality, the better. You can also get some information for me, but the price will be much lower. Lin Fei found the Shadow Palace's department and bought powerful beasts. Since everything was settled, Lin Fei wanted to continue cultivating. He plundered a large amount of vitality to strengthen Aotion. He was currently at the peak of the 8th level, and there was still some time before he could level up. We will start collecting them immediately. The Shadow Palace was extremely powerful. Not long after, the first batch of demonic beasts was sent over, spending a total of more than 3 million contribution points. This was the first batch, and they would be sent over one after another. 30 million contribution points were spent very quickly. Lin Fei ignored the people outside and immersed himself in plundering the life essence. Compared to the powerful Aotion, he was still lacking a lot, and he was barely at the middle stage of the 8th level. Aotion had also become much stronger. Taking advantage of the remaining time, Lin Fei went to the time wheel. In the remaining time, the time wheel had become the most suitable place for him. There was still some time before the Shadow Throne, so if he did not improve his strength, what else could he do? This is indeed a mysterious place. The time wheel was a special independent space. Lin Fei sat cross-legged inside the time wheel, and the surrounding aura was very comfortable. Time began to flow faster, and he tried to practice all the killing moves that Aotion had brought. It had to be said that in here, his comprehension of martial arts and cultivation techniques had improved imperceptibly. The parts that were originally difficult to understand were now self-taught. That's even better. Now that my strength has increased, I have a reason to talk about it. Lin Fei was very satisfied with this place. The time will continue to pass year after year. Outside, the Dark Shadow Palace also entered a short period of peace. Those who were cultivating and those who were training were cultivating. News about Lin Fei also began to sink. Everyone knew that Lin Fei had gone to the time wheel to cultivate. Even so, no one dared to touch the punishment hall. No one could bear the nightmare of Lin Fei knocking on their door. When the captured supremacies came out, their eyes were filled with hatred, but they did not dare to do anything. This 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains was something that all supremacies feared. Lin Fei didn't cultivate in the time wheel for long. The fight for the Shadow Throne had begun. Eldest senior brother Chongyang had personally sent a message. This was a big deal. When Lin Fei came out of the time wheel, the aura on his body became more and more majestic. The elder guarding outside also felt a chill all over his body. How long has it been? His strength has actually improved again. It's really too monstrous. As soon as he came out, Lin Fei went directly to his eldest senior brother's cave residence. Good heavens, you didn't improve again, did you? The 4 senior brothers of Great Venerable Shaker gathered together. When Lin Fei appeared, High Lord Chongyang's eyes suddenly narrowed, and he said to Lin Fei in surprise, "What kind of talent is this? I also went to the time wheel, but I didn't make such rapid progress." Haha, great. The other 3 senior brothers looked over, and all of them were astonished. Then they were greatly astonished. Clearly they were shocked. From junior brother Lin Fei, they felt a terrifying aura that made them feel suffocated. It was like a mountain blowing in their faces, and their protective cultivation techniques automatically resisted it. Fortunately, it's not as terrifying as senior brothers said. Lin Fei laughed. This was deliberately done by him, releasing a bit of Proud Heaven's power. Sacred Cloud Dragon's power was average. Lin Fei's 8th layer Proud Heaven's power was mostly restrained, and his performance was not so outstanding. In this selection for the Shadow Throne, junior brother will definitely be selected. High Lord Chongyang breathed a sigh of relief, and he smiled. Originally, I was worried about you. After all this time, the fight is a bit fierce, and it involves another important matter. Important matter? Lin Fei was confused. Besides the Shadow Throne, what else is there? High Lord Chongyang's face showed a trace of seriousness. Actually, we also just found out about this matter. I heard that many experts appeared in the Devil Motherland, and rumor has it that they opened up a holy land of the Devil Motherland and received support. The strength of the Devil Motherland has increased, and the big and small demons have begun to expand. This time, the Shadow Throne selection will select the elites to participate in the joint operation of the 3 forces to suppress the Devil Motherland. The Devil Motherland was a place where there were many demons, and each of them had extraordinary strength. At the same realm, they could kill the experts on their side in seconds. Therefore, the demons of the Devil Motherland were very difficult to deal with. It was a place that even the 3 hierarchs could not break through. He did not expect to have such a fortuitous encounter. The joint operation of the 3 forces? This is really a big matter. Lin Fei was very shocked. It was definitely a big matter. This is a big battle. Our Shadow Palace, Temporal Temple, and Massacre Court will all send experts to besiege the Devil Motherland. Master hopes that you can be a part of it. High Lord Chongyang said. All right. Lin Fei did not have any impression of the demons of the Devil Motherland. If he could join the battle and kill a large number of demons, he would be able to plunder life energy quickly. Once he reached the Proud Heaven 9th tier tyrant body, he would not have to worry so much. There was indeed a certain gap between an 8th tier and a 9th tier. The Shadow Throne selection would be held half a month later. It would be held inside the Dark Shadow Divine Palace. This time, the Hierarch of Dark Shadow would personally observe the Shadow Throne selection. It was very meaningful, and all 5 Supremes would be present. It was a rare event. Lin Fei came together with his eldest senior brother Chongyang and the others. Vice Hall Master Lin. Vice Hall Master Lin. You are here too. Compared to his senior brothers, Lin Fei was very famous now. To put it bluntly, he was infamous. Junior brother's fame, hee. Wenren Jingong said proudly. The faces of his senior brothers were also very bright. Our position is over here. The Dark Shadow Divine Palace was very big. In the center, there was an arena. It was filled with people, and all of them were Supremes. These people were sitting in groups of 3 to 5. Supremacy Chongyang brought them to a higher position. Compared to the ordinary Supremes, their positions were obviously much higher. Junior brother, the Supremes below are all forces that have pledged their allegiance to our Dark Shadow Palace. Their Supremes are also qualified to participate. This was Wang Teng's first time seeing so many Supremes. At a glance, the number of supremacies alone had reached about 200. What we have seen now isn't everything. If we calculate everything, the number of supremacies that our Dark Shadow Palace can mobilize should be about 300, while the Temporal Temple can mobilize about 200. The massacre court has slightly more, about 500. High Lord Chongyang said, among them, the temporal temple's high lords are the stronger ones. Don't underestimate them just because there are only 200 of them. More than 100 of them can fight 1 against 3, or even 5 at the same time. Lin Fei blinked. Why does it sound like the Dark Shadow Palace is the weakest? Chapter 2908. The Dark Shadow Palace, the Temporal Temple, and the Massacre Court were the top 3 factions in the Saint Spirit world. This was the first time Lin Fei had heard of such a disparity. The weakest? What a joke! After thinking about it carefully, Lin Fei felt that it did make sense. Although the Dark Shadow Palace could mobilize 300 supremacies, most of them were pseudo-supremacies. Their strength would not improve much in their lifetime. There were only a few dozen supremacies with real potential. That's why you're a popular person in the Dark Shadow Palace now. Supremacy Chongyang said with a smile as he walked. Let me introduce you to some supremacies. Those he could introduce were naturally supremacies who were close to the body tempering style. This is Supremacy Fan Qing. And this is Supremacy Skyfrost. She specializes in Ice-type Emperor Intent. Lin Fei was very popular now. The people that Supremacy Chongyang introduced were all veteran supremacies with high positions in the Dark Shadow Palace. They were all very polite. Lin Fei was now a popular person in the Dark Shadow Palace. His strength was terrifying, and he had become one of the top figures among the younger generation. It was rumored that only Dugu Yijin, Elysian Tianzi, and the other veteran supremacies could suppress him. He could do whatever he wanted in the Dark Shadow Palace. Lin Fei had a faint smile on his face. He was very polite. We're here. Supremacy Chongyang brought a few of his junior brothers to a position. They looked down from above, showing the difference in their status. Lin Fei was also observing the surroundings. It was a grand event for 200 supremacies to come at once. They're not very strong. No wonder senior brother said that. There are only about 50 of them with potential. After looking around, Lin Fei shook his head inwardly in disappointment. Dugu Yijin is here. The white-robed Dugu Yijin was just like his name. His body emitted a lonely aura. A terrifying and sharp sword intent formed a sword domain around him, making it seem like no one dared to approach him. This was the first time that Lin Fei saw Dugu Yijin after tens of thousands of years. What a monstrous genius in the sword Dao. His sword intent is actually this sharp. Even though he was far away, Lin Fei could feel the sharp aura. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to withstand this aura. Sure enough, as Dugu Yijin walked over step by step, the surrounding people began to retreat. Fear appeared on their faces, and at the same time, they began to circulate their energy to resist. Solitary Sword is getting more and more terrifying. Supremacy Chongyang said in a low voice. He is the #1 Sword Dao expert in our Dark Shadow Palace. He was the first to break through to the Great Sovereign Lord Realm. Dugu Yijin ignored everyone's gaze and went straight to a place not far from Lin Fei. You're not bad. Dugu Yijin turned around and lightly said, I thought you would stay immersed in it. This scene shocked everyone once again. Dugu Yijin was an arrogant person, and he actually took the initiative to speak. Didn't that mean that Lin Fei's strength had been recognized? The surrounding supremacies were envious and fearful. You're not bad either. Just your sword intent can make people circulate their energy to resist it. It's really getting more and more overbearing. Lin Fei replied with a smile, Can't you restrain your sword intent? The surrounding supremacies were dumbfounded. What kind of words are these? Restrain? His words are still so unconventional. Dugu Yijin was still very calm. Man and sword as one. The man is me, I am the sword, and the sword is the man. They can't resist it because they are weak. So, they are not qualified to stand next to me. For the first time, Lin Fei felt that Dugu Yijin was quite interesting. He couldn't help but laugh. Dugu Yijin closed his eyes and went to rest. Junior brother, you're really brave. His sword intent is not easy to deal with. Wenren Jingong said with fear. Dugu Yijin's sword intent could threaten these supremacies of the body tempering school. Only Lin Fei, who cultivated proud heaven, didn't feel so threatened by the opponent's sword intent. The sharp and frightening sword intent was a threat to anyone. It was normal for Wenren Zhengong and the other body-tempering school powerhouses to react. Junior brother Lin Fei, your opponent is here. Eldest senior brother Chongyang said with a voice transmission. Opponent. Lin Fei looked in the direction. A few middle-aged supremacies appeared with a strong aura. If the aura of an ordinary supremacy was a small river, then the aura of these supremacies was like a surging river. It was very terrifying. The Dark Shadow Palace's supremacies were not the only ones in the Dark Shadow Throne selection. There were also supremacies from outside. The competition was very fierce. Among them, some of the veteran supremacies who had never been to the Dark Shadow Throne were the most terrifying. Once they wanted to enter, even ordinary supremacies couldn't compete with them. Do you see that supremacy in green? He's the strongest peak supremacy in our Dark Shadow Palace. His name is Ifei. He tried to break through to the Grand Supremacy Realm 3 times. He failed each time, but his strength is stronger than any other peak supremacy realm supremacy. It is said that he has the strength to fight an ordinary Grand Supremacy realm supremacy. Junior brother, you need to be careful. Moreover, this person is very close to the Elysian Heavenly Prince. They've fought together before. Lin Fei swept a quick glance over. It was just as his big senior brother had said. The other party's strength was really strong and extremely deep. To be able to cultivate it all out after failing to break through 3 times, that was indeed something extraordinary. There's also that thin middle-aged man in gray robes. He's also a veteran supremacy called Huang Lang. It is said that he was a royal family disciple in the past, cultivating the royal family's secret art. He's very strong. This time, he's also here for the Dark Shadow Throne. I heard that he wants to obtain the treasures inside so he can break through to 9th Order Heavenly God Realm. Lastly, there's another person. That short guy is an island lord who has submitted to our Dark Shadow Palace. His name is Su Heng, and his strength is not bad. Among the veteran supremacies, they are the 3 most qualified to enter. In truth, Lin Fei didn't really care about them. They wanted the Dark Shadow Throne's treasures, whereas he was only interested in the fierce beasts inside. If their vitality was strong enough, perhaps when they came out, they could push their physique to perfection late 10th Order world-defying realm. I hope you don't provoke me. A cold glint flickered in Lin Fei's eyes, but it disappeared in the blink of an eye. His expression returned to normal. They're indeed quite strong. Eldest senior apprentice brother Chongyang introduced several more competitors to Huang Xiaolong. All of them were famous people who wanted to break through to 9th Order Heavenly God Realm. The Elysian Heavenly Prince is here. A short while later, the Elysian Heavenly Prince's main body arrived. Compared to his avatar, the Buddha luminescence around him was a grade higher. Wherever he passed, the supremacies would smile fawningly at him. Really knows how to act tough. Lin Fei couldn't resist commenting as he looked at the giant Buddha behind the Elysian Heavenly Prince. What a great performance! The moment the Elysian Heavenly Prince appeared, Lin Fei activated the shielding function, isolating himself from the outside world. I also think he's acting tough. Dugu Yijin chimed in. Lin Fei laughed happily. I thought I was the only one watching him act tough. Chapter 2909. Elysian's son looked over. It was extremely powerful. Dugu Yijin's sword domain spread out and formed a terrifying vacuum zone. His sword intent sliced through all attacks, and the power of the attack was immediately crushed into nothingness. Lin Fei's situation was even simpler. He stood still, and the power that could devour one's gaze did not work. The test was very short. Elysian's son retracted his attack immediately after failing, and not many people noticed the change. Lin Fei smiled at Elysian's son and beckoned him with his finger. Come again. Elysian's son smiled as well, but it was a warning smile. The two of them clashed, and it seemed like they were evenly matched. The great supremacies are here. When almost all the great supremacies arrived, the 5 great supremacies appeared at almost the same time, and they sat a few levels higher than them. It was very rare for the 5 great supremacies to appear at the same time, and it was their first time seeing great supremacies who had been promoted for tens of thousands of years. Lin Fei was the same. The 5 Grand Monarchs sat in a straight line. From the left were Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker, Grand Monarch Glory Light, who was dressed like a scholar, Grand Monarch Black Jew, who was clad in a scarlet cloak, Grand Monarch Shijian, who was a powerful outsider with stone-like skin, and Grand Monarch Sea and Mountain Monarch. Apart from the ultimate gods, the 5 strongest great supremacies in the Dark Shadow Palace were all great supremacies who had cultivated for more than 1,000,000 years. For example, Great Supremacy Sea and Mountain Supremacy had cultivated for more than 10 million years, and his strength was unfathomable. What a powerful aura! They should at least be at the 2nd stage of the Great Supremacy realm. Lin Fei silently sensed the fluctuations of their auras. The 5 Great Supremacy's strength did not differ much, and they seemed to be in the same realm. Just like the Supremacy realm, the Great Supremacy realm was also divided into 3 stages. The first stage was the entry stage, the second stage required time, and the third stage required some luck. Even the first stage of the Great Supremacy realm was extremely powerful. Lin Fei observed carefully. His master should be in the top 3 among the 5, and the other 2 Great Supremacies' strength should not be underestimated. The 5 Great Supremacies of the Dark Shadow Palace are already so powerful. The other 2 top forces and those scattered forces still have experts. Lin Fei was even more eager to become a Great Supremacy. The moment the 5 Great Supremacies sat down, the people below became quiet. The Supreme Divinity has arrived. Not long after the 5 Great Sovereigns sat down, the 5 Great Sovereigns suddenly stood up. A thick aura descended from the sky and landed on the highest position. As soon as this aura appeared, the powerful aura caused everyone to feel despair and suffocation. Even though it only lasted for an instant, everyone felt terrified. The 5 Great Supremacies became extremely respectful at this moment. Looking at the lofty hierarch Dark Shadow, he was filled with envy and excitement. When would they have the opportunity to break through to this realm? Hierarch Dark Shadow stood at the highest position, surrounded by a white mist that was faintly discernible. Weaker supremacies couldn't see through the white mist at all. This was Lin Fei's 2nd time seeing Hierarch Dark Shadow. Just like the last time, Hierarch Dark Shadow exuded a powerful aura. In his eyes, Hierarch Dark Shadow's life force was too dense, like a towering mountain. Even in a battle, unless it was an extremely powerful move, ordinary moves wouldn't be able to injure him. Just his dense life force alone was enough to make people feel despair. When one's life force became strong, it would also become extremely difficult to deal with. Compared to Hierarch Dark Shadow, Great Supremacy's life force is much weaker. If I were to use numbers to describe a Great Supremacy's life force, it would be 3. If a Supremacy's life force was 1, then Hierarch Dark Shadow's life force would be 10, or even higher. Lin Fei made a judgment. I'm currently at the Proud Heaven Realm 8th layer, so my life force is also exceptionally strong. However, it's at most similar to a Great Supremacy's. Compared to Hierarch Dark Shadow, it's still too far off. Unless I can break through to the Proud Heaven Realm 9th layer, then my life force will probably surpass a Great Supremacy's and reach 5. For the first time, Lin Fei felt insignificant. Hierarch Dark Shadow was ridiculously strong. Since everyone is here, then let's begin. Hierarch Dark Shadow's voice was full of majesty, making it impossible for anyone to refuse. Today is the day of the Dark Shadow Throne selection. On behalf of the Dark Shadow Palace, I welcome everyone. A middle-aged supremacy stepped onto the stage with a smile on his face. There are many young supremacies participating in this year's Dark Shadow Throne selection. I believe it will be more exciting than any other time. Now, let the first round of elimination begin. The selection for the Dark Shadow Throne was very fair. Especially in front of Hierarch Dark Shadow, no one dared to play any tricks. First round, candidates, step onto the stage. This time, there were many supremacies participating in the Dark Shadow Throne selection. There were more than 80 people, and many of them were here to try their luck. If they could enter, they would be lucky. If they couldn't, they could still come and gain experience. There were many people who had the same thought. This is a treasure of the Dark Shadow Palace, and it's called the 10 Death 10 Destruction Illusionary Spirit Array. The middle-aged supremacy took out an array diagram. Next, you will face the test of the illusionary spirit array. There are a total of 86 people here, and 43 people will be eliminated in the first round. Whoever can last until the end will be the victor and will be able to enter the second round. The middle-aged supremacy activated the illusionary spirit array. Array flags were inserted into the void one after another. Then, there was a slight fluctuation in space. The people outside didn't seem to be any different. However, the person standing in the middle immediately felt that his surroundings had changed. He had inexplicably arrived at a battlefield with thousands of soldiers and countless experts swarming over. When the array flags entered the void, Lin Fei immediately closed his eyes. Block everything. The little devil immediately blocked everything. Lin Fei seemed to have closed his eyes, but in fact he was completely isolated from the outside world. The power of the illusionary spirit array didn't affect his mind at all. It looks very powerful. 43 people will be eliminated in one go. Lin Fei didn't feel embarrassed at all. He had cheated. There was no need to waste too much energy here. Even if he closed his eyes, the system would be able to see everything clearly. After the illusionary spirit array was activated, the 86 supremacies present all had solemn expressions on their faces. Only a few of them didn't seem to have any changes, as if they were just experiencing something trivial. I wonder how long the people this time will be able to last. The illusionary spirit array is used to temper the mind. It's not that easy to resist. Look, someone is starting to lose it. In less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn. Chapter 29:10. The illusionary spirit array was just an appetizer. After the first High Lord left, the second High Lord, the third High Lord, and the 8th High Lord, the 9th High Lord, and the 10th High Lord followed. Solitary sword is so powerful. There's no change at all. Elysian Sun is not bad either. I think Lin Fei is not bad either. Isn't it said that body tempering experts have poor control of the mind? That seems to be the case. Inside the illusionary spirit array. The longer one persisted, the greater the pressure. 1 incense sticks time, 2 incense sticks time, 3 incense sticks time. Time ticked by. The High Lords were eliminated one after another. Hold on a little longer. We're about to succeed. It's the 50th. The High Lords in the illusionary spirit array kept cheering, determined to persist until the end. Soon, the 43rd High Lord left the illusionary spirit array, his face full of smiles. Ah, I'm the 43rd. Great. He could enter the second round. The 5 great lords also looked at the High Lord in the illusionary spirit array. Han Tian, your personal disciple is not bad. He can persist until now. Grand Supremacy Sea and Mountain Supremacy said with a smile. Did he cultivate some secret technique in advance? Grand Supremacy Han Tian looked quite proud. Of course. My disciple is not simple. I really don't know what secret technique he cultivates. Body-tempering High Lords are famous for not being able to persist for long. I guess he will leave soon. The scarlet-cloaked Grand Supremacy Black Absolute said. Not necessarily. Grand Supremacy Han Tian shook his head. My disciple can't be judged by ordinary standards. Grand Supremacy Black Absolute's interest was piqued. Are you very confident in Lin Fei? Why don't we make a small bet? Grand Supremacy Han Tian was not angry at all. Instead, he laughed. Brother Black, you're eyeing my treasure again. You never do things that don't benefit you. Great Supremacy Black Absolute narrowed his eyes and said, Of course, I don't want anything else. I heard that you obtained a powerful treasure called the Protective Ring, and my disciple happens to be in need of such a treasure. If I lose, I'll give you a body-tempering movement technique. Deal. In the Dark Shadow Palace, the 5 great supremacies had a good relationship. They rarely interfered in the competition, so it didn't affect their friendship. It was rare for Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker to be so happy. I wonder if you're interested. I'll be the banker today, and I'll bet that my direct disciple Lin Fei will win first place. The other 3 great reverends laughed. Brother Han Tian, you're the one who said it. I think solitary sword can last the longest. I'll bet my heart of the sea. I don't have any treasures, but I recently made a scroll, petrify spell. I'll use it as a wager. Great Sovereign Shijian also took out a scroll. Han Tian said with Han Supremacy. Han Tian said, I, White Lord. I, Lord, White Spirit, White Supremacy, said. White Lord, White Lord, White High, God, Heaven said, White Lord, White Lord, Lord, Han Tian, you're good. You're the banker. How about I also bet? Revered Divinity Shadow spoke with a smile on his face. Grand Supremacy. Han Tian exclaimed in surprise, Palace Master, you're here too. Of course, let's bet your 800,000-year-old wine. If I lose, I'll give you a bottle of million-year-old wine. Hierarch Dark Shadow said with a smile. Alright. To Hierarch Dark Shadow, a bottle of million-year-old wine was nothing. He was just curious as to why Lin Fei's new supremacy could last until the end. The illusion array continued to display its might. The power was getting stronger and stronger. Lin Fei shielded himself from all influences and could vaguely feel the might of the illusionary spirit array. An hour later, there were less than 15 supremacies left standing. To be able to last until now, these 15 supremacies all had considerable potential. That guy is completely fine. Elysian's son glanced at him and activated his cultivation technique with all his might. I don't believe that he can last longer than me. Among the 15 supremacies, Lin Fei was the only supremacy who practiced body tempering. He was notorious for not being good at body tempering, but now, it seemed that it was not the case. Another incense stick's time passed. The 15 supremacies became 8 supremacies. Among them, there were 4 veteran supremacies and 4 young supremacies. I can't hold on any longer. Supremacy Wang's expression suddenly changed, and he was teleported out. I can't even compare to Lin Fei. Supremacy Wang was truly unwilling, especially since Lin Fei had lasted longer than him. This was completely different from what they usually said. There were 7 supremacies present. Although this was only the first round of elimination, and they had all entered the second round, they had to fight for first place no matter what. They could not fall behind the new supremacies. The power of the illusionary spirit array continued to increase. Among the remaining 7 supremacies, 3 were quickly eliminated. One of them was Supremacy Yi Fei and Supremacy Huang Lang. They all looked as if they had seen a ghost. What kind of secret technique did that Lin Fei cultivate? He's too persistent. Another one has been eliminated. Now there are 3. Too amazing. Lin Fei had gained a fierce reputation in the Dark Shadow Palace because of the Punishment Hall incident, but there were still many supremacies who did not know about it. But now that they saw it, they all understood. This Lin Fei was indeed very powerful. Ever since the illusionary spirit array was created, there had not been a single supremacy who could last so long in it. Han Tian, did you do something to it? You body tempering cultivators are the worst at this. How can that Lin Fei kid last so long? What the hell? The few supremacies also looked as if they had seen a ghost. It was too unbelievable. Supremacy Han Tian's face was full of pride. I told you that my disciple would definitely last until the end. I'll just take your things. That might not be the case. I don't see the Elysian Sun and Dugu Yijin around. It's still unknown who will last until the end. The fact that the 3 members of the younger generation could last until the end was beyond the expectations of the supremacies present. This was completely wrong. Many of the people present had experienced the power of the illusionary spirit array. Once inside, every second was a kind of torture. To be able to last for more than an hour, one's potential was very terrifying. What surprised them the most was that there were 3 supremacies, Lin Fei. Since when could a supremacy of the body tempering school endure so easily? Every time a supremacy of the body tempering school went up, he would be the first to be eliminated. He can still persist. The Elysian Sun had been paying attention. However, the other party did not seem to be unable to hold on. Why doesn't he fall? This time, The Elysian Sun's main body had returned not only to go to the Shadow Throne, but also to suppress Lin Fei's arrogance. But now, it seemed that there was a problem. Come on, let's hurt each other. Chapter 29:11. The Elysian Sun was circulating his energy to resist. The moment the inexplicable voice appeared, he was infuriated. He could tell who the voice belonged to. He can still speak. He was shocked. The Elysian Sun was well aware of the prowess of the illusionary spirit array, especially now that it was extremely difficult to resist. He did not dare to let his guard down and focused all his attention. Suddenly, the power of the illusionary spirit array rushed in. After suppressing it with great difficulty, he was almost teleported out. You're shameless. The Elysian Sun took a deep breath and transmitted his voice back. Who's shameless? You should be the shameless one. Why aren't you speaking? Are you so guilty that you can't say anything? Originally, we didn't interfere in each other's affairs. I have no interest in the Vice Hall Master of the Disciplinary Hall, but you insisted on tormenting me. Now, you're even allowing me to torment you. If you're not speaking, I'll continue. The Elysian Sun's original intention was to warn Lin Fei. But the situation changed. The other party continued to transmit his voice. Lin Fei's words became more and more unpleasant, and the Elysian Sun gradually became angry. He almost roared, and his body began to sway. The power of the illusionary spirit array had invaded his body. Too shameless, he caused me to be invaded by the illusionary spirit array. The Elysian Sun gritted his teeth. He could only try his best to resist the influence of the illusionary spirit array. Why aren't you speaking? Aren't you very powerful? Why are you acting like a tortoise now? This is too boring. The more Lin Fei spoke, the more enthusiastic he became. This lasted for the time it took for an incense stick to burn. The Elysian Sun's face was pale. He glared at Lin Fan, and with a whoosh, the power of the illusionary spirit array erupted, and the Elysian Sun was teleported out. Bastard, how dare you trick me? The moment the Elysian Sun came out, the influence of the illusionary spirit array on him disappeared. His gaze turned cold as he stared at Lin Fei. He had never thought that he would be tricked in the first elimination round. Indignant, the Elysian Sun was indignant. When the Elysian Sun's words came out, everyone was surprised. Under normal circumstances, the Elysian Sun had a powerful Buddhist cultivation technique, so he should have been able to last until the end. But the result was just like that. In everyone's opinion. Apart from Dugu Yijian and the Elysian Son of Heaven, there was no third person who could last until the end. This is too unexpected. What kind of technique did that High Lord Lin Fei cultivate? It's so powerful. Unbelievable. Dugu Yijian was completely focused. The Elysian Son of Heaven actually went out. The power of the illusionary spirit array was nothing to Dugu Yijian, who walked the path of the sword. With the departure of the Elysian Sun, only Lin Fei and himself were left. Interesting. How interesting. Dugu Yijian was very interested in the current Lin Fei. Ever since the test of the illusionary spirit array began today, Lin Fei had broken all kinds of records. Throughout history, there were only a few supremacies of the body tempering school who had reached this step. Dugu Yijian had never considered the Elysian Son of Heaven as an opponent, but now his opponent had arrived. 2 hours. 3.5 hours. The power of the illusionary spirit array had almost reached its limit. Dugu Yijian also began to sway. Even with his sword Dao, he could not hold on any longer. He glanced at Lin Fei, who was not far away, and his face was slightly pale. His body was as still as a mountain, and it seemed like he could still hold on. I didn't expect to lose by a small margin. Dugu Yijian stopped resisting and teleported out. After Dugu Yijian left, Lin Fei persisted for another 30 minutes before leaving the illusionary spirit array. How dare you trick me? As soon as he came out, the Elysian Son of Heaven approached him aggressively. Did I? Lin Fei laughed. Now that everyone is watching, you can continue shouting. The Elysian Sun stared at Lin Fei. You're good, but when you meet me later, you'll definitely regret it. I'm looking forward to it. The Elysian sun suppressed his anger and smiled generously. You're really not bad. You've created a record for the body tempering school. Next time, no one will be able to break this record. In the eyes of everyone, the Elysian Son of Heaven was here to congratulate him. After all, Lin Fei had created a new record for the body tempering school's supremacy. That's true, it'll be difficult for me to break this record for many years. Lin Fei echoed. The Elysian Son of Heaven was infuriated, so he turned around and left, returning to his original position. Grand Supremacy Hantian's face was full of smiles. I'll accept the items without hesitation. It's really not easy to win against you guys. Grand Supremacy Heiju and the others were also dumbfounded. The body tempering school's Lin Fei had won. This was really abnormal. Since when did the body tempering school's supremacy become so powerful? Grand Supremacy Hantian was even more pleased with himself. His disciple had really made him proud. But the second round of the elimination round soon began. The first round was a mental test, but the second round was not a battle, but a test personally by Divine Shadow Supremacy. 43 supremacies stood together. The middle-aged supremacy once again stood up and said, I'm sure everyone knows that the second round is a test from the Palace Master of Dark Shadow Palace. Everyone, please prepare yourselves. Divine Shadow Supremacy also stood up, his body exuding a disdainful aura. You guys are not bad. As his voice fell, a terrifying aura erupted from his body, surging over like a flood. The bodies of the first few supremacies trembled, and they were instantly teleported out, losing their qualifications. In the second round, only 10 of the 43 supremacies were left. Divine Shadow Supremacy's aura also increased accordingly. As soon as his aura descended, it made everyone feel great pressure. The supremacies released Emperor Will to protect their bodies, withstanding the fierce impact, and all of them began to wobble. Dugu Ijian's sword domain is so powerful. It sliced through the impact, forming a vacuum around it. And there's also the Elysian Son of Heaven. The power of his Sanskrit chant is also extraordinary. Lin Fei of the body tempering school has a strong physical body, but he actually chose to face it head-on. Wrong, that's a body tempering school's technique. It's really different. Under Divine Shadow Supremacy's aura, everyone tried their best to perform. Everyone used their body tempering technique to the extreme, and everyone could hear the sound of the surging waves, as if it was happening right next to their ears. Even if they were not within the range, everyone could feel the terrifying strength of the Palace Master. As the power increased, the supremacies present felt chills all over their bodies, and a terrifying sense of suffocation assaulted them. The supremacies were also teleported out one by one, and the terrifying pressure also disappeared, not leaving behind any nightmares. They could not help but admire the Palace Master's strength. This was also the first time that Lin Fei experienced Divine Shadow Supremacy's power. What a powerful aura! There is no trace of Emperor Will, and the power is perfect without any deviation. Chapter 29:12. Divine Venerable Dark Shadow's aura field was very powerful. Even the most ordinary suppression made everyone feel like a lone boat in the vast ocean. They kept swaying and activated their Emperor Intent Protection. After the first wave of suppression, the second wave of suppression came, and its power began to increase. After each wave, there would be supremacies who could not withstand it and left the range of the aura field. There were a total of 9 waves of suppression. The last time Divine Venerable Dark Shadow released a total of 8 waves of aura field, and no one could last until the 9th wave. Compared to the last time, the supremacies this time were much more powerful. After 5 consecutive suppression, there were only 20 supremacies left. All of them were powerful, and their eyes were full of fighting spirit. As long as they persevered, they would be qualified to enter the Dark Shadow Throne. The 6th wave of suppression came. It was more powerful this time. Compared to the 5th wave of suppression, the aura field contained Tao intent. In a dozen breaths' time, 3 supremacies were eliminated. In the 7th wave, 4 were eliminated, and there were only 13 supremacies left. In the 8th wave, another 2 were eliminated, and there were only 11 left. Exciting! I didn't expect 11 supremacies to last until the 8th wave. It's going to be the 9th wave soon. Our Dark Shadow Palace has become stronger again. The watching supremacies were delighted. Everyone hoped that the Dark Shadow Palace would become stronger, so that they could walk in the Saint Spirit domain with pride. Divine Venerable Dark Shadow was also quite satisfied. Compared to the last time, the Dark Shadow Palace's strength had increased a lot. 11 supremacies had lasted until the 8th wave. They were the future of the Dark Shadow Palace. Especially the younger generation, they had performed very well. The 9th wave is coming. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The power of the 9th wave was completely different from the 8th wave. It contained Tao intent. The 11 supremacies felt a powerful torrent of power surging toward them. Bang, bang, bang. The Emperor intent protection shattered on the spot. Immediately, some supremacies could not withstand it and were teleported out. 1, 2, 3. Instantly, 3 supremacies were eliminated. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. One of the middle-aged supremacies hung his head dejectedly, full of reluctance. Just a little bit more, and the 3 of them were teleported out almost at the same time. He was the first to be teleported. He had lost the right to enter the Shadow Throne. The remaining 8 supremacies also used all their abilities to resist this torrent of energy. The next second, another teleportation. The crushing aura of the 9th wave was even more powerful and could deal a fatal blow. Being able to last a second longer was already a pretty good result. Under the pressure of this energy field, the one who performed the best was Dugu Ijian. He unfolded his sword domain and the sword will within it rampaged. However, after blocking the first round of attacks of the 9th wave, Dugu Ijian actually gave up on defending and was teleported away. This was beyond everyone's imagination. It's just a selection. There's no need to determine the victor. As soon as Dugu Ijian came out, he said to his friends with a calm expression on his face. While Lin Fei also gave up. He appeared outside with a smile on his face. He had already experienced Divine Venerable Shadow's aura. Actually, that was enough. He did not want to expose too much. The most important thing was to get the benefits in the Shadow Throne. Elysian Sun, who had been planning to suppress Lin Fei, saw that Dugu Ijian and Lin Fei had given up. His fighting spirit that had just emerged seemed to have been poured with a basin of cold water, and he was completely dumbfounded. These 2 guys, do you have to do this? This is a chance to show off in front of the Shadow Palace Master. Are you going to let me show off? Elysian's son looked helpless. This was really a trap. Junior brother, why did you come out? Elysian's son is very angry with you. Master Chongyang laughed loudly. Anyway, we've already got a place. There's no need to persist until the end. Wenrenjing also laughed and said, but Elysian's son has no place to show off. At this time, Dugu Ijian also looked over and smiled at Lin Fei. It was a fleeting smile, and if one was not particularly serious, it was almost invisible. The 5 great supremacies were also speechless. Han Tian, your disciple really has a personality. I thought that only Dugu Ijian had a personality. Your disciple is the same. Great Supremacy Heiju said with a smile. Your disciple not only has a personality, but he is also quite cunning. I originally wanted to see how long he could persist, but it seems that I got excited for nothing. Great Supremacy Glory shook his head and said with a speechless expression. Great Supremacy Han Tian secretly praised Lin Fei. He was very satisfied with Lin Fei's performance. Sometimes, it was necessary to hide one's true strength. I was going to say it, but I didn't expect you to be more thoughtful than I was. The competition in the Shadow Throne was not a trivial matter. Although there would not be any danger, if one's trump card was seen by others, it would easily arouse the other party's vigilance, and it would not be very effective. How can I control my disciple? Grand Supremacy Han Tian said with a helpless smile. Therefore, he has been cultivating alone for the past 100,000 years. The other 4 great supremacies did not know whether to laugh or cry. Great Supremacy Han Tian was showing off his disciple again. Ever since Lin Fei became a supremacy and suppressed the Elysian Sun, they had heard many praises for Lin Fei, which made them very speechless. However, they could not find a disciple who could compare to Lin Fei. What made them even more speechless was that when Great Supremacy Han Tian accepted a personal disciple, he had just happened to pass by and picked up a good disciple out of thin air. The more they thought about it, the angrier they became. After Lin Fei and Dugu Yijian took the initiative to give up. Everyone wanted to watch an exciting competition, but they immediately gave up on that idea. The following battles were obviously not interesting. The remaining supremacies decisively gave up resisting. In the blink of an eye, only the Elysian sun was left, with a huge Buddha behind him. It looked very awkward no matter how they looked at it. In the end, the first place was taken by the Elysian sun. However, the Elysian sun's expression did not look good. It was completely because the other party had given up on him. Hierarch Dark Shadow retracted his aura, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The Shadow Throne will be open to the public in a month. This was tantamount to setting the tone. 1 month later, everyone could enter the Shadow Throne. The rest of the matter was simple. After saying a few words, Hierarch Dark Shadow left, followed by the 5 great supremacies. All the supremacies present came up to congratulate them. The Shadow Throne was an opportunity. If they could obtain that treasure, their chances of becoming a great supremacy in the future would be much higher. If these 10 people entered, no matter what they obtained, it would be a great harvest. Chapter 29:13. The selection for the Shadow Throne was not very intense. After all, it was just a qualification contest. The real competition depended on what good items one could bring out after entering the Shadow Throne. It was normal for some supremacies to return empty-handed after entering. There were also some supremacies who returned with great rewards. The next trip to the Shadow Throne was the most important. Lin Fei did not stay idle after obtaining the qualification to enter the Shadow Throne. He constantly flipped through the information on the Shadow Throne that his master had given him and compared it with the large amount of information in the system to fill in the gaps. He had a deeper understanding of the Shadow Throne. During this period, the Dark Shadow Palace kept spreading news that the 10 supremacies had joined forces with each other. For example, the Elysian Sun hooked up with the veteran supremacy Yi Fei and formed a small team. The other supremacies also began to choose to join forces with others. The Shadow Throne was a very unfamiliar and dangerous place. Every time the Shadow Throne opened, most people would choose to join forces. If they did not join forces, they would not be able to make it through. Lin Fei did not care much when he heard this news. His goal for this trip was to kill the shadow beasts in the Shadow Throne and plunder their life energy. He really did not care much about the treasures. The only treasure that could move Lin Fei now was the Divine Essence Sand. 150 caddies of it was something that would give him a headache. Until now, Lin Fei still had no clue. As for the Tianhe Kingdom, there was only a handful of Divine Essence Sand left after the last time, so he was not interested. He could only take it one step at a time. Junior brother, are you planning to join forces with others? Are you going to enter the Shadow Throne alone? Half a month later, eldest senior brother Chongyang came over and asked anxiously. Among the upper echelons of the Dark Shadow Palace, the most discussed topic was the Dark Shadow Throne. Eldest senior brother, even if I want to join forces with others, they will not agree. Lin Fei said with a bitter smile. If they really wanted to join forces, they would have come a long time ago. They would not be as quiet as they are now. I have been pushed out by them. Eldest brother Chongyang was a meticulous person. He immediately understood what his junior brother said. It must be the Elysian Son of Heaven's doing. If it wasn't for him, with junior brother's strength, those supremacies would definitely come looking for you. Eldest brother Chongyang was also angry. Eldest senior brother, the Shadow Throne isn't a mountain of knives or a sea of fire. If they can challenge it, why can't I? Besides, I'm a supremacy of the body tempering school, and I have a protective technique. No matter what, I'm not that weak. Lin Fei said. Eldest senior brother, won't you come over and just talk to me about this? Eldest senior brother Chongyang gave a hollow laugh. Actually, it's nothing much. I just wanted to discuss something with junior brother. Now it seems that it's a little troublesome. After all, junior brother is now alone without any teammates. It's too difficult to do it. Forget it. This was the first time his eldest senior brother had come to discuss something with him. Lin Fei asked curiously, "Wait a minute, eldest senior brother. Since you're here, why don't you tell me? What if I have a solution?" Eldest senior brother Chongyang had indeed come to look for Lin Fei. After hearing his junior brother's words, it made sense. After all, his junior brother couldn't be treated as an ordinary supremacy. Actually, it's like this. Eldest senior brother Chongyang organized his words. Junior brother should have some understanding of the Shadow Throne. It's a special place with rich resources, but it's also very dangerous. Even supremacies have to be careful when they enter. They don't have the strength to do as they please. However, the resources in the Shadow Throne are very popular among the supremacies. Every time the Shadow Throne opens, many supremacies will ask to buy some of the things in the Shadow Throne. As you know, supremacies of the body tempering school don't have as much money as supremacies with emperor intent. Eldest senior brother Chongyang understood what he meant. Eldest senior brother, you mean that junior brother should help you get some resources from the Shadow Throne? Eldest senior brother Chongyang nodded. That was my original intention, but I don't think it's possible now. Lin Fei had an idea. Eldest senior brother, can you tell me what kind of things are in the Shadow Throne that are more popular outside? I might really be able to bring them out. There's no harm in telling you. Eldest senior brother Chongyang had been to the Shadow Throne in the past, and the dangers inside were still fresh in his memory. If he didn't collaborate with others, it would be very difficult to collect those resources. There are many resources in the Shadow Throne, and the most valuable are the ores, eldest senior brother Chongyang explained. Since he wasn't in a hurry, he was very detailed and didn't leave out any resources. Lin Fei listened very carefully, and an idea popped up in his mind. Perhaps I can become a merchant. With the supremacy's emphasis on this, I reckon that selling it to the Shadow Palace would bring me a huge sum of money. I might even be able to easily exchange it for the divine origin energy sand outside. Initially, he was still worried about the divine origin energy sand, but after hearing eldest senior brother Chongyang's words, Lin Fei immediately had an idea. It seemed like he could go in and make a fortune. Eldest senior brother Chongyang left. Lin Fei didn't stay idle. He personally went to the Shadow Palace to find out more about the items produced by the Shadow Throne. You don't say, the prices are really not cheap. The items in the Shadow Throne are unique in the Saint Spirit domain, so it's normal for the prices to be high. If eldest senior brother has this idea, I reckon that the Elysian sons and the others have the same idea. Lin Fei returned to his cave abode and started to register. It wasn't difficult for him to obtain a price list from the Shadow Palace. No one would dare to offend a rising supremacy like him. The ores are the most popular. Apart from that, there are also the Shadow Treasures and the Shadow Beast's leather armor. Each of them is good stuff, and they can be forged into supremacy-level battle armor. Lin Fei finally had something to do. I have the system by my side, so no one can compete with me for the items in the Shadow Throne. Aren't you guys planning to cheat me? Let's see who's cheating who. This time, I'm going to do a big sweep. A month passed in the blink of an eye. The day to enter the Shadow Throne had arrived. Lin Fei arrived rather early. Supremacy Lin Fei, this is your teleportation stone. Once he entered, a middle-aged supremacy came up to him. After greeting him, he took out a piece of jade. This is the teleportation stone that the palace lord personally refined. When you encounter danger, you can use it to teleport out. Lin Fei valued the Shadow Throne even more. The teleportation stone that the Shadow Palace Lord personally refined was definitely extraordinary. Even a supremacy's life could be threatened by it. Chapter 29:14. The higher-ups are quite thoughtful. They even prepared teleportation stones. Lin Fei put away the teleportation stone. He was looking forward to the Shadow Throne trip. Although there were some materials left in the library, there were no images. In Lin Fei's view, this was to maintain the mystery of the Shadow Throne. Not long later, another 3 supremacies arrived, and they were all veteran supremacies. Supremacy Yi Fei, Supremacy Su Heng, and Supremacy Huang Lang entered at almost the same time. When they saw Lin Fei, Supremacy Yi Fei and Supremacy Huang Lang only glanced at him before walking to the other side to get their teleportation stones. Supremacy Su Heng nodded slightly at Lin Fei, showing his friendliness. Since Lin Fei had already nodded, he wouldn't reject him, so he greeted him with a smile. I'm disliked by the veteran supremacies. Lin Fei could sense enmity from them. My physique cultivator strength is still a threat to them. Elysian Sun is also a good move to rope everyone in so quickly. What a pity! Supremacy Su Heng stood not far away. Beside him were two young supremacies. They were Supremacy Pain Star and Supremacy Luo Hua. They had advanced for hundreds of thousands of years and had decent potential. That's right. The Shadow Throne isn't an ordinary place. It's filled with danger. Palace Lord even prepared teleportation stones for us. Lin Fei probably won't be able to move an inch alone. He might not even be able to pass the first level. Supremacy Pain Star had a lukewarm impression of Lin Fei. Supremacy Luo Hua was a woman, and she wasn't young anymore. She shook her head slightly and revealed a trace of regret. He has offended too many people. Even if someone wants to team up with him, they have to consider the consequences of offending the supremacies of the Shadow Palace. Su Heng had a good impression of Lin Fei. It wasn't easy for a physique cultivator to reach this step. If not for the previous incident, Su Heng would have invited Lin Fei to join the team. With a physique cultivator, the team would be able to last longer. Supreme Lord Yi Fei and Supreme Lord Huang Lang stood together. Behind them stood two young Supreme Lords. They were Supreme Lord River Mountain and Supreme Lord Wu Qing. That guy probably doesn't know that he's been abandoned. Yi Fei smiled with his eyes squinted. His smile was extremely cold. That's right. It wasn't easy to get the qualification. Once he gets in, he'll be kicked out in less than 3 days. Supreme Lord Huang Lang's aura was very heavy, mighty and mighty. At this moment, he was filled with a cold smile. Everyone knows that the Shadow Throne is a strange land. If you want to search for treasures inside, you have to join hands with others. If you go in alone, not many people will be able to last until the end. As veteran supremacies, the two of them didn't like Lin Fei at all. Many of their disciples had been captured by the punishment hall and were still serving there. Even if they asked someone to tell them, the result would be the same. The moment the Shadow Throne's quota was announced, some supremacies immediately came to find trouble for Lin Fei. They wanted to prevent them from forming a team with Lin Fei. To begin with, they were already unhappy with Lin Fei, so they naturally wouldn't reject their request. All of them smiled and agreed. After releasing the news, no one dared to look for Lin Fei anymore. Brother Xing is here. Elysian Sun walked into the palace with a smile. He glanced at Lin Fei, who was standing at a corner. When he saw that there was no one around, the smile on his face became even more radiant. Vice Hall Master Lin, why are you alone? Elysian Sun wasn't in a hurry to collect the teleportation stone. Now that there was such a good opportunity to ridicule Lin Fei, he definitely wouldn't miss it. Even now, his face was still burning from the incident a month ago. Originally, they wanted to have a duel to see who could last until the end. In the end, both Lin Fei and Dugu Yijian gave up. In the end, their efforts were in vain. Their first place seemed to have become a joke. Although Elysian Sun was unhappy with Dugu Yijian's actions, he really didn't dare to do anything to him. Dugu Yijian's sword Dao killing move was one of the 10 great sects and was extremely powerful. Hence, he bore a grudge against Lin Fei. With the new and old grudges added together, no matter how he looked at Lin Fei, he didn't like it. Can't I do it alone? Lin Fei smiled. Elysian Sun was choked and felt uncomfortable all over. He squinted his eyes and said, I just feel that the Shadow Throne isn't an ordinary place. It's dangerous to be alone. It's a pity that Vice Hall Master Lin has missed this rare opportunity. I really feel pity for you. Unlike me, who teamed up with a few people. I believe that this trip will definitely be very rewarding. Is that so? We've all entered the Shadow Throne. Could it be that Vice Hall Master wholly knows the situation inside? Lin Fei laughed. I'm guessing that you won't be able to obtain anything good on this trip, because I'll be able to obtain more than you. Why don't you follow me? If I'm happy, I'll give you a share, so that you won't end up empty-handed. The surrounding supremacies shook their heads slightly when they heard this. He's too arrogant. The Shadow Throne is full of danger, and there are a large number of shadow beasts. He actually dares to boast so shamelessly. He must be out of his mind. I reckon that he'll be the first to roll out. He's too shameless. None of the supremacies believed Lin Fei's words. Alone? Not even a body-tempering cultivator. Elysian's son was full of ridicule. Vice Hall Master Lin is indeed Vice Hall Master Lin. You're full of confidence. Then, I'll congratulate you in advance. I hope that you'll be able to obtain more treasures than us. Lin Fei smiled and said, when the time comes, just don't be so depressed that you want to cry. We're all generous people. Why would we? Elysian's son said, Vice Hall Master Lin, on the other hand, if you encounter any danger, you can look for me. As a colleague, I'll definitely help you. Ha! Elysian's son could already see Lin Fei's miserable appearance. Dugu Yijin was the last to arrive. He was also alone. After Dugu Yijin arrived, Su Heng went up to greet him and made an invitation, but the other party tactfully rejected. Elysian's son narrowed his eyes and transmitted a message to Supremacy Yi Fei and Supremacy Huang Lang. This time, our Shadow Throne will be the biggest winner. As long as Dugu Yijin didn't join Supremacy Su Heng's team, Elysian's son would be completely at ease. Regardless of how powerful they would always be at a disadvantage if they were alone in the Shadow Throne. This was the accumulated experience of the supremacies of the Dark Shadow Palace. Back then, there were many heroic supremacies who ventured into the Shadow Throne alone. Afterwards, they all came out in a miserable state and became a joke in everyone's eyes. Until now, no one would go to the Shadow Throne alone. No matter how bad it was, they had to join the team. There was strength in numbers. Only then would they be able to obtain the corresponding treasures in the Shadow Throne. Lin Fei and Dugu Yijin's actions were completely foolish. Elysian's son was even less worried that the two of them would team up. Dugu Yijin was famous for being stubborn. Chapter 29:15. Everyone retracted their thoughts. Their goal was the same. Even though Lin Fei's arrogant words made them feel ridiculous, when they retracted their thoughts, they looked at Lin Fei with pity. This foolish and arrogant fellow would soon regret his words. If he lowered his head and joined the Elysian son's team, it should not be difficult for him to pass the first level. After all, a peak supremacy of the body tempering school was still worthy of everyone's attention. When everyone retracted their gazes, Dugu Yijin calmly looked at Lin Fei with a strange expression. Lin Fei did not care so much. In this day and age, no one will believe the truth. He muttered to himself. Follow me. A supremacy opened up a passage and walked in first. The people behind him followed one after another. The passage was not very long. After a while, they came to an independent space. This space was very small and was no different from a cave abode. But when they stepped in, the passage behind them disappeared. It was as if they had arrived in an independent space out of thin air. Such an independent space did not have any location information. The supremacies present did not have the ability to find this independent space. It seems like there's no hope. Lin Fei shook his head. He still wanted to try to find the Shadow Throne through the clues left behind. When he had nothing to do, he could go in and take advantage of it. Master, this space is very special. It should have been set up by the Shadow Palace Lord himself. It moves around at any time, and there is no way to catch it. I suspect that it is outside the Saint Spirit domain. Lin Fei had actually thought of it as well. The Saint Spirit domain was very big. Although it seemed easy for Lin Fei to come up from the lower world, it was not easy to leave the Saint Spirit domain. However, it was not easy to get out of the Saint Spirit domain again. There was a layer of frightening material energy outside the void. He only found out about this after entering the Dark Shadow Palace. That material energy sealed the Saint Spirit domain up and down, forming an independent space. There were records of this in the ancient books in the library, and Lin Fei happened to know about it. If the Shadow Throne was placed in an ordinary void, Lin Fei would have plenty of ways to find it. However, if it was placed in that kind of material energy, it would be equivalent to blocking everything. With his current methods, He would not be able to find any traces of it. Soon, Lin Fei noticed the black stone door in front of him. On the stone door, there was a portrait of a huge head. It was vivid and lifelike, and those deep eyes seemed to contain an immense power. If one stared at them for a while, they would feel as if their entire being would be sucked into them, unable to extricate themselves. It was extremely terrifying. Everyone quickly circulated their energy to resist. Behind this door is the Shadow Throne. Everyone, get ready. I'm going to open the stone door. The middle-aged High Lord reminded everyone. Open. 2 sparkling and translucent black pearls flew out of the middle-aged Reverend's hand and into the empty eye of the portrait. Boom, boom, boom. As the object was inserted into the eye of the painting, the cave started to shake without any warning, following which 2 beams of light shot out and intersected with each other. They rotated endlessly and forcefully opened up a black tunnel that led to a mysterious place. You can go in. The middle-aged High Lord was obviously used to this kind of situation. Hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. In the black tunnel, boundless roars could be heard. Just listening to it made one's scalp go numb. The expressions of the 10 reverends finally changed. Just the sound alone made them feel a huge sense of danger. This was something that they didn't usually feel. Was this the throne of shadows? Before entering, everyone could already feel the boundless danger. The Shadow Throne truly lives up to its name. Ha! Elysian's son laughed loudly and was filled with excitement. He waved his hand, let's go in. Their group was the first to enter. With the 10 reverends, Elysian's son's group had 5 people, which was also the strongest group. Elysian's son was the last to enter. Vice Hall Master Lin, I'll be waiting for you inside. He went in proudly. The second group was Su Heng, and a total of 3 reverends followed closely behind. In the cave, only Dugu Yijin and Lin Fei were left. The 2 of them exchanged glances and turned into streams of light, rushing in one after another. The passageway slowly closed up and disappeared without a trace. The middle-aged supremacy took out 2 black pearls and turned around to leave the cave dwelling. The huge cave dwelling collapsed, as if it had never existed. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Lin Fei and Dugu Yijin arrived at almost the same time. They immediately discovered that they were in a place similar to an intersection. In front of them, there were 10 tunnels. Each tunnel was like the entrance to hell. At the same time, it was accompanied by endless roars that made everyone's hair stand on end. From these roars, they sensed a dangerous aura. This should be the first floor of the Shadow Throne, the Shadow Corridor. Elysian's son squinted his eyes. It said that each Shadow Corridor is different in danger. Some tunnels have a slim chance of survival. We have to choose carefully. Just as he finished speaking, Dugu Yijin was the first to choose a tunnel and rushed in. His golden sword domain was also released. In an instant, endless shattering sounds could be heard. Lin Fei followed closely behind and chose the tunnel closest to the side. He didn't care what the rest would choose. You'll regret it if you leave so quickly. The Elysian son of heaven laughed out loud and took out a treasure. It was a rainbow-colored pearl that was dazzling and gave off a mysterious aura. Brother Elysian, good move. You actually got such a good thing. Yi Fei laughed. The rainbow pearl of fortune can turn misfortune into fortune. It's a rare treasure in our Saint Spirit domain. Huang Lang revealed a look of joy and admired Elysian son's move. I've paid a great price for this. Although Elysian's son felt a little heartache, he was still rather happy. With the rainbow pearl of fortune, we can avoid some dangers and reach the Shadow Throne. That's our chance. Alright, let the rainbow pearl choose for us now. As Elysian's son used a technique to activate the rainbow pearl of fortune, it turned into a rainbow and flew across the sky, sandwiching the 5th tunnel in the middle. It's him! Su Heng and the 2 supremacies also felt the pressure. We really have to pay a price this time. Even the rainbow pearl of fortune was taken out. Turning misfortune into fortune was a simple phrase, but it had a great significance. Along the way, they didn't know how much trouble they could avoid. For example, the first floor's shadow corridor was probably the fastest for them to pass through. Let's take this tunnel. Su Heng calmed his heart and used a special technique to calculate. Finally, he chose the sixth tunnel. Chapter 29:16. This is the Shadow Corridor. However, the name doesn't look like it. It's just a shadow corridor. Who would come up with such a stupid name? Lin Fei chose a corridor and rushed in. It was completely different from the shadow corridor he had imagined. This was clearly a corridor that was dug out. The walls were full of potholes and there were traces left behind everywhere. Hua hua hua! Not long after stepping into the shadow corridor, Lin Fei immediately felt a gravitational force descending from the sky. It was as heavy as 1,000 caddies pressing down on him, causing his body to make cracking sounds. Lin Fei's body was bent down from the pressure. The gravitational force came too suddenly. Open for me! A jingguang erupted from Lin Fei's body and went against the gravitational force. Lin Fei slowly straightened his body and revealed a solemn expression. It's really as the information says. The shadow corridor on this floor of the Shadow Throne is filled with danger. This passage of mine is a gravitational field. Those with weaker physical bodies would be crushed to the ground on the spot. I wonder what they've encountered. Lin Fei adapted to the gravitational force and found that he was greatly restricted. His movement speed was very slow. In addition, his divine sense was also restricted. He could only see a distance of 10 meters in front of him. What a scam! No wonder the High Lords who came before all turned pale at the mention of the Shadow Throne. Lin Fei turned on the system and let it check ahead. Fortunately, what he was worried about didn't happen. The system could scan the situation ahead. Let me see what dangers there are in the Shadow Corridor. As Lin Fei spoke, he had only taken a few steps when two beams of light flashed and slid towards his chest. With two clanging sounds, Lin Fei was forced to take a few steps back. The lights appeared again. This time, it wasn't 2, but 5. When did they sneak over? Lin Fei waved his hand and took out the sky splitter hammer, smashing it towards the light. However, his hands were a beat too slow, and his body suffered another 3 attacks, causing him to feel a burning pain. I actually lost to a monster in the darkness in terms of speed for the first time. Lin Fei was speechless. Under the restrictions of the gravitational field, his speed was much slower. Compared to the monsters in the dark, there was a certain gap, so it was not surprising that he was hit. It's a good thing I have the body of Proud Heaven Celestial Stage 8. If it were those Emperor Will supremacies, it wouldn't be so comfortable. With a thought from Lin Fei, the 5 beams of light turned into 10 beams of light. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. I let you guys hit me for a bit, and you got cocky. Now watch me. Using the sky splitter hammer as his hand, Lin Fei swung it heavily, executing the first move, spatial oscillation. Bang bang bang. The shockwave spread out. A dull sound rang out, and 5 humanoid monsters appeared in the dark corridor. The most eye-catching thing was that their hands were like blades, gleaming with a cold light. After their bodies swayed slightly, they pounced forward again. These should be shadow swordsmen, a very powerful species. Their movement speed is extremely fast, and with the gravitational field suppressing me, it's no wonder I can't hit them. Lin Fei recognized them as the most common shadow swordsmen on the first floor, a terrifying existence. Spatial oscillation. The shadow swordsmen were directly sent flying. The power of the sky splitter hammer in Lin Fei's hand exploded, smashing on the shadow swordsmen one by one, causing them to spit out green blood. What the strong defense! They actually didn't die after taking the attack. No wonder they said to form a team. It's not easy to fight alone, their strength is already at the peak of the second stage. This was the strongest opponent Lin Fei had encountered so far. Soon, his face was full of smiles. I was worried that the monsters in the Shadow Throne wouldn't be enough, but now it seems like I was worrying too much. The stronger the shadow swordsman, the more vigorous the life force in their body. Killing one and plundering it is much better than killing the supremacies outside. Haha, shadow swordsman, here I come. Lin Fei released the seal on the sky splitter hammer. With a thought, the sky splitter hammer turned into the sky splitter rod, turning into countless shadows, smashing on the shadow swordsman. The first strike, the shadow swordsmen were covered in cracks. The second strike, The shadow swordsmen were smashed into pieces. Hua hua hua. A large amount of life force surged into Lin Fei's body, and he instantly felt like he had eaten honey, feeling refreshed from the bottom of his heart. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Lin Fei raised his voice. Under the attack of the Sky Splitter Rod, the shadow swordsmen that were terrifying in the eyes of the supremacies were killed in 2 strikes. With the death of 5 shadow swordsmen, a large amount of life force dissipated, and Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Shadow swordsman, here I come. After releasing the seal, even though Lin Fei's speed was restricted, his power was great. That bit of restriction was broken in front of the Sky Splitter Rod. This shadow corridor was very long. There were many shadow swordsmen in hiding, and after suffering at the start, Lin Fei knew how to deal with them. Under the immense power of the Sky Splitter Rod, the shadow swordsmen charging forward were just sending themselves to death. 1 shadow swordsman, 2 shadow swordsmen, 10 shadow swordsmen, 20 shadow swordsmen. Lin Fei dragged his heavy body, and the Sky Splitter Rod became a terrifying divine weapon. Every time it was swung out, it would hit the shadow swordsman, and its power was displayed to the extreme in this small corridor. Ao Tian's middle stage 8th stage physique also started to slowly increase. This seems to be shadow grass. After killing 30 shadow swordsmen, Lin Fei found a type of black grass on a rock wall. After carefully inspecting it, a name immediately popped up in his mind. This is good stuff. Dark shadow grass was a plant that only grew in the Dark Shadow Throne. This shadow grass contained a trace of Shadow Emperor intent. It was rumored that by continuously absorbing and refining it, one could grasp the powerful shadow stealth. It had the power of Saint Spirit level 9, and even supremacies would find it hard to detect. The Shadow Palace bought it at a high price. This time, we'll really have a great harvest in the Shadow Throne. Lin Fei did not stand on ceremony and plucked them all, continuing forward. In another corridor, the 5 Elysian children seemed to be more relaxed. Along the way, they did not encounter much danger, and with the cooperation of the 5 supremacies, they had a great harvest. Brother Sheng, our luck is pretty good. We've already harvested 3 stalks of shadow grass. Supremacy Yi Fei said happily. Fortunately, we have the rainbow pearl. Otherwise, we wouldn't have it so easy. This is just the beginning this time. This time, we're going to have a great harvest. Supremacy Huang Lang said with a smile. The Elysian children were also very excited. The rainbow pearl was indeed miraculous, and his efforts to obtain it were not in vain. I'm thinking that Lin Fei is probably suffering now. He might even be teleported out. What a pity, it was such a good opportunity. The Elysian children's words sounded very proud. He's probably regretting it now. In the future, if he wants to enter the Shadow Throne, he can forget about it if he doesn't accumulate enough contribution points. Chapter 29:17. Shadow Corridor. In one of the dark passages. Bang bang bang. Countless black shadows flashed by and constantly whipped the shadow swordsmen, causing the shadow swordsmen to be unable to rush up and could only linger outside until they were killed. Awesome! The person who attacked was very fast. The black rod in his hand was constantly dancing, and a black shadow appeared and whipped the shadow swordsman. In the shadow corridor, one could hear cracking sounds. That was the sound of the body breaking. Another 3 shadow grass in hand. Lin Fei quickly picked up the shadow grass and continued to move forward. This was his 3rd month in the shadow corridor. There were too many shadow swordsmen. In these 3 months, Lin Fei almost never stopped, fighting with the shadow swordsmen all the time. The Sky Splitter Rod in his hand was very smooth, killing the shadow swordsman became easier. The biggest gain was his proud Heaven 8th layer, unknowingly from the middle stage to the peak of the middle stage, about to break through to the late stage. It was definitely a huge improvement. Under the proud Heaven body, Lin Fei's physical body was even stronger. Several times he was attacked by the shadow swordsman. It only left a very shallow wound on his body. Looking at the time, it should be almost the end. Although he was alone, but along the way, his movement was still very fast, he believed that he was not slower than those people. It seemed that his guess was right. Following this, the number of shadow swordsmen began to decrease, It was easier to deal with. Master, it seems to be the end in front. However, you have to be careful. There is a powerful shadow swordsman hidden on your left side. It seems like it is a small team leader. One of them is equivalent to a dozen shadow swordsmen. After the divine sense was restricted, Lin Fei kept the system open. After recording the aura, the shadow swordsman had no place to hide. It was exposed. Got it. Just as they were about to get close, Lin Fei made the first move. He swung his sky splitter staff, smashing it against the stone wall. The dark shadow blade hand that was hiding there rushed out, and several beams of cold light appeared. Lin Fei also saw clearly. The shadow swordsman that attacked him was twice as big as the previous ones. It was like a small mountain and was very strong. The sky splitter staff swept horizontally and shattered the cold light. He then used the move, Spacequake. The dark shadow blade hand swayed slightly before continuing to attack. A cold light appeared. It was created by the other party's extremely fast speed, and it was quite terrifying. A peak supremacy expert. Lin Fei's fleshly body had been strengthened. Even though the opponent's attacks were sharp, with the heaven-splitting rod in his hand, he wasn't worried that the opponent could beat him. The heaven-splitting rod was like a poisonous snake, constantly striking the weak spots of the Umbra blade hand. Under the suppression of the gravitational field, Lin Fei's physical body improved a little. He was able to break through the suppression of the gravitational field. Every time he hit the shadow swordsman's weak point, once, twice, thrice, the shadow swordsman howled, but it couldn't touch Lin Fei at all. After another heavy strike, the shadowy bladesman was sent flying. In midair, its powerful body shattered into pieces, and a thick life force surged into Lin Fei's body. Lin Fei felt a wave of comfort wash over him. Something seems to have fallen. Lin Fei grabbed the air, and a shiny object appeared in his hand. This was something like a crystal, but the biggest difference was that the crystal contained a wave of energy, a very pure energy. Master, this is good stuff. It should be life energy inside. I didn't expect the Saint Spirit world to have such a special life form race. Your hierarch Umbra is very powerful. The little fiend said in surprise. No wonder I felt a familiar aura from the crystal. Lin Fei suddenly realized that he couldn't react in time. In the next second, he grabbed the life crystal and tried to absorb the life energy. Under the forceful plundering, the life energy in the life crystal flowed into Lin Fei's body like water. The majestic life energy was very pure, dozens of times purer than the plundering. Hua hua hua! This life energy kept circulating in Lin Fei's body. His physical body was slightly improved again. Proud Heaven Level 8 Late Stage. From Proud Heaven Level 8 Late Stage to Late Stage, it really didn't take long. Lin Fei could feel that Proud Heaven Level 8 Late Stage had a huge change in his physical body. It lasted for a long time. Kacha-kacha sounds came from Lin Fei's body. His eyes burst with light, and his eyes became deep like a bottomless pit. Proud Heaven Level 8 Late Stage, with my current physical defense, even a peak supremacy can't easily hurt me. Only those great supremacies can pose a threat to me. The heaven-defying 12 layers tyrant body was a brand new top-notch body cultivation technique derived from countless cultivation techniques. Every small realm increase would increase one's strength. Proud Heaven Level 8 Late Stage, although not yet at the peak, Lin Fei's strength had increased by a lot. If there are a few of these life crystals, I will quickly break through to the peak of the 8th level of Proud Heaven Realm. I just don't know, in the other passageways, whether or not there is this kind of shadow swordsman overseeing. If there is, he killed the last shadow swordsman. Lin Fei looked around and found the dark shadow grass. There were 13 of them, and they were all in one place. Lin Fei didn't hesitate to take them. At the end of the shadow corridor, Lin Fei walked out. He thought he would go to the next floor. But just as he came out, a terrifying and dangerous aura instantly fell on his body. The sky splitter rod also quickly appeared in his hand. At the end of the shadow corridor, it was not the next floor, but a place similar to a cave. The area was not very big, and it was about the size of a palace. But in such a place, not far from Lin Fei, there was a black circular altar, surrounded by 9 pillars. In the center of the altar stood a burly being. He was clad in black armor and held a large black shield in each hand. He was taller than a person, and his other hand was holding a black axe. At this moment, his cold eyes were looking over. "Intruder, die!" Boom, boom, boom. The void exploded, and a terrifying attack came. Lin Fei instantly felt cold all over, and the sky splitter rod in his hand slashed, splitting the void in two. Bang, bang, bang. The huge impact instantly hit Lin Fei's body, and his body also slightly swayed. Crush. The black axe cut across the sky, and the huge body came in front of Lin Fei, attacking with a big move. Damn, this has the battle power of a great supremacy. Chapter 29:18. Lin Fei really didn't think that he would be the first to come out. It seems like I was too fast. In one exchange, he encountered a shadow mutant with the battle power of a great sovereign. Its strength was very terrifying, and its power was fierce and tyrannical, crushing all the way. The moment he came into contact, the other party's power rushed in, continuously crushing the life energy in his body. After a dozen exchanges, Lin Fei figured out what it was. Shadow Commander, the boss of this floor. Only by defeating the Shadow Commander can you go to the next floor. Lin Fei also discovered the strength of the Shadow Commander. It could completely explode with the strength of a great sovereign, and its armor had the attack immunity ability. During this period, his attacks landed on the Shadow Commander's body several times, but he didn't suffer much damage. Later, after analyzing it with the system, he found out that it had the ability to avoid damage. In addition, the Shadow Commander had the ability to move freely in this place without any restrictions. With the first strike, the Shadow Commander dodged and turned around to attack, catching people off guard. Lin Fei relied on Proud Heaven's late-stage 8th layer physical body, but he also suffered several injuries. Each time, it brought about a huge destructive power, and he went on a rampage all the way. The Shadow Commander was very strong, but Lin Fei had Proud Heaven and the Sky Splitter Rod, so it shouldn't be difficult to kill it. However, after exchanging over 100 blows, the Dark Shadow Commander was injured and forced to retreat. He had thought that he would be able to obtain a life crystal, but in the next moment, the Dark Shadow Commander returned to the altar, fully healed. After going back and forth a few times, Lin Fei was completely speechless. This was simply a bug. When he was about to die, he ran back to recover. Fortunately, Lin Fei's physical body was strong, and when he fought with the Shadow Commander, he could steal some of its life energy, so he wouldn't be unable to recover. How can I fight like this? After 3 days and 3 nights. When Lin Fei saw the Dark Shadow Commander resurrect to full health once more, he was utterly defeated. It's really difficult for me to kill the Dark Shadow Commander alone. Even if I go all out, I won't be able to stop the Dark Shadow Commander from reviving to full health. In this place, he's almost invincible. What the hell? He really couldn't stop the Shadow Commander. The Shadow Commander's unlimited movement was extremely terrifying. If I want to kill the Dark Shadow Commander, I have to join forces with someone else. It's really difficult to kill him alone. With this thought in mind, Lin Fei did not expect to be able to kill the Dark Shadow Commander. What a joke! With this setting, even if he went all out, he would not be able to do it. He changed his method and started to wander around the Dark Shadow Commander. For Lin Fei, defense was always the easiest. It was even more convenient to move around. Half a month later, someone came out from one of the tunnels. Looks like we're the first to come out. Once they were out of the Dark Shadow Corridor, the Elysian Son of Heaven laughed heartily. Even though there was a trace of fatigue on his face, at least they had made it out of the Dark Shadow Corridor safely. But in the next second, the Dark Shadow Commander changed its target. After fighting for half a month, the Dark Shadow Commander was still unable to capture his opponent. Instead, he was injured everywhere. Gritting his teeth, when he sensed that someone was coming, he immediately changed his method. With a spatial movement, he appeared in front of the Elysian Son of Heaven and chopped down with his axe. Cold light shot out in all directions. Caught off guard, the Elysian Son of Heaven was sent flying and crashed into the rock wall. He spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. High Lord Yi Fei and High Lord Huanglang, as well as High Lord Chuanshan and High Lord Wuqing, immediately reacted and took out their treasures to protect in front of them. However, facing the attack of the Dark Shadow Commander, the four of them changed their expressions. Too powerful. In a short period of time, they seemed to have walked a circle on the edge of death. What the hell is this? The Elysian son of heaven's blood and chi surged. The Emperor's will protection around his body was also shattered into a mess. The battle armor on his body was also dented. It looked shocking. Brother Sheng, be careful. This seems to be the Dark Shadow Commander recorded in the information. High Lord Yi Fei reminded, it's very powerful. It seems to be invincible. It was not easy to get out of the Dark Shadow corridor. Before he could even catch his breath, he encountered the Dark Shadow Commander. The Elysian son of heaven was filled with anger. What bullsh***, Dark Shadow Commander, see how I kill him. A dream in vain. A huge bubble enveloped the Dark Shadow Commander. With a loud bang, the Dark Shadow Commander was injured. This move was a Sacred Soul Level 9 secret technique. It was very powerful, especially its lethality. The Elysian son of heaven was very confident in his strength. After defeating the Dark Shadow Commander in one move, he became high-spirited. He attacked again and again. Vairocana appeared behind him, Buddha's light shone. The Dark Shadow Commander's body constantly emitted black smoke. On the opposite side, Lin Fei replaced the Sky Splitter rod in his hand with the Sky Splitter hammer and watched the Elysian son of heaven attack the Dark Shadow Commander. You'll be dumbfounded later. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth rose. Brother Sheng, let us help you. High Lord Yi Fei and the other three attacked. They could see that although the Dark Shadow Commander was retreating, it was impossible for the Elysian son of heaven to severely injure or even kill it. He was far from enough. When the five of them joined forces, their offensive power increased greatly. Although the Dark Shadow Commander was powerful and kept using big moves, it still could not do anything to them. Alright, the Dark Shadow Commander is seriously injured. The Elysian son of heaven released a big move. The Dark Shadow Commander was on the verge of collapse. He laughed. Everyone, let's attack together and kill the Dark Shadow Commander. Maybe it will drop something good. High Lord Yi Fei also laughed. However, in the next second, under the siege of the five, the Dark Shadow Commander disappeared and returned to the altar. His injuries were healed, and he was full of blood. His battle power was restored to its peak. With a move, he appeared behind High Lord Yi Fei and slashed down. High Lord Yi Fei, who took the attack head-on, vomited blood and was sent flying. How is this possible? Wasn't the Dark Shadow Commander heavily injured and on the verge of death? Why isn't he injured at all? The Elysian son of heaven's eyes widened, unable to react. It's like he was never injured. Not good, he's coming again. While they were hesitating, the Dark Shadow Commander's big axe kept attacking. After a large-scale attack, High Lord Huang Lang and the other two High Lords were all sent flying, leaving only the Elysian son of heaven. Buddha's palm. The Elysian son of heaven was enraged. He had never used this move before. The Dark Shadow Commander in front of him was extremely terrifying, causing him to feel immense pressure. This was a feeling that High Lord powerhouses would not feel. The Elysian son of heaven did not believe that the Dark Shadow Commander could withstand it. The Great Buddha behind him followed the Elysian son's palm, and the Great Buddha followed suit. The two palms fused together, and countless Great Buddhas appeared on the palms. Bang! Bang! Before the attack reached the Dark Shadow Commander's body, its powerful physical defense also began to collapse, turning into black flesh and blood. More than half of the Dark Shadow Commander's body almost melted away. Seeing that it was about to hit, the Dark Shadow Commander moved again and directly returned to the altar. Its flesh and blood were reconstructed. The Buddha's palm slapped horizontally and landed heavily on the altar. A Jingguang appeared in front of the Elysian son of heaven's palm, forcibly blocking it. The altar behind it did not move at all. Damn it, this is the Buddha's palm. The Elysian son of heaven could not help but vomit a mouthful of blood. Holy Deputy Hall Master, stop fighting. You won't be able to kill the Dark Shadow Commander like this. Don't waste your energy. Suddenly, a voice came out of nowhere. The Elysian son of heaven found it a little familiar. This sounds like Lin Fei's voice. How is this possible? How did he get here? Chapter 29:19. Holy Son of Heaven finally saw Lin Fei. Holy Son of Heaven was confused. The first thought that came to his mind was, why is he here? Didn't you go out? Why are you here? Holy Son of Heaven had long assumed that Lin Fei was no longer in the Shadow Throne. The five of them had chosen the safe Shadow Corridor. They had suffered so much during this time, so Lin Fei must have left by now. But now he did not go out. He was even looking at them with a smile. Supremacy Yi Fei and the others also noticed Lin Fei's presence. Their expressions were similar to Holy Son of Heaven's. They were all dumbfounded. Lin Fei actually came earlier than them. The most shocking thing was that not only did he come early, but he also survived the Shadow Commander's attack. What kind of joke was this? They thought that their eyes must be playing tricks on them. This was definitely not the Lin Fei they knew. He was not just a little bit stronger. From the moment they entered the Shadow Throne, they did not take Lin Fei seriously. He had successfully passed through the Shadow Corridor alone. Those Shadow Swordsmen were not easy to deal with. Why do I have to go out? Lin Fei smiled. Speaking of which, I was lucky. I did not encounter any Shadow Swordsmen along the way. Only the gravitational field was a little uncomfortable. Then I came here smoothly. Could it be that you were under a lot of pressure along the way? Then I can only say that you are unlucky. Luck? Hearing this, Holy Son of Heaven could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. After the Shadow Commander healed, he was the first to attack Holy Son of Heaven. Could it be that my Rainbow Lucky Pearl is not good? Holy Son of Heaven shook his head. Why was Lin Fei luckier than him? Other than this explanation, he really did not believe that Lin Fei could pass through alone. What a lucky bastard! It was not easy for them to come over. When they heard these words, their faces felt like they were being slapped. After all, there were five of them. Lin Fei's appearance here was a huge blow to Holy Son of Heaven's group. They were most unwilling to see Lin Fei appear here. In the current situation, they could only watch as the Shadow Commander madly attacked them, not giving them a chance to catch their breaths. This Shadow Commander isn't easy to deal with. It can teleport and revive at full health. Take your time. Lin Fei stood on one side of the cliff and watched with a smile. Bastard! The Holy Son of Heaven cursed, but he still wanted to fight with the Shadow Commander. With the five of them working together, it didn't take long before they were all injured. They had lost count of how many medicinal pills they had taken, but every time they tried to kill the Dark Shadow Commander, he would always escape. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Saint Son of Heaven and the others looked tired, especially the two old Supremacy Lords. They had to protect the two newcomers. After 5 days, their bodies were riddled with wounds. Looking at the Dark Shadow Commanders again, they seemed to be completely fine. Gradually, they had grasped the Dark Shadow Commander's attacking methods, becoming extremely difficult to deal with. During this time, it wasn't that they didn't split up to attack the altar. Unfortunately, the Dark Shadow Commander would immediately return to the altar. They couldn't do anything. Vice Hall Master Lin, as someone who came in together, aren't you going to help? If we can't kill the Dark Shadow Commander, we can forget about going to the next level. Yi Fei looked at Lin Fei, who seemed to be fine. He was furious. Why did they have to endure the Dark Shadow Commander's ferocious attacks while he had nothing to do? After 5 days, Yi Fei also felt a huge pressure. The opponent was too strong. Every strike was filled with boundless power, and it was extremely strenuous for them to block. They had also consumed a lot of energy, so they wanted to pull Lin Fei down. At the very least, a body refinement supremacy could resist the Umbra Commander head-on. Lin Fei shook his head. Forget it. If the 5 of you can't do it, I'll just be looking for a beating. I feel pretty good now. It doesn't matter if I can't go to the next level. This was obviously a blatant lie. They didn't think so. Everyone was furious, but they didn't dare to do anything to Lin Fei. The Dark Shadow Commander's tireless attacks were the most troublesome. The longer it went on, the harder it was to block. During this time, Sage Tianzi and the rest launched fierce attacks, but they still couldn't kill the Dark Shadow Commander. On the contrary, they were in a sorry state, and they hated Lin Fei to death. Good luck, I have high hopes for you guys. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you guys. Lin Fei felt that they had no motivation, so he simply cheered them on. The Dark Shadow Commander had suffered in Lin Fei's hands. After thinking about it, Sage Tianzi and the rest were easier to deal with. With a killing move like the Buddha's palm, the Dark Shadow Commander locked onto them. We're finally out. 3 days later, Su Heng brought 2 newcomers out. They saw a chaotic scene. The Dark Shadow Commander's terrifying aura swept out. After discovering the newcomers, it gave up on Sage Tianzi and the rest and attacked Su Heng. A shield appeared in front of them. Dark Shadow Commander. Su Heng's expression changed as he understood. Sage Tianzi and the rest finally heaved a sigh of relief, but they didn't dare to be careless. The opponent could move, especially in this place where treasures couldn't restrict it. If it turned around and attacked, they would be the unlucky ones. Too troublesome. Sage Tianzi panted and took out a pill to eat. Yi Fei and the other 2 did the same. They quickly recovered their energy. In these few days, they didn't know how many pills they had eaten. Even they felt heartache. The Shadow Commander on the first floor had already caused them to suffer greatly, especially when Lin Fei was watching from the side. That feeling was very uncomfortable. Now that Su Heng had appeared, it was as though they had gotten rid of a problem. If the Dark Shadow Throne was too attractive, they would want to leave. Facing the Dark Shadow Commander was too terrifying. It couldn't be killed and it couldn't be killed. Who would be willing to deal with it? Supremacy Su Heng's shield didn't last long before it shattered. The Umbra Commander's frenzied attacks also made Supremacy Su Heng feel immense pressure. He finally understood that Holy Son of Heaven's expression was one of Schadenfreude. I can't block it, it's too strong. Bush. Right at this moment, dozens of sword intents flew out from the Dark Shadow corridor. Poof. Bloody wounds exploded on the Dark Shadow Commander's body as sword intents filled the air. Supremacy Su Heng was secretly delighted. Such a terrifying killing intent, it was definitely the solitary sword that came out. At the end of the Dark Shadow corridor, Dugu Yijin walked out in a sorry state. He put 2 fingers together and a sword intent slashed out, sending the Dark Shadow Commander flying and crashing into the wall. Thank you, Brother Dugu. The Dark Shadow Commander is too troublesome. Su Heng said gratefully. You're welcome. We're all in the same boat. Chapter 29-20. The 10 supremacies finally gathered together again. At this moment, everyone's mentality was different. The Dark Shadow Commander did not care who they were. It raised its shield, and the axe in its hand raised strong winds and huge waves, attacking indiscriminately. So. Spatial movement was also executed to the extreme. Everyone was very smart, and carried out a certain level of defense. They did not attack the Dark Shadow Commander. No matter which side, they could forget about killing the Dark Shadow Commander. Half a day later, this small place was divided into 4 groups. The Dark Shadow Commander took turns to attack, giving everyone a headache. If they could not kill it, they would not be able to bear the exhaustion if they continued. How to kill the Dark Shadow Commander was a problem. Elysian Sun was the first to speak. If this continued, it would not end well for anyone. They could only work together. Destroying that altar was the most important. Without that unlimited recovery, the Dark Shadow Commander could not continue to threaten their lives. Work together. It was imperative. I think we cannot continue. We have to work together to deal with the Dark Shadow Commander. Otherwise, none of us will be able to go to the next floor. Elysian Sun suggested, and his tone became solemn. A few days passed, and they still could not take down the Dark Shadow Commander. Instead, their exhaustion increased. Every day they stayed here meant one more day of exhaustion. That's right, we have to work together. The Dark Shadow Commander must die. With our strength, if we work together, as long as we have the right strategy, we will definitely be able to kill the Dark Shadow Commander. Supremacy Yi Fei followed. If we don't work together, none of us will be able to pass. I believe that everyone has experienced the power of the Dark Shadow Commander. High Lord Huanglang stood up. Only by working together will we have a chance against the Dark Shadow Commander. Their team had the most people. Once Elysian Sun suggested it, Supremacy Su Heng considered for a moment and chose to agree. They had worked so hard to come here, they did not wish to be stopped by the Dark Shadow Commander. I have no problem with that. Elysian's son looked at Dugu Ijian. What about Brother Dugu? I have no problem either. Dugu Ijian's sword intent was very destructive, but it was still lacking against the Dark Shadow Commander. He could not kill it in one strike. Finally, only Lin Fei was left. I have no problem joining the team, we are only working together for a short period of time. However, there is one thing I have to make clear. Lin Fei also wanted to go to the next floor as soon as possible. After killing the Shadow Commander, what about the items that drop? The Shadow Commander had a strong vitality, and Lin Fei had the little demon analyze it. The other party's vitality was countless times more tyrannical than that of the Shadow Swordsman squad captain, at least 5 times more. What interested Lin Fei the most was whether the Dark Shadow Commander would drop life crystals. That was the most important thing. If he could absorb and refine this life crystal, he would definitely be able to raise his physical body's cultivation by a large margin. No matter what, he couldn't let this opportunity slip by. The Elysian Son of Heaven glanced at Lin Fei. This was the last thing he wanted to talk about. We can divide the items into 10 portions. The 5 of us can take 5 portions. Brother Su and the other 2 can take 3 portions. You and Dugu Ijian can take 1 each. There shouldn't be any objections, right? The Elysian Son of Heaven said after pondering for a moment. Lin Fei was the first to shake his head. Then forget it. I don't know how 1 portion will be calculated. Maybe you guys will choose it first, and the rest will be given to us. If that's the case, I probably won't have a chance of getting anything good. Since that's the case, I'm not going to make a move. Anyway, I'm already satisfied to be able to reach this point. Before making things clear, Lin Fei wouldn't make a move. Dugu Ijian's expression was calm, and no one could tell what he was thinking. Su Heng and the other 2's expressions also changed. They understood the Elysian Son of Heaven's meaning. If the items dropped, it seemed that the Elysian Son of Heaven's group would have the first choice. According to the Elysian Son of Heaven's idea, the physique cultivator Lin Fei had to join. Otherwise, who would fight the Shadow Commander? Could it be them? Previously, they had all experienced the prowess of the Shadow Commander. Without the support of a physique cultivator, they wouldn't be able to kill it. Previously, they didn't attach any importance to Lin Fei, but now he had become extremely important. After all, the Elysian Son of Heaven wasn't a physique cultivator, and his physique wasn't as strong as Lin Fei's. That won't do. Although we are temporarily working together, we still have to do things according to the rules. The Elysian Son of Heaven wasn't willing to compromise. He had to get the biggest share of killing the Shadow Commander. Lin Fei was very clear about the Elysian Son of Heaven's character. He couldn't wait for Lin Fei to get out of the Shadow Throne. It was impossible for him to give Lin Fei any benefits. Lin Fei was also confident that without his help, the Shadow Commander wouldn't be so easy to kill. Then I'll back out. Lin Fei said unhurriedly. You guys kill first. I'll cheer you guys on from the side. Brother Xing, this fellow Lin Fei isn't willing to join us. Instead, he wants to take advantage of the situation. Why don't we chase him out? Yi Fei transmitted his voice. If we keep him around, it's hard to guarantee that nothing will happen to him. This fellow can pass the first round. If he goes to the second level, it'll be very disadvantageous for us. The Elysian Son of Heaven thought about it and agreed. Even without Lin Fei, they had 9 people. It shouldn't be difficult to kill the Shadow Commander. He believed that Su Heng and Dugu Ijian wouldn't interfere. Lin Fei had offended many supremacies in the Shadow Palace. Even if he went out, no one would take it seriously. Resources needed to be fought over. This was something that the higher-ups tacitly agreed to. Then chase Lin Fei out. Does he really think that I lack a physique cultivator like him? The Elysian Son transmitted his voice to Yi Fei and the other supremacies. Very quickly, they came up with a countermeasure. When the Shadow Commander once again appeared in front of the Elysian Son of Heaven, the Elysian Son of Heaven directly used Buddha's palm and destroyed half of the Shadow Commander's body. This time, the Elysian Son of Heaven intentionally controlled his strength. The Shadow Commander fell into a berserk state. It launched a frenzied attack. The Elysian Son of Heaven flew in the direction of Lin Fei. Yi Fei and the others behind him did the same. This was a detail that they had noticed in the past few days. They wanted the Shadow Commander to attack Lin Fei. With the addition of the 5 of them, they should be able to chase Lin Fei out of the Shadow Throne. You guys are really shameless. Lin Fei was instantly locked down by 6 terrifying auras. The Elysian Son of Heaven gritted his teeth and used Buddha's palm. Although it consumed a lot of energy, it was still worth it if it could chase Lin Fei out. If he didn't listen to us, there was no point in staying here. The huge palm came whistling over. It didn't give Lin Fei any chance to resist. The other 4 supremacies cooperated very well. Since they had attacked, they didn't hold back. Their strength was almost combined into one. It wasn't inferior to a thunderous strike. Its power was comparable to a grand supremacy strike. The Shadow Commander, who had fallen into a berserk state, also used a big move. A series of black shadows appeared. Its power increased explosively as it blasted towards Lin Fei. Chapter 29-21. No one had expected Elysian Son of Heaven to really make a move. Actually, this kind of thing was very normal. While the Dark Shadow Palace looked harmonious, it was not. The internal strife was intense, and this was also a way for experts to train themselves. It was no joke that a general's success was built on thousands of bones. As long as they did not kill each other, everyone acted as if nothing had happened. Even Lord Divinity Dark Shadow walked up step by step like this. There were no shortcuts. The Dark Shadow Throne was actually such a place to fight. Especially for experts like Elysian Son of Heaven and Dugu Yijian. They were young and had high cultivation, so it was difficult to get along. Strife was unavoidable. Supremacy Su Heng watched quietly. Are we going to make a move later? The young Supremacy Pain Star asked. Lin Fei is a little too arrogant. Serves him right for being unlucky. Wouldn't it have been fine if he had just agreed to it? Supremacy Su Heng really did not want to interfere in this matter. Let's watch slowly. No matter how they fight, they will eventually rope us in to deal with the Dark Shadow Commander. Supremacy Su Heng was also a wily old fox. There was no need to interfere in such a meaningless matter. What a pity! Pain Star and Falling Flowers Supremacy shook their heads. If it were them, they would definitely not offend Elysian Son of Heaven and his group. Moreover, the Dark Shadow Commander was involved, and his strength was not as simple as it seemed. No matter how strong Lin Fei was, he was still a peak supremacy. Just the Dark Shadow Commander alone was an expert that surpassed the peak supremacy level. Dugu Yijian did not have much of an opinion on whether or not to join forces. Instead, he was more and more interested in Lin Fei. 1 against 5 supremacies, and a Dark Shadow Commander that surpassed the peak supremacy level. I wonder what gives you the right to say such bold words. I really look forward to it. In Dugu Yijian's mind, he was constantly analyzing how to make a move and how to fight for a chance to counterattack under such a siege. This was also one of his favorite ways. Thinking non-stop. Lin Fei had long predicted that they would act shamelessly. It was not that such a thing had never happened in the records of the Dark Shadow Palace. The little fiend had copied the first and second floors. These secrets were no longer secrets in Lin Fei's eyes. Proud Sky Protection. Against the attacks of 5 supremacies and 1 Dark Shadow Commander, Lin Yun had no choice but to retreat. Lin Fei activated the Proud Heavens Barricade, causing a thin layer of golden light to appear around him. The Sky Splitter hammer in his hand smashed out towards the void, causing the entire void to become flat. Boom! Endless waves swept out. Bang bang bang. As the waves spread out, a portion of the combined attacks from the Sacred Sons of Heaven and the others were neutralized. The remaining portion of the attacks all collided with Jingguang, constantly melting and disintegrating until they completely disappeared. The faces of Elysian Son of Heaven, Exalt Yi Fei, and Exalt Huang Lang darkened. His strength has actually increased again. What kind of joke is this? His protective technique has also become more powerful. What the hell? All 3 of them were peak supremacies. Just the power of that blow alone was enough for them to feel the changes within it. It was the true power of a big move. The most terrifying thing was that protective technique. It was so powerful that it formed an absolute layer of defense. The 5 of them, together with the attack of the Dark Shadow Commander, actually did not pose the slightest threat to Lin Fei. Do you guys still want to continue? Lin Fei held the Sky Splitter hammer and smiled. If it's not enough, you guys can continue. However, let me get rid of this annoying guy first. Swoosh! Lin Fei's speed increased to the limit. Everyone could only hear the thumping sound. The huge body of the Dark Shadow Commander flew out and slammed heavily into the rock wall. The speed was too fast. After reaching the late stage of the 8th level of Proud Heavens, Lin Fei's physical body could display even faster speed. Too fast? Dugu Yijian's eyes lit up. This is a sign that the physical body has improved again. The stronger the physical body, the faster the speed. Even if it was an ordinary movement technique, with the support of a tyrannical physical body, it could be reached to the extreme. Also, that power just now, directly breaking through the surface with a huge area of effect attack. The Dark Shadow Commander looked like it was not injured, but in fact, it was seriously injured. What a domineering method. At this moment, Dugu Yijian was stunned by Lin Fei's performance. Just based on that move, Lin Fei's strength had surpassed everyone. If he could fight the Dark Shadow Commander alone, he would not lose. Of course, if the fight dragged on, the Dark Shadow Commander would still win. He actually sent the Dark Shadow Commander flying. The Dark Shadow Commander had no ability to resist. If it was said that Lin Fei could easily block their joint attack. But at this moment, when the Dark Shadow Commander was sent flying, it was enough to shock them. Among everyone present, other than Dugu Yijian, probably no one could easily injure the Dark Shadow Commander. Even the Elysian Son of Heaven was the same. His killer move, Buddha's Palm. The power was peerless, but it was not that powerful. It was obviously a level lower. The Elysian Son's expression turned ugly. This kind of attack, I wonder how many times you can release it. The Elysian Son really did not believe that Lin Fei's strength could still increase in such a short time. Kill. The 5 of them attacked again. After the Dark Shadow Commander suffered a big move, it pounced towards Supremacy Su Heng, who was not far away. Dugu Yijian followed up with a sword strike. Streams of sword intent blasted on the Dark Shadow Commander's body. Lin Fei's speed was no slower than the Dark Shadow Commander's movement speed. A hammer smashed towards the Elysian Son of Heaven's face. A loud cracking sound. The Emperor Will body protection was shattered. The second hammer followed, smashing heavily on the Elysian Son's chest. Cracks appeared on his battle armor, and his entire person was sent flying. Spatial oscillation. After his attack succeeded, terrifying energy rippled around Lin Fei's body. The slightly weaker Mountain Supremacy and Ruthless Supremacy were directly sent flying. Supremacy Yi Fei and Supremacy Huang Lang were impacted, and their bodies swayed. In the next second, more than 10 shadows came crashing over. They joined forces to block 7 or 8 of them, but there were still 7 or 8 shadows that landed on their bodies, and they were directly beaten silly. Now, do you still want to fight? After his strength increased, Lin Fei's strength was even greater than before. Even if he restrained a portion of his strength, he could still easily defeat them. We don't want to fight anymore. We are from the Dark Shadow Palace, let's talk things out. Supremacy Yi Fei and Supremacy Huang Lang could feel the explosive and destructive power in their bodies the most. It was rampaging all the way, and they were forced to use all their strength to suppress that power. This feeling was extremely uncomfortable. Brother Sheng, it was not easy for us to come here. Vice Hall Master Lin's strength is also here. Why don't we join forces? Dugu Yijian smiled and said, as for the distribution of the items, we will first ask Lin Fei. Chapter 29-22. The Dark Shadow Commander was also sent flying, his body riddled with bloody gashes and bruises. Howling, he returned to the altar in bedraggled fashion, where he began to heal his wounds. Yi Fei also thought that Dugu Yijian was right. Now they finally knew how powerful Lin Fei was. He really lived up to his reputation. No wonder he could suppress the Elysian Son. Yi Fei himself also suffered a little. Compared to the last time, Lin Fei's strength had improved a lot. His use of strength was even more terrifying. He could easily break through their Emperor will protection. If they continued, there would be no benefits. They could see that if Lin Fei didn't join them, Dugu Yijin might stand on the side. At that time, with the 8 of them injured, no one would be able to take down the Dark Shadow Commander. Sure. The Elysian Sun was reluctant. The chaotic destructive power in his body told him one thing. Lin Fei's strength seemed to be above him. Deputy Hall Leader Lin, it was just a misunderstanding. Yi Fei said shamelessly. Don't mind it. We were just testing. We are not targeting Deputy Hall Leader Lin. Lin Fei secretly scolded them for being shameless, but on the surface, he chuckled. I'll cut to the chase. Everyone's goal is the same, so I'll be frank. The Dark Shadow Commander's final blow must be dealt by me. As for where it will fall, that will depend on personal advantage. Whoever can snatch it first will get it. What do you all think? Yi Fei and the Elysian Sun were prepared to pay a big price. As long as it was not an extremely dangerous person, they would agree. With Lin Fei's participation, it would definitely be twice the result with half the effort. But after hearing Lin Fei's words, everyone doubted that they had heard wrongly. So simple. The Dark Shadow Commander's last attack? This did not seem too much. Could there be some secret? But no matter how they guessed, they could not find any secret. As for snatching it by themselves, they were not worried. After all, there were 5 of them. Even if Lin Fei was fast, he could still delay the other party. This requirement was too low. Sure, no problem at all. Revered Lord Yi Fei quickly agreed. Everyone can make an oath and we can start the operation. No matter what Lin Fei thought, they would not refuse these 2 conditions. Without waiting for Lin Fei to say anything, they immediately swore an oath, afraid that Lin Fei would change his mind. Su Heng and the others did not understand. What is Lin Fei trying to do? These 2 conditions did not affect supremacy Su Heng. Deep down in his heart, he actually hoped that this was the case. There were 3 of them, and their chances were still very high. Dugu Yijin gave a thumbs up to Lin Fei. Interesting, really interesting. What happened next was simple. Leave the Dark Shadow Commander to me and Brother Dugu. After a simple discussion, Lin Fei chose to attack the Shadow Commander while the Elysian children and the others attacked the altar. That place could not be so sturdy. As long as they kept attacking, there would always be a chance. No one had any objections. If they could, they would rather attack the altar than the Shadow Commander. Lin Fei executed spatial oscillation, which shook the Shadow Commander's body. He followed up, and countless shadows appeared behind him. The Sky Splitter hammer in his hand smashed onto the Shadow Commander's body. Heh, if you guys make a move, wouldn't the Dark Shadow Commander's life energy be wasted for nothing? This thing is good stuff. Lin Fei's current fleshly body was at the late stage of Prideful Heaven Tier 8. He could still absorb as much as he could without too many restrictions. Brother Dugu, can your domain stop the Shadow Commander for a short while? Lin Fei's attacks were very fast, and he did not give the Shadow Commander any chance to move. After his strength increased, he could keep up with the Shadow Commander's movement speed. However, he felt that he was still lacking and he needed Dugu Yijin's help. Sure, Dugu Yijin was still a man of few words. He unleashed his sword domain. Return. Under Lin Fei's barrage of attacks, the Dark Shadow Commander moved. Dugu Yijin did not give it an opportunity. His sword slashed through the air, cutting off the Dark Shadow Commander's path. Lin Fei took this opportunity to force the Dark Shadow Commander out. Although the Shadow Commander was unable to reach the altar, it was still able to reach the edge of the altar. The injuries on its body had actually recovered to a certain extent. Lin Fei caught up. Looks like we can only kill the Shadow Commander by destroying the altar. What an amazing method. Dugu Yijin revealed a look of surprise. Just now, when he slashed through the air, the Shadow Commander was injured, but it still rushed over. Chase him out. Everyone immediately attacked the Dark Shadow Commander, forcing it away from the altar. Lin Fei and Dugu Yijin attacked the most fiercely. The Shadow Commander quickly rushed out of the altar's range. Once it left the range, they continued to attack the altar. Vice Hall Master Lin, we cannot attack too fiercely. Otherwise, everyone's efforts would be in vain. We have to wander around and slowly drag it out. Lin Fei felt that this was a good idea. Time passed day by day. Lin Fei and Dugu Yijin had been attacking the Shadow Commander for a month. Every time, they would make the Elysian children and the rest destroy the altar. Only Lin Fei was able to attack for a month without any consumption. The Elysian children and the rest did not have it easy. They were as tired as dogs. Fortunately, the altar was starting to show signs of damage. Lin Fei had already grasped the Shadow Commander's attacking habits. Every time he returned, he would cut off the path ahead of time. With Dugu Yijin's cooperation, the Shadow Commander's recovery speed became slower and slower. This feels great. It's a pity that I only have one chance like this. After a month of absorbing and plundering, Lin Fei's prideful celestial 8th layer had increased by quite a bit. His physical strength had also become more tyrannical and terrifying. Lin Fei absolutely believed that if he used an elemental energy weapon, he would be able to send the Shadow Commander flying with a single strike. Crack, 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 crack. A loud sound came from the altar. A few of the altar's pillars finally fell. Now is the best chance. In this month, they had discovered that the pillars on the altar were clearly not ordinary. Therefore, as long as the pillars were broken, their recovery speed would decrease. Kill! Lin Fei and Dugu Yijin did not hold back. They unleashed their ultimate moves at the Shadow Commander. Roar, roar, roar. Under the continuous attacks, the Shadow Commander's life force became weaker and weaker. It constantly tried to return to the altar, but it was beaten out every time. Even if it had the ability to move in this narrow space, if it wanted to block the attacks, it would not be a problem. Die! The Shadow Commander's aura was very weak. Lin Fei unleashed his Thunderclap Leap, tearing the Dark Shadow Commander's body to shreds. An extremely dense wave of life energy poured into his body like a flood. Chapter 29-23. A huge amount of life energy surged into his body, and Lin Fei felt like he was about to explode. Lin Fei had never thought that he would plunder so much life energy at the last moment. It was unbelievably dense, and even the powerful Proud Heaven could not adapt to it for a moment. In the past, the life energy absorbed was like a small river, but this time, it was like a surging river. If it was an ordinary heavenly god body, it would have exploded and died the moment it entered. Refine it all. Lin Fei activated Proud Heaven, and his entire body was like a millstone, constantly suppressing the life energy. His flesh and blood cells also opened up bottomless pits, constantly devouring, refining, and absorbing. Fortunately, Lin Fei had improved and managed to suppress it. All that was left was to slowly refine it, and his essence, energy, and spirit had also recovered to its peak. Elysian Sun and the rest had been paying attention to the Dark Shadow Commander. This thing would drop good things after its death, which was also a major feature of the Dark Shadow Throne. A dream come true. When the Dark Shadow Commander died, a resplendent light appeared. Elysian Sun's attack came, and his first target was to trap Lin Fei. Quick, snatch it. There seems to be life crystals. Good stuff. No one cared so much about it. When it dropped, Lin Fei had asked Little Fiend to keep a close eye on it. Master, there's nothing good left. There are only 10 or so life crystals of average quality. It seems that Master has plundered too much, and the remaining life energy can only be converted into 10 or so life crystals. Other than that, there seems to be an axe and a shield which can be considered good treasures. Lin Fei laughed in his heart. Looks like I've taken the big one. The life energy that he had plundered from the Dark Shadow Commander had completely exceeded his expectations. Now that he thought about it, it seemed to be the case. The axe and shield were both supreme-grade Heaven Divine weapons, and they were of no use to Lin Fei. Lin Fei gave up and went to fight for them. He was not too interested in those life crystals. Great, there's actually a life crystal. Good stuff. Elysian Sons of Heaven and the others were also delighted. The life crystal was a special existence. It was a high-level secret in the ancient records of the Dark Shadow Palace. Very few people below the supremacy level knew about it. The life crystal could not only be used to strengthen one's physical body for cultivation, but it could also be used to heal injuries and extend one's lifespan. Unfortunately, other than a few restricted areas, it was almost impossible to find life crystals. To High Lords, they were treasures. After killing the Dark Shadow Commander, they could drop more than 10 life crystals. This would definitely make everyone happy. Vice Pavilion Master Lin, I'm sorry. The Elysian Sun finally revealed a trace of pride. The 5 of them had snatched a total of 7 life crystals, including the Shadow Commander's shield. That was a good item. Even under Lin Fei's attacks, it had not been damaged. Crack, 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 crack. After killing the Dark Shadow Commander, a loud sound came from one of the walls, and a passage appeared in front of everyone. This should be the entrance to the next level. They had checked before and did not find any entrance on the wall. Now, it seemed that the Dark Shadow Throne was full of mysteries. After dividing up the items dropped by the Dark Shadow Commander, everyone fixed their eyes on the altar. Unfortunately, with the death of the Dark Shadow Commander, the entire altar had become a pile of ruins. After searching for a while, they did not find anything good. They could not help but feel that it was a pity. After cultivating in this place for half a month, the Elysian Sons of Heaven and the others were the first to leave. They could not wait to go to the next level, which was the Dark Shadow Labyrinth. Lin Fei did not want to stand out too much, so he took out elixirs to recover. In fact, he was silently refining the life energy, and his prideful Heaven Tier 8 body was constantly breaking through the limits. Even so, there was still a large part of Lin Fei's body left. According to the current prideful Heaven Tier 8 body, he was almost at his limit. What should he do with the remaining life energy? This had become a big problem. The plunder skill was a passive skill. Lin Fei could not stop it. But if he continued, he did not have the Origin Energy God Sand to unlock it. If he continued, his body would soon not be able to withstand the influx of life energy. Lin Fei had a headache. Actually, Master does not need to have a headache. The life energy in your body cannot be completely refined, but it can be condensed into life crystals. Little Fiend said proudly. Just a few days ago, the system deciphered the production method of life crystals. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. It can't be, the system deciphered the production method of life crystals. He still remembered from the ancient records of the Dark Shadow Palace that life crystals were special items. By now, almost no one knew how to produce them. Thus, the value of life crystals had increased. The reason why the body tempering style could not become strong was because it was too difficult to cultivate. Back then, there were many body tempering style experts, and it was actually because of the help of life crystals. At that time, the body tempering style supremacies were all very powerful. Coupled with the life crystals that they carried with them, they were very domineering. In the Saint Spirit domain, they could do whatever they wanted. Later, the number of life crystals decreased, and the production method also disappeared. Now, the number of life crystals was very low. Even if there were any, they were in the hands of the 3 top forces. The words that came out of the little devil's mouth really shocked Lin Fei. Deciphering the production method of life crystals is actually not difficult. After all, the current system is a high-level system. Little Fiend said, Master can use the excess life crystals to temporarily produce life crystals. When you break through to the 9th level of Sky-Defying Realm, you can use it to refine. Your strength will also increase by leaps and bounds. Lin Fei was very satisfied. This good news came at the right time. Master, I will now impart the production method of life crystals to you. A production method immediately appeared in Lin Fei's mind, and he laughed. Haha, that's great. Su Heng and the rest also entered. Now, only Dugu Yijian was left outside. He couldn't help but be startled by Lin Fei's inexplicable laughter. From the moment he entered until now, he felt that he could not see through Lin Fei anymore. So that's how it is. No wonder no one in the Saint Spirit domain can refine life crystals. This step is too important. Lin Fei quickly looked through it and was amazed by this production method. It was indeed a secret method. Lin Fei originally wanted to wait for Dugu Yijian to enter before refining the life crystals. But Dugu Yijin was lazy and didn't leave, which made him speechless. Not intending to go in? Lin Fei asked casually. If they enter, they might not reach the next level. If they have this time, they might as well take a good rest. Anyway, everyone wants to go to the Shadow Throne. No matter what, we have to cooperate. Dugu Yijin also learned to be smart.